dropping it from the sky, basically.
All right. Welcome to the Great American Experience.
The theory
We're
is
going to be
they
doing
fly
this,
over a city
and
start
stream this
throwing
evening,
money
starting out with Aaron
the
DeTires
door,
still going live.
and people just go in the streets. Because it's going to the people in the streets.
I'm going to put his link in the
it is
chat here.
4,000. But they got to kickstart this. They got to kickstart the economy somehow. Plus, all these people are out of work and all that shit.
All right, here we go. All right.
Yep. Well, it's.
This is the Aaron DeTires' link.
$15 an hour is not a livable wage. I put a livable wage at $30 an hour. You know, and that's kind of on the low end.
One more link to go.
Hey, what's up, Eilerman? Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the biggest of helicopter money. I would say road tax. $15 is tough, man. If you're making $15 an hour, even with a little overtime, you know, what are you bringing home? $600 a week or so? Yeah. I mean, you don't live like a king. You're paying your bills, you know, basically, and yeah, you're not saving. You're not putting any money in savings or anything. Hey, 4,000 is one of. Yeah, you can live on the $15 an hour. Just that, you know, you're not contributing to your retirement fund. You know, that's why I was saying $30 an hour. You're doing, you know, you're able to travel. Yes, you could survive on 15.
Hey, Zoombait.
But
yeah, this is Aaron DeTires.
Investing your money or going
on the show still, so I'm gonna watch. We're gonna check him out for a while. Then we'll get to our stuff.
15.
But I wanted to promote him as well.
I mean,
hey, what's up, Battery? Rock on.
Yep, and it looks like we're gonna get away from the China crap. You know, I think we are getting away from the Chinese crap. Trump's telling everyone we got to manufacture our own medical and our own supplies for the military cannot be manufactured outside this country. Gas is going down. Yep. Yep, 182. Oh well, the Alibaba guy, I can see that, but that's generous of them. No, I think this whole coronavirus thing, I think it's I think it's being used for more things than we know. Like I said, they're trying to bring down these big banks. They don't want people congregating at a rock concert and someone setting off a fucking bomb or something stupid. But they don't want it. I think that's why they're trying to keep people from congregating. You know, they're using the virus as an excuse. That's just my theory, though, people. Yep. And I am shutting down here in 5 minutes, people. Yes, total false flag, Miriam. But they're using it to reset the global economic system here. They're going to jumpstart the economy by giving everybody a couple grand. Here, you know, get out of debt or whatever. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm live. Hey, cool. Oh, that's cool. I wish I could see that. Wow, I'm multi-platforming. All right, I'll have a tripod. Here's to the game. Cheers, everybody. Woo. Oh, yeah. That hit the spot. Yes, it did. Yeah, right, A4000. That A4000. Think about it. If they're giving a check to everyone with a Social Security card, then anybody that doesn't get a check must not be from this country. And there's a census going on right now. I actually got a thing to be a census taker. I got a job offer to be a census taker. And I'm going to formally decline that position. Oh, Amazing Drop just dropped a video. I like Drop videos. He's got a different outlook on everything, but yep. Oh, I wasn't in real jail there, Mr. Mitch. I put myself on no live streaming jail. No more. I didn't stream for about a week. I just called it jail because I couldn't live stream. I passed out on my live stream, and I'm not allowed to do that. And I know I'm not allowed to do that. Yeah, I live in my car, dude. I parked my car in the woods. I drove my car back in the woods, and I'm building a bunker. Yeah, it's Twitch jail, man. Yep. So, yeah, I've been up here. This is my 4th winter. I'm going on my 5th year up here, Mr. Mitch. Yeah, I'll be doing some live streams during the day and stuff. Yeah, we're building a bunker. It's 4 foot underground and 3 foot above ground. Yeah, and I just like it up here. I got good water up here. There's like several natural springs. Yeah, right on. Welcome to the chat there, Mr. Mitch. Yeah, right, Rotax. Someone told me that. Yeah, I don't want to sleep on this stream anyways. I know, Deb. I wish I could see it, but I'll just have to go with the flow, I guess. He told me to just stay on. Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose. I just had a long day and a little bit too much to drink, and yeah. So my plan for tomorrow, I got the electric dirt bike running. I just took it for a little spin up and down the field, so I didn't want to use too much juice, but I want to make sure it works and everything's a-okay. So we're gonna try to do like 2 trips into town. Yeah, that's pretty wild, Deb. Hey, man, that works for me. I just can't see Emerald's chat. That's about the only thing. I gotta answer my own chats here. They're on my phone again. It keeps unplugging itself, man. I swear to God. And I just bought this cord about a week ago. Pieces of shit. And I bought a good one, a Duracell cord. And they're all junk. I know. I got a GoPro. I should use it, but my phone wasn't connecting to my GoPro, so I kind of abandoned it. I mean, I could shoot GoPro videos and then upload them, but, well, no, I can't take it back, but I could shoot the GoPro videos and upload them, but you're supposed to be able to live stream using the GoPro. In order to do that, I got to have my phone connected to the GoPro, and the GoPro and the phone weren't talking to each other. I am going to take you guys for a scooter ride there, Deb. Yeah, we'll do that. We can do a live stream scooter ride. Oh, yeah, they're $10. I don't know. Hey, Aaron on the hog. Yeah, if I had my choice, I would get a Harley Davidson. Actually, fucking Warehouse Dweller's got a really nice pan head. I think he wants $6,000 for it. I didn't go to real jail, dude, but I went to Twitch jail. I put myself in Twitch jail for a week because I passed out on my stream. And so I says no live streaming for a week. Because we can't be doing that. It's just not right. I forgot, because I talked to Emerald about it, and Emerald says I was just like, oh, fuck it. I was all drunk, and then I says I was gonna... Big face ENT, you can sleep on a stream as long as you aren't in a category. Okay, yeah, people have been saying this. Yeah, because I'm on travel.
I was cooking everything up just fine.
And outdoors or something.
Okay.
Seems to be working. It's still
yeah. Okay.
I got you.
Whatever. I had a sandwich earlier.
Yeah, I'm in travel and outdoors. So maybe if I just don't put myself in a category, but yeah, it's how you get new people.
Okay. So when do you think it'll be done?
Oh, it's done now.
Oh, I'm out in the middle of the fucking woods. I'm a mile from anybody right now. Closest house is a mile away in any direction.
Yeah.
The meat's
yeah, I think so too, LA County Blues.
We're already crazy. Mad cow's disease ain't gonna
Right.
Oh, animal.
I mean, it's ready, whatever, but
doesn't it get more tender?
It might be a little softer for maybe another hour.
Yeah.
It's an owl.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to, but
no,
I'm going to leave whatever in the crock pot.
All right, nice. Yeah. I'm kind of isolated, but I'm going up. I got to get some more supplies up there.
I'll try and keep an eye on it. 9:14.
Okay. No, I got it.
And I live in a small town anyways. There's like one traffic light in the whole town.
Just text me and message me. Yeah.
Green beans or something.
Yeah.
You want to put green beans in it?
Yeah.
In the crock pot?
So.
No.
Well, I went into town today because I had to fix I got a flat tire, so I had to get some assistance with that. I'm very disappointed.
Done.
Pretty much done.
I did it myself. I've changed bike tires and tubes on bicycles, but I never did a motorcycle one. And a motorcycle tire and tube is different. You have to remove the valve stem and totally deflate the tube to get the tire on. And I did not know this. I just couldn't get it to fucking go on there, man. I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? So, yeah, I put the tire fit in my backpack, and I walked it up to the Warehouse Dweller, and he knew exactly what the fuck to do. Warehouse Dweller gave me a come on. Yeah, actually, he just called me about 15, 20 minutes ago. So he's hanging out. And I did not answer. I'm pretty sure he's figured out I live streaming. They ain't doing too much of anything at this time of the night anyways. Except all hail tripod. See, this is working better. Cheers. Oh, big news. And Emerald wants to hear this one. I ordered, it cost me $230 fucking dollars. Alright? I bought a battery charger from Amazon today. And I always order my shit. I go up to Warehouse Dweller because he could charge it on his business account, and he's got Amazon Prime, so he gets free shipping and all that shit. So I told him, hey man, I gotta order something, and he's all like, what? Come on! I'm like, come on, man, you gotta order this fucking thing. I needed it yesterday. It's a battery charge. $230. It's DeWalt. But $230. Yes, but listen to this. It's fucking got a battery on it, so you can like jump start your car too. It's a charger and jump starter. It's both. Yeah, it's got a fucking inverter on it also. Fuck, and it's on wheels. I'm not sure. It was up there though. It's like if you look up the DeWalt rolling battery charger, DeWalt rolling battery charger on Amazon, and it was like $217, and tax and everything came to $235. Probably it's a nice one though. It's a nice one, man. I just fuck it. I like DeWalt shit. I like DeWalt stuff. DeWalt's treated me well, and I beat the crap out of everything I own. Like all these batteries and stuff. I got all my drills, all DeWalt stuff. Everything. I got a cordless shop vac. Actually, I shop vacked out the whole car 3 days ago. Yeah, I got a little 2-gallon, and it takes my batteries. It's a little 2-gallon. Don, this thing's got a battery on it. It's got the jump start. It has its own battery pack, so it can peak out. But this also does trickle charging and all different charging modes and stuff. Yep. So I ordered that today, and that'll be in Tuesday, I guess. I hope. I gotta get this car moved. This car's gotta get started and moved. And I was just gonna go out and buy a new battery, because there's a place that sells batteries about a mile away. And I said, fuck it, I'm going to spend it was $130 for the battery for the car. And I'm like, well, there's already a battery in the car. Fucker's just dead. And I got a short somewhere. Hey, right on, A4000, thanks for stopping in, man. Always welcome, man. I was going to go buy a battery for $130. And I says, wait, man, I just get a charger. I need a charger for my old solar battery bank. I need to charge that up too anyways. So I started looking at chargers, and then this one, I was going to spend like $100. That's what Emerald actually told me. He's just like, man, you can get this good one for $70 or something. So I started looking at different chargers and stuff. not sure, Don. I gotta look up the specs on it and stuff. I don't have anything in front of me right now. You know? But if you go to Amazon and look up rolling battery charger, because it's on wheels, it comes up. And it's like $217 plus tax, came to $235. So I handed, yeah, it's only a 12-volt charger. Yeah, it only does 12 volt, but I don't give a fuck. That's what I need right now. I gotta get this car the fuck out of here and up to the bunker. Yeah, it's all right though. I don't care. I'm going 12 volt. I know. I want to go 24, but I don't care. I gotta get this car moved, and I'm kind of running out of resources here, man. Yeah, I'm gonna set them up as 12 volt, as per right now. For now, I gotta work, man. But I gotta get this car up there. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck. I believe me, I had everything all ready to go for 24 volt, and I had the $1,000 for all the shit because I had to get a new inverter, a new charge controller, and all that shit. It was like $1,000, and then this shit happened. So I'm just kind of fucked. I just want to get this car moved. I can't have this car here. It's not a good spot for this car. I got to get it up to the bunker. And then Warehouse Dweller came out with this idea. Yeah, it's about 50 yards up a hill, Deb. Yeah, it's up a hill, though. So I got to drive the car up the hill, and it's a little muddy right now. I wouldn't even try it. Yeah, it's about 50 yards away. It's not far. And my car is in the woods. It's just, I got to drive up a hill, and it's kind of muddy right now. As soon as the ground dries, I'll do that. But, Warehouse Dweller came up with this brilliant idea. Because I was going to build a little shed next to the bunker for my batteries. But what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tear out the back seat of this car and put the batteries where the back seat used to be. And then the back seat I'm going to use for my couch in my bunker. Just in case Miss Yeti decides to come and visit or something. 217. Hey, Kevin 7. That's the one, man. Yeah, so it just, I like that it's on wheels for one thing. I like it has jump start capabilities. I think it also's got USB shit and stuff on it, and it's and the electric dirt bike. I got a full charge on the batteries, and I got backup batteries for the electric dirt bike. I got brand new ones sitting at Warehouse Dwellers. I was gonna put them in the pack today, but I was like, holy fuck, these are heavy. They probably weigh like 25 fucking pounds, man. Them fucking batteries for that dirt bike. They're Nicats, though. And they're nice. They're nice. I think my batteries are okay. Well, we'll see, Kevin. We'll see. I think you people, and I think my other batteries are good. Well, because I didn't discharge those. The car battery might be junk, though. Car battery might be junk. But we'll see. As long as I can start the car. Well, even so, Deb, if I jump start the car, I don't care. As long as the car starts. I just need to start the car, though. I'm just looking at what I need to do in the near future. I was going to go buy a new battery. It's $130. Instead, I spent another $100 on a battery charger I'm going to get this car started. Whether the battery's dead or not, this car's going to fucking start with the jump starter. Ooh, dog. Huh. Never heard that dog that close before. Yeah, probably. But I've got the $130 for the new battery. So. It's the thing, I'm sitting in a car that don't work. I want to start this fucker and turn the radio on and shit. and run the heater and stuff. Yeah, right, Don. Yeah, I think the short. I got a short somewhere. I think it's with the lights. I think it's with the headlights. Fucking dog barking up on top of the hill. Oh, he's getting close. Huh. Sounds like a dog. Yeah, but I got at least I have the generator to run the trucker, yes. Hey, Whizzle. Yeah, he's probably smelling me. The wind's going in the direction that dog's barking. So he's smelling me up. Now he's about a half a mile away. But he's sniffing me. He's right directly downwind from me. So that dog's got a fucking, he's smelling fucking my dinner. Yeah, it's a dog. Oh, yeah, I know. I got the Ruger. I don't want to shoot no one's dog, though. I'll try to, if he comes into camp, I got to tell him to get the fuck out. Just tell him to get the fuck out of here. If he's a good dog, he'll listen. Yeah, I wouldn't just shoot someone's dog without telling him to get the fuck out of here first. If he wants to snarl and growl at me and shit, then he's going to get shot. But from my body odor, dude, I don't stink that bad. Come on. Well, all hell. Oh, that hit the spot. No, I went into town today and I cleaned up a little bit, you know. There's another dog. Now that one's about 2 miles away. No, I went into town today and I spruced up a little bit and, you know, I got cleaned up. I didn't get anybody going. No, and then I, you know, spray everything down and, you know, get spruced up. Pack of dogs, yeah. Yeah, they're singled out. It ain't a pack. Oh, I know. Oh, coyotes especially. 1 or 2 of them I'm not worried about. But you start hearing a dozen coyotes howling together, and you gotta watch out. We're just living in some funny times here, people. I'm loving this. Now, the big news today is that every United States citizen's getting a check. I heard $2,000. You know, that'll motivate some people. You know, that's gonna kill some people too, though. You know, and you'll see the mainstream media spin it that people are. No, we're not all gonna die, Don. Yeah, I only heard 1K. Someone else on the chat said 2K. I heard 1K. This is what I heard, Kevin. 1,000 a month, but it could be more. And I see it's going to be more because $1,000 ain't going to cut it. $1,000 is going to get like a lot of people off the streets. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get people into a room or off the streets, but it ain't going to infuse the economy. Yeah, I think they should do $5,000 a person. Right, Kevin? That's because it's all bullshit money. That's correct, Miss Miriam. The announcement was today. Free money. At least $1,000 we're talking here, Miriam. A month. Yep. Here comes helicopter money. Oh, nope. They should have did that back in 2009. Instead of giving the money to the banks, they should have gave the money to the people to get the economy going. I ain't refusing no fucking money. Yes, Miss Miriam. Miriam, you better get into the States here. Yeah. It pays for bills. At least here. Hey, tow truck! Nah, $1,000 pays everybody's bills. If you think about it, that'll pay your gas bill, your electric bill, your rent, and some food. You at least aren't struggling. And then people are going to go out to eat and stuff. That's the point of this money. Yeah, or your rent or your mortgage, Deb. Sure. Whatever you want to spend your money on. But it's going to help the economy. Obama's gift of over $500 billion to Iran would help right now. Yeah, sure, Kevin. Right. No, not right now, Deb. All these restaurants need some money too. Otherwise, they're going to go out of business. They need to pay their electric bill. These restaurants need to pay their rent. They need to pay to shut down, to stay shut down. They need it. People need money. The small businesses especially. Otherwise, they're going to go out of business. They at least need to pay their bills. I'll agree with you on that, Kevin. Fucking Obama. Yeah, they got to keep these small. We need more small businesses. I think I'm praying for the mom and pop shops to come back. Oh, hell, mom and pop shops. Cheers, everybody. Woo!
Oops. Oh, shit. Aaron just died. That's the situation. All right, let's go ahead and close that out. But yeah. There you go. Come on up, Jack.
Yeah, I'm just, finishing up and all that sort of thing. So got all my paperwork done in time for the big international conference, and that got them to them there. An hour and a half later, they decided to cancel it.
They decided to cancel it.
Cancel the international conference, or delay it, while the shitload of folks are supposedly coming from South Korea, 200 from Malaysia, 100 of them new franchise holders, 200 from the US, 300 from Europe. Yeah, all cancelled. That's all right. I knew it would be, but I still had to get the work done. And I'm glad I got it done before they noticed the cancel, because then they feel like pricks by telling me it got cancelled.
Hey, Jimmy Green. Welcome in. Yeah, but that sucks, Jack.
That's all right.
But, this is the nature of the way things are moving right now.
People are scared. Fear's ruling instead of common sense.
Yeah. Yeah, somewhat.
Oh, you can understand it in a way, and that, but anyway.
With the way things are going, though, yeah, you're right. It's kind of a just in case kind of move.
Showing you who the humans are. Don't know what the other species coming out is and that, but it's awful selfish and greedy.
Yeah. Yeah. I just keep my faith in God. Know that He's in control.
Yeah.
Not like I can snap my fingers. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the good Lord does give us free will, and that's sort of one of the things why you rely on humanity to help each other and community to help each other to get through difficult teams. One, it's good for the soul. Two, it creates a goodness and a bonding, and you have a look at the tight little communities. Everybody helps each other and all that sort of stuff. They can take any hit. I know a city loses electricity for 6 hours, and that people are jumping off the building because they can't get on the Facebook.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you lose a sense of community in the city. It's all everyone out for themselves.
Yeah.
That's one of the big things that we're seeing here. And then stupid stuff like toilet paper. You've
Yeah.
got big burly blokes, you know, sideswiping little old ladies and such, and little women with kids. There was a girl there; she couldn't have been more than 5'2". Little kid on her hip. She's walking as fast as she can. She got another one down by her side. This bloke just side swipes her that deliberate, knocks her into the thing to get down to the toilet paper. Like you've got to. It's okay to injure somebody,
Yeah.
be that rude over toilet paper.
Well, crazy people just gonna go crazy. That's what they're gonna do.
Well, he grabbed three big things. So let's say there were 48 rolls. There's almost 150 rolls. What's he need that for?
It's the fear.
Yeah, people are being ruled by fear and panic, and that instead of logic and consideration for others and all that sort of thing.
Well, we have to know that that's going to happen, Jack. I mean, there's nothing we're going to be able to do to stop that. I mean, there we can only touch so many people and all that stuff, that's we can do all we can do, and that's it. I mean, we just have to, know that these maybe that guy was an extreme leftist and an avid atheist, or who knows,
Just a regular human, the new evolving species. No,
Right.
it's a subplot, obviously.
It's less evolved.
Well,
Right.
we're getting so polarized here with everything, and that on one side I see conservatives, true conservatives, and all that sort of thing, and we've just joined a little group now because I'm a member of a couple of clubs around the place. We got down here Water Ski Club. They buy toilet paper once a year, rightio, and they've got a couple of bathrooms up and down the river. To comply with environmental requirements, and that people do their business not in the river, but in a proper treated, captured, all that sort of stuff, seeping septic system, and that's all got to have paper doing, and that's all run by the club. Now the club membership's $200 a year, but that's where it goes for the facilities. So the clubs turn around, any of the old folks in town need any stuff, come down, see them, they'll be give them half a dozen rolls, all that sort of stuff. Same thing with that, we've got a few other, the bowling club, I think they buy toilet paper maybe twice a year. So they buy huge big boxes and all that sort of thing, and they've got 20 odd bathrooms and that between 10 for the boys, 10 for the girls. Plus they've got shower facilities and that for a game of lawn bowls, all that sort of stuff. Change room facilities.
Sure, they probably buy by the pallet, right?
So the community's going to look after folks they've all got soap, they've all got hand cleaner, they've all got this sort of thing. So we're all rationing it up and that, and come and thing. If anybody wants it, they can have it. And just ask them, just be a local. But what we're getting now is idiots coming up from the city all the way to Dimbulla. We had two lots here. Came up in people movers, and one came up with a van type, dedicated delivery type van, and a couple of cars, and they just emptied the store Saturday and Monday. Next Monday's the next truck, and so there's nothing in of that nature out here now until next Monday, if they get it delivered.
Right.
But yeah, there's no need. Someone did a quick estimate of how much was approximately in all the warehouses around Australia. We've got good paper production facilities here, and we import a shitload. And so what should have been here and that's now gone equates to something like about 40 or 50 rolls per person.
It's these idiots buying up the stock and then thinking they're going to get rich off of selling it, you know?
Well, this is the thing. Apparently there was a Facebook thing. I don't do social media. I get all this secondhand, right? So, but I've seen enough reports of it bitching on other things. Gateway Pundit in the chat on their forum referenced the story. Someone made a post that, well, they're doing all good, and they had something like about 350 rolls of toilet paper. They bought up 100 bottles of hand sanitizer. They bought this multivitamin, whole box multivitamins from Aldi. This, that, and the other. And it's a couple. There's only 2 people in this whopping great mansion. And some guy tracked them because they got the smartphone, but they got the GIS thing in the meta tag of the picture, so you can get a GPS reading of where the picture was taken, and track them to this big mansion and all that sort of thing. And now they say they doxed him, like that idiot tried to say I've doxed him before. Fuck's sake, victim me. Anyway, and had the poor guy arrested. Now he made a smart ass comment and says, well, when shit hits the fan, because they made a comment, when shit hits the fan, we're going to be rich. In other words, they have an intention to profiteer, which is an illegal act. This guy said, well, when shit hits the fan, folks, you know where to go shopping.
Yeah.
Now, so they demanded the police.
Bless you. God bless you. You all right? You all right?
Coronavirus.
Coronavirus. What's up, Florida? Florida says, anybody know where I can buy?
No, it's these fucking stupid herbal cigarettes I'm trying instead of tobacco.
Yeah.
Well, Tracy's here in 10 days. Oh, shit, what am I doing? That'll... Long last. It's all good. So, I've been good, but this batch, most of them are fine, but you get 1 or 2, they just make you cough and cough and cough.
Right.
Hey, darling, how you doing? Yeah, she's not going to work no more. Not at the Dollar Tree. No, I said stuff it. Everybody's coming in there coughing and spluttering. So,
Hey, Tracy.
we can get her in if she 14 days self quarantines once she gets here. So that's fine. We've moved the training and that for the company execs and senior franchise guys back another 2 weeks until she gets that done out the way and everybody checks out and all that sort of thing. So that's good. Then instead of doing this big international conference, I'll just go on a road trip. What do you reckon, babe? That 30,000 mile.
30,000 miles. Road trip?
Yeah, zigzagging all the way across to cover every franchise in Australia. Thankfully, most of them are along the coastlines and that, but in a couple of states they do go inland, 800,000 miles. And just my luck, there's 4 pretty much deep down in the centre. There's one in Alex Springs. There's one at Catherine. There's one at Broken Hill, and one at Mount Isa. So they're fair way off the beaten track. So ducking back to the coast, 800-mile detour, and that you just added 1,600 miles to your trip. So 30,000 miles is a pretty minimal estimate.
Oh shit!
So it might take us about 4 months.
Time to rent a car.
Tracy officially retired. So she's going to come over here instead. And I'll put her to work, but she doesn't. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, she's got her 14 days here when she gets here. That's the terms of her coming over. Things can change. Government can totally close the borders, but we should be still able to get her in here because we're doing everything now before they do that. Like I said, I've got a few connections. As long as she's got no symptoms when she departs, it should all be okay. For quarantines, when she gets here, we'll take her straight from the airport, straight here, lock her up for 14 days, comparatively nobody, everything's here. See the doctor on day 16, 48 hours after that. If everything checks out, me checks out as well. No transition, no fevers, no anything like that. So, yeah, it's all good.
There you go.
So the only thing is airlines might close, and that we've got no control over that. But if that happens, they reschedule you and I'll rebook and that, and you can redo the visa due to extenuating circumstances like airlines.
Yeah.
So that's no dramas.
Good deal. Hold on a second. I got to refresh real quick. I lost you.
I'm just wondering if it's these white chalky bits, stalky bits.
Yeah. Well, that's hopefully that goes smooth.
We'll get it sorted one way or the other. No big deal.
Yeah, I wanted to let you know that Drop had mentioned. I talked to him after the show, and Drop. He wanted to let you know that he's not. He didn't intend to.
Drop has never answered a question. He made quantum leaps, and that now I've by his own words last night, I've repetitively doxed him. I don't know where the guy's from. How can I have possibly have doxed him if I don't know where he's from? Oh yeah. Then he gave me a bullshit answer anyway.
I know.
And this is the thing. That was the first answer I've ever actually got out of him. And
yeah, I told him all straight up. I told him, I was like, exactly.
Now, he makes these grandiose fucking claims. He's got 1 million men under his command, well trained and armed. 0.39% of your national population in a group that's armed, ready to take over the government, but nobody knows about them, that the FBI and all the rest of it. And the FBI had the Tea Party fucking tunneled on that when they had 210 members. Because their badge number and that was 211 and 212.
Well, the thing with Drop is that
he's a bullshit artist.
Sometimes, yeah. I understand exactly how you feel about what happened.
There's 3 or 4 channels out there that he gets information from. Within 1 or 2 days of these other channels posting something, he'll have it up, right out. But he'll do it as his original content from his special advisors and all that sort of thing, and that nobody can know about, but he always tells them they're coming in on Skype, which is unsecured. I know you can put in codes and all that sort of thing to Skype and get security and all that sort of thing. One, it breaches the terms of service. 2, it's a big ding, 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 ding on the system, and they punch it straight out to the NSA, right? That's the deal.
Right.
Have a look at the agreements that were struck.
You got to take him with tongue in cheek. Okay, you really got to take him with tongue in cheek. I understand what you say.
Not when he's constantly calling me stupid, and all the rest of you too.
I know. I told him. That's what I'm saying. That was the thing.
he does it in a very highfalutin, polite way.
Sure, he does. He's
In a lot of ways, but
yeah.
it's derogatory. Now, if you want to stand for that, that's fine, and I can understand how you let elitist bastards get to the top and all that sort of thing without anybody ever stopping them, because he's doing the same methodology. I'm better than you. You've got to fucking listen to me. And the thing of his Million Man Army, have you ever listened to what his plans are to do that, and who he's going to get rid of?
I don't. He doesn't.
No, let him ramble on. Let him ramble on, and that he'll tell you quite openly.
Yeah, I know.
All the Jesuits and the Catholics and the Jews and the blacks and the people who don't think like him. But his followers will be safe. So basically, what? You're not one of his followers, so you won't be safe from his Million Man Army. Look, people like that.
You just said that it's his form of satire. If that makes any sense to you, it's his form of satire. I know it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't translate into. It's just an eccentric form of his character. It's one of those things.
Okay, look, you like him. That's obvious fine. I can't.
No. It's not about. It's not about that.
But here's my point. If I can't do it, just let me go. Don't turn around and say I'm being a coward and running away.
Yeah, that wasn't. He wasn't. He was just being polite and walking out before he said something.
See, this is somebody projecting. Right, they're projecting their own thoughts onto me, and that for my actions. They have no understanding about it. Rightio?
No.
I am not a cuckold fucking idiot, and that who's got to fucking snivel and fucking apologise up to a guy that fucking annoys the living daylights out of me because he tells so much fucking lies, never backs any of it up, and thinks he's above it all. And if you ask him just for one fact once, that's an attack.
I know.
Ask me about anything that I'm spouting, and if I can't back it up, call me a bullshit artist because I can't back it up.
Well, yeah, we know that. Okay, it's kind of a thing with Drop. And he
never backs up anything he says. Yeah, I know. But
right.
He'll call people very politely, but he'll call them subhuman and future cannon fodder. And these are the polite terms.
I know what you're saying. I know what you mean.
They're totally disrespectful term, and you think they're funny and laughing about it.
And no,
I don't want to hang around because I understand what he's getting at. I understand. I know what it is. These are all master terms. I don't want to belong or know somebody like that. Sorry. So I leave quietly. I can't do this. I try to get straight answer. I can't do it. I leave. Bye. I can't do this.
No, I understand what you're saying.
And then someone's calling me a coward and that and running away and all that sort of stuff. No. Fuck no. And that so much fuck no, and that I'd love to be able to crawl up through the fucking internet and fucking show you how much fucking fuck no.
I get it, dude.
And this is it. I'm not allowed to leave. I'm not allowed to have my opinion. I've got to go along with fucking every fucking dickhead in there, and everybody fucking jumps to their defense. Well, you apologise for the last time for me. The guy comes here to I'm entitled to leave. Yes or no?
Yes, if you want to. Well, we
cool.
didn't.
What's wrong with me doing so?
No, I was defending you.
No, I'm asking tow truck. Why was it needed a big apology? The guy refused to answer a question and then gave me a bullshit answer. And what am I supposed to do? Right. And that.
Well, Jack,
rather than causing a stink.
It wasn't. Well, yeah, I understand, but it wasn't my disrespect.
And I'm a fucking little cuckold, and I'm apologising to him. No, I'm not apologising to the idiot.
You apologize to him.
No, Jack, I wasn't trying to be offensive to you.
Raced up there and apologised on my behalf.
I was trying to mend some fences, man. And maybe I suppose I did speak for you, but what I was really trying to do is that you didn't have to be all that upset. We all we saw what you saw, and you were better at expressing
to
it.
me every fucking time, dude. He's never
I know.
once, not once, given me an honest answer on anything. He's
I
given
don't
me
think he's
some
given anybody ever an honest answer.
He's given me some doctored data, and then I compared it to the original data and said, yeah, it ain't 5. And then you can see where the JPEG had been edited and someone's been pasted it over the top. I don't know the weird to do it. It looks like it, but the shade in this thing subsection, the bit that changes everything, and that ain't a match. Rightio. Now, he may have got that off the internet. Someone else is. I can't accuse him of fucking doing the doctoring. But it's doctored data. Try to raise that with him. You're attacking him. He plays victim. I doxed him. How many times have I doxed him before? Oh, you doxed me in the past. Fucking where'd you get that from? I'm talking about genetic mutagen, and all of a sudden now he's trying to put that into a link to the attack on China. He's not listened to what I said. I asked you specifically, you want to hear an obvious take on it and all that sort of thing? How far did I get into that? Not because I'm answering everybody else's fucking questions.
Was I being distractive, or was I supporting the conversation? I guess I thought that I was helping and keeping on track, and I wanted to hear from you. I really did. I had no intention of doing. And even after
what you want out of me, and if it doesn't comply with what you want, like this guy is barking up so far up the wrong tree, but he's trying to create more bullshit out of what I'm saying, and that's not going to happen.
Right.
Okay. Well, not going to happen. He's not going to use me as his next fucking run of his story.
I ask him the same sort of questions, and I challenge his authenticity, and I ask him direct questions, and he wasn't giving me answers, and he, was insulting to me and everybody, like, in general, not me, not that he was targeting me, but in general.
Comments about the debate. If you didn't find them insulting, you need a kick in the pants, or either that, man, don't ever get into a hectic business. Stay away from tow truck and drug dealing and all that sort of shit. You won't go well in it.
No, I understand. I get that. And he said, well, you would never understand. And I was like, okay, make it so that I can understand. And he couldn't. So yeah, he was implying that I was an idiot and that I was incapable of understanding. And that's not true. Time. He was incapable of explaining is the key. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I had to bring down the show last night just because it was getting more contentious, and I just brought it down.
Look, and the 3 gods stuff and all that sort of thing I find repulsive. 3 separate gods, all that sort of thing. That's bastardization. People that have been pin on it for 1700 years. They've been trying to pin that bullshit on us, and that's so someone's got to justify to hunt us down. And he's then using that as his guiding source of information, and all these people and that deep in the government. Is he Q? That's what he's making himself out to be.
Well, I had a
that's fine. But I'm going to get going when he rocks by.
No, it's not about that, Jack.
Yes, it is about that. I don't want to be bullshitted to or degraded like that.
No.
Mate, look, if you want to be accepted, and if you want to be called sub thinking level people over and over and over in various ways, shapes, and forms, most of them very polite, but still to the point, that you don't have the brain capacity to understand the message that he's got, or even debating on such things. He doesn't even think you're worthy of explaining things to because you're so subpar.
Right.
Correct.
I
understand that completely.
And I don't want to be spoken to like that, so I'm going to leave.
That's why I talked to him.
I'm just going to leave, and that is my right.
Hold on a second. Now, I understand what you're saying. And I did have a long talk with him after the show, telling him just exactly these things in a way that he would understand and he would listen to. I hope, but I'm not. We're not going to tolerate that kind of thing going on, and that's what I was telling him. I was like, that's ridiculous.
I don't know, but I had a quick look to make sure that I heard what I heard at the time and wasn't drunk, and yeah, it was exactly as remembered. Didn't see a thing, but from memory, it went on for another 3 hours after that, and then you shut it down, and he was still there, and he was still doing this 3 hours after.
Still being contentious, even though me and Tow Truck were bad and badgering him and everything.
If you can put up with this guy and that hammering at you and that how stupid you are, how superior he is, and that for 3.5 hours, good luck to you. To me, that's going too far. That's taking abuse and just asking for more. So, let somebody do it for so long, shut them down, all that sort of thing. But if they won't stop, if they won't change their ways, and he just gets more and more arrogant, and his stories get bigger and bigger and bigger. But his stories always end up a draconian group going through wiping out the Undermensch.
I know.
Right. And then so when somebody asked him, well, what's the name of that organization? And it sounded to me like blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
and then he got asked again directly, what was the name of it? And I heard the same thing the second time. And then he was like, hold on, say it slow so I can type it in. I want to check on it. And then the conversation went a completely different
direction. Okay, all right.
Nobody in any of these rooms that he's been here, Ben's here, seen him in other places, worthy of his intellect and all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to go. That's my thing. I'm just going to leave. And if you don't like that, well, fine. I think you don't understand me at all. And I think you're all bullshit ass about talking about freedom of speech and all the rest of it. I don't have to put up with stuff. I don't have to be here now.
No, I understand that.
Don't force me. But it slagged me off and that for doing so. What gives you the right to? What gives you the right to slag me off because I made a choice to just...
Okay, so I apologize for that, Jack. And I want to tell you that was not my intention. Your frustration again, same situation. The only intention I had was to reduce your frustration level. That's all I ever wanted to do.
And your intention resulted in apologies to the folks causing the drama on my behalf that clears them and makes them all okay. It's all Jack's fault. Well, fuck you. Don't help in the future.
So I was mistaken, but it wasn't facetious. I apologize. I have fault.
All right. You fucked around with a fuel tanker and that caught fire and burnt a fucking farm. You're all sorry and all that sort of thing and that, but you won't do it again. But this is the second time you've done it. What do? I'm just sick of how, you jump on other people to apologise on my behalf and all that sort of thing, and how I'm the bad guy, but you like us too. He's a really good guy, and I heard, I really love Jack and all that sort of thing. Heard all that, but your actions are otherwise, man. You'll take everybody else's side, and I'm just wondering what the go is. None of these people in the past
because I didn't think it was proper of you to be so frustrated over something so obviously false. I didn't think it was necessary for you to be that frustrated over somebody tricking. I didn't think it was necessary, and I tried to calm it down. That was my intention.
You're talking this last time?
Every, yes.
Time?
That's
Well,
that's
about the
how I'm
first
set
time,
up.
the couple of weeks back, and that when everything come out, and they come out and were bragging about exactly what they were doing, instead of denying everything, they come out bragging about it. How do you feel about fucking your stance then? I didn't get an apology from you about it.
The thing about that is, Jack, I did not know the background story. I only knew the story of what I witnessed online. I skipped a day or two. Some other things happened that I had no idea about.
Yeah.
I did not know that they had sabotaged your name. I had no idea. I thought it was just about what's her name wanting attention and an answer for a question. That's all I knew. And I didn't understand why you were so upset. And I tried to explain it by saying that Jack is a very diligent, very passionate person, and he doesn't like bullshit, and he's upset by it. And I didn't feel that it was proper that you be that upset over such a small incident. I did not know the background, and I was merely trying to make peace.
Yeah.
And I mean this, and I've been true, and I still am true about it. I can be mistaken, but I'm not being mean about it.
So, by taking my thing, tossing that away, taking their side, and then having them explain it was all a joke, and then a couple of weeks later, no, they all bragged about it, and nobody from anywhere, or one person did, said when they learned about, oh shit, I saw that, and then now they're bragging about it, and it's true. I'm so sorry. I believed them in the beginning. One person. And still don't want to be known. But then again, I know I'm not one of the cool kids, but you go play with the cool kids. It's all good. Even though you know the truth, and you know you screwed me over, and that, I mean, it's all good. Justify it all you like, man. You can, yeah, enjoy.
Well, Florida, what do you got there?
I think I need to refresh here. Let me try to refresh, all right?
All right.
So my brother's ex-girlfriend came over. She was on her way to some vacation or something. So she brought her dog for us to babysit, and she ended up getting my reading glasses, which were really cool. They're 3-stage lineless trifocals, magnify so I can read. And so I found a new pair. They're $35, but this pair has suppose you can't see it. Well, see the green kind of hue on there? So it also has the blue block stuff for the ultraviolet rays that come off of the screen. So I got some much better eyes these days. Florida.
I know that Southern
So
Bell. I know that.
That's the new exciting thing.
I'm trying to refresh. It won't let.
It won't let you click out.
Right, it wouldn't let him out.
So, well, I feel like a piece of shit right now. I really do. But the good part is, I never resorted to any kind of cheap shit, so I guess I'm still all right. So,
well, I mean,
that's all I got. Right?
Apologize, So.
Oh yeah, Southern Bell. These are the Foster Grant multifocus. I heard there's a frame weakness. I had a pair and the frame broke, and I was reading the reviews, and the guy was like, "Well, I broke them getting them out of the container and stuff." So I was looking for metal framed ones, but they didn't have this magnification in the gunmetal. So I got these. I guess I just got to be more careful. Maybe I'll write a letter to Foster Grant and tell them to rework their plastic, not so brittle. It seems to have air bubbles in it. It's probably the thing. So I don't know. Oh shit, Emerald, I feel like such a piece of shit right now. You know, I started talking to my sister and that made me feel bad, and now Jack made me feel bad. I'm feeling pretty bad, man. Fuck. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to.
Life has those days, man. Life has those days where things get hard, but as long as you're true and you're honest and right with God, I mean, trying to do the right thing, you know, that's what you got to stand hard. Hey, things get hard when you do the right thing, man. Things get hard.
You know, man, I need friends and stuff. I'm not trying to unfriend anybody. You know, I mean, I can spot a fake. You know, I mean, I can.
Well, we all know that
I know people to stay away
is
from.
a character. It's not even. I mean, he's got his own set of reality points and stuff like that, and you know, they're his. You know, obviously, you know, but you just have to, you know, take it with a grain of salt for the most part. You know, I find it entertaining, but yeah. But then again, I have a proper perspective of his behaviors too. You know what I'm saying?
I'll meditate about this. That just fucking hurts, man.
I hear you,
bro. Hurts. Whatever. Peace, love, and well-being to you all. I'll catch you later.
Yeah.
You be all right, man.
So, Florida.
With the
you and your hot ass weather.
How do I cut this, man? How do I cut that in half right there? With like a black grinding wheel?
Yeah. Yeah. Cut off.
Because I ain't got nothing that'll cut that, and that's hard as shit right there.
Yeah.
I can drill it, but I can't cut it with nothing. Nothing. Hacksaw.
I need a grinder. Grinder and a cutoff wheel.
Yeah, I'll have to get one. Yeah. It's the only thing I don't have here. Shit.
Hey,
How
Dennis.
y'all been doing?
Welcome in, Buffalo. Southern Belle, Huckleberry, Miriam. Dennis says a bandsaw with a metal blade.
Shit, I ain't got one of them.
But yeah, that's how I would do it. I'd take a grinder and a metal cutoff, set the thing in a vise, and take care of business.
Look how deep I drilled in there.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That deep, yeah.
Nice and plain, straight through.
Yeah. Well, not all the way through. I'm trying to cut the end off, but hell, I couldn't even make a scratch with nothing I got. I mean, a scratch.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Hacksaw blade or nothing?
No, nothing. I mean, maybe with a hacksaw blade, if I could. You know, my buddy had one with it was like this long. And I could get, you know, once I got the line started, once I got the start cut, you know, the cut started, I could put that big long saw and get them big strokes on it. And That's what was cutting the deal for me, was them long strokes. And I just can't. I don't have anything, man. I mean, I can't even scratch it.
Man. So is that what the only thing you've been working on?
Today, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I had to stop and reassess my end goal because, you know, I'm learning what each part does, so I had to kind of do things different.
Right, right.
And I never knew, you know, I mean, I never knew what any of that was, but I
Well,
guess I gotta find the cutoff wheel.
Yep. So, hey, battery. What's up? You're immune. Immune to what? That's good. Hey, Aaron.
I'm warming up for Corona.
You're getting up to Corona?
Yeah.
My Corona. My.
I see these people the other day. And I said, well, have a happy Corona. And I left. They didn't even know me, you know. It's funny as shit, man. They didn't even know me.
Dennis says, I've had no problem socializing. I've been preparing for this a long time. Right?
I told him about my last girlfriend. I said, man, she was crazy. And I was trying to figure out, how do I extract myself from this situation? So I told him about how I sent her a text. Oh, I'm sick. I think it's the coronavirus. Lol. That was the last time I heard from her.
Battery addiction says it's the cannabis. The cannabis virus. That's what you're checking on.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I got an edible, too. From my buddy. It's like a gummy bear.
Oh, I didn't know that, Southern Belle. Roll that funky doob, you white boy.
Like a gummy bear. Where's the camera at?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's a big old one.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you make that?
No,
Well, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
I'm waiting to eat it because that's one of them all day things, boy. You ain't doing nothing all day. Just sleeping, getting up, wake up stoned, be like, man, how did I get here?
Oh, wow. Colonel says his sister has it.
Oh no, that sucks. Damn, I hate to hear that. That's the first person I know that knows anybody that has it. Man.
Right. Well, see, that's the other thing, guys. This lockdown on the country or whatever isolation thing going on, it's also going to wipe out a lot of other viruses too. All these other flus and colds. Yeah, good potential to knock out a bunch of those too.
You know, if you was to get pulled over right now, and when they come up to your car, if you just went
Yep.
Like, hold on, let me find my license. Here, here it is.
They'll be like, "That's okay, man. That's all right. Slow down."
That's funny.
Dennis says, no, don't, no more. I'm tired waking up on the floor.
Man, I wish I could see the chat. That's what.
Well, that's why I was, I'm trying to get it straight. Miriam's laughing.
Boy. Man. Yeah, so I guess I gotta get a grinder then. The only thing I don't have. What if I heated it up real hot? Would it like soften it up enough where I could cut it with a hacksaw? You think?
I don't know. I
hate to do that. So I really don't want to do that.
Don't want to do what?
Heat it up that hot. Because I don't really have any way to handle it or anything. I can't, feed on it with nothing, without. Oh, well.
You got a pair of barbecue tongs?
Yeah, I got gloves. I got all kinds of shit, but I don't want to be fucking with that,
Right.
Not red hot like that.
I was watching Mark Dice's Man on the Street. There are so many idiots out there.
I know, right?
Did you hear the news today? President Kennedy died. He got hit by a car. Oh yeah, I think I saw something like that in my email. What?
Yeah, these people are just idiots, really.
One lady, she says, he died back in '63, didn't he? Oh, you got it.
Yeah, it's craziness, man. Craziness.
Makes you wonder if we really deserve this virus. Awful idiots.
You know what's really scary? You know what's really, really scary? That scares me the most?
What's that?
All these idiots vote.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, a lot of them don't.
Hope not.
Man.
But I figure they probably do, because people like Nancy Pelosi wouldn't be in office if they didn't.
She's on the way out.
She should never been in.
Well,
Not from liberal San Francisco, as we expect.
well, they were able to get away with their fraud in the past.
Yeah, it's a huge now.
They done got away with it. People have been saying this shit for 10 years, man.
There you go.
Aaron's calling me.
That's my battery. Oh, check it out. The lights on it.
Well, there you go. What do those do?
On the switch, though, I can't power it up or they're draining the battery. Switch, though, I can't power it up or they're draining the battery. Most of it's wired. Most of it's wired. You get a wire just to it. You get a wire just to it.
Crankshaft.
So he's got Aaron on the phone.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's really breaking up.
That's I can't understand one word.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing we can.
I don't have one. Is what it is.
I'm the wizard.
Mute him, but I'm muted. There it is. Hopefully it doesn't do it again.
Is that Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron called him, and now it's all broken up.
Yeah, I can't understand a word.
I know. It was all going crazy. His screen froze up, and the sound went all stupid. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know the new guy here next to me. This way.
Oh, that's Dennis.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
Yeah.
I've been here.
Yeah, and chat, he puts Jose on the screen.
Oh, hi. I thought it was Jose.
Jose, right.
Oh,
Jewish way of being hoser.
Hoser. So, jeez. There you go.
yeah, a 5.56 pistol on myself. If anybody's interested.
Oh, nice.
I'll keep the lights on.
Yeah, they'll stop and say, "What's that?" Pow.
Anybody have epilepsy?
Nice.
That'll freeze the deer in his tracks.
Brace. Billet custom octagonal receiver and upper matching. Fully ambi. Ambi magazine release, but a not ambi bolt catch.
What do you have on the selector?
45 degree throw. And I got a chip McCormick flat trigger.
Yep.
Semi-auto and 3-round burst?
No. And Magpul Pro steel offset sights.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Looking to do something different, so I got to generate some more funds.
There you go.
You can get a Vepper and 6.5 Creedmoor. I'm thinking about getting one of those and pimping it out. Could go with the AK action.
So that's what was that? That was a 308?
This is 5.56.
5.56. Okay.
It's set up to where you can do subs as well as supersonic.
Nice.
I never, after I did it, I thought about what's the logic of doing a subsonic 5.56? You might as well just have a 45.
It's the noise level.
You have less mass and you slow the way down. Might as well just go with 45. Ends up being about the same foot-pound energy as a 45.
They moved our break room out onto the factory floor
Oh, really?
because of COVID-19.
Oh, no shit.
Surprised I don't have aerosol disinfectants mist.
Yeah, I want to breathe that in.
Yeah. But
I am disinfected.
man, I gotta go.
I better not give the bureaucrats ideas then, huh?
Somebody's spreading a rumor online that if you get drunk, you're safe from the coronavirus.
If you what? What was that?
Drinking alcohol keeps you safe from the coronavirus.
Oh yeah. I think you gotta get a blood alcohol content a lot higher than you can go. Right.
And here it must be smoked marijuana and you're safe, right?
Well, if you do morphine and heroin, you're not safe, but you don't care.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's silver. It's silver. No, we ain't gonna save you, but the silver will.
Oh man, I stopped to get gas at Costco. the line for gas was small. Then I drove by the Costco building, and the line was out the door just to get in.
Oh, really?
You get in that line, you're at least a half an hour wait to get in the door.
Oh, no shit.
I was going to get something.
I wonder what they lined up for. Toilet paper?
That would have made me late.
Right.
I did see a guy go out across from the exit to his car with a package of toilet paper. So apparently they had something.
Right. Probably had a truckload coming in. Yep.
I think they get a truckload every day.
Oh, I'm sure.
And as soon as they open the door, rush of carts going for the toilet paper. And Mark Dice did a video on the panic. Oh, it was so fun.
Oh, really?
I like Mark Dice. I'm a subscriber, but I never get my notifications ever.
I know. I don't either. I know I'm subscribed. It's really weird. Yeah. So I just, go to town as little as possible.
My break's over.
Yeah.
I got 2 minutes. I have to clock in. But I got to take all my stuff with me. I can bring that later. It's at my workstation.
All right, bud. Talk to you soon.
Take a little walk through here.
Here's a story for you.
What's that?
Montrose funeral home owner who allegedly sold hundreds of bodies without family's consent is federally indicted.
Huh.
Some lady, Megan Hess.
Jehu Garcia's got a giveaway. He's got a live stream right now, and he's got a giveaway of some kind of battery I never heard of. So I got to move to that live stream. Try and win it.
The winds went dark.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just, there we are. This is my camera. Let's drop it out. But yeah, no, they turn around and they're talking about the Fed. Well, the Fed dropped the interest rate to 0.
The prime interest rate to near 0. Yeah, for all the rich people.
Right. So
doesn't help us at all.
Right. So then turn around and now they're talking about doing a public bailout.
They're talking about sending $1,000 to everybody, but I figure, what I want to do is all the people that are really against socialism and getting something for free, they can send their $1,000 to me.
Right. Yeah. You don't feel like, you want to get.
You can't be part of socialism. Send your $1,000 to me. Corrupt me with it.
Right. So, but yeah, X24, Real Don Marno. Hey, what's up, buddy? Lots of rust in SA. We are first, next to the U.S., then Asia. Last but not least, the EU. Coronavirus is a cover story to stop false flagging. Aaron was talking about it.
Yeah, there's also an MIT professor talking about the deep state is using this going to use this to further their goal. He came up with the same theory that myself and a lot of other people came up with as far as the theory. They're going to use the event. He's not saying it's not legitimate or anything, the coronavirus still. He's saying that they're using it to spread fear and go do ahead and do a test run, see, manipulate the economy and everything else.
Sure.
This is just a drill. Be ready for the next one.
So does this desensitize everyone, you think?
conditioned people.
Yeah.
There's a good meme that says it's nicer to use the word quarantine. Quarantine's a nicer word to use than martial law.
Right. Right.
I'm just trying to take advantage of it and buy the right stocks at the right time. So when this all hashes out, I'll make a little money.
Yeah, I guess the people who bought stock in toilet paper companies are getting pretty good right now.
Yeah, they cleaned up, huh? Figuratively speaking.
Yeah. Literally.
I made some good money off an oil, because oil really crashed hard. But I bought it at the bottom, it bounced a bit, so I pulled back and made a fair amount of money doing that.
There you go.
And I heard that
All right, bro.
Carnival cruise went from, let's see, down to $12 from $72.
It's down to $12.
And so I'll be looking for a bottom on it as well. Let's see, most recently, it says the month, 1 month it went from $43 to $12.
Wow.
I'm looking for about a $10 bottom, and I'll jump in. Probably about 500 shares.
Right.
They're figuring sometime about by November, it'll turn around pretty good. I think it's actually going to start turning around before that. So I'll buy the low and just sit on it.
Right. Right. Yeah. Where's Canoes? I'm gonna. I got. Oh man.
Who's Canoes?
Canoes to the moon with the
right.
goat. The guy with the goat.
Oh, I'm totally ignorant about that.
Right. Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah, I got my brother just let me know dinner was done. It took a little longer than we thought, but got a corned beef and potatoes and
Nice.
stuff going on. So was let me get on the bed, man. Like, what's up? Yeah, they were. Hey, what's going on, man? Okay. I was gonna say my dinner just got ready. I was Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I was hoping you were gonna be on. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be on.
Okay, bro. All right, talk to you in a bit. All right, bye. But yeah, no, this all this stuff is just coming together. The stuff that's not being seen. I keep trying to see what's going on, and there's not much news out there that's not related to all this crap.
Yeah.
You know. And yeah, there's going to be some serious financial problems come out of this, but
It'll be interesting to see what all hashes out. Some people will do good through it, like anything. It takes money to make money. But a lot of I went to the grocery store. We have everything we need here. We go
Sure.
for little things. And what hit me was there was a young couple with a child, and you knew that they didn't have a whole lot of anything. you know, and these are the people who are going to be hit the hardest, I think. And you know, I just, you know, felt bad, man, because like, you know, there's thousands of millions of people in that situation that barely making it, barely getting by. And if it gets
Right.
really bad, they'll be the first ones that have really big problems. So
Yeah.
we need the people that need people to not be overly greedy and help people out and help other people get by.
Yeah.
But then you have on the flip side, flip side, you have people that want to take from people too. You have to be prepared for. They'll want to take by force. I don't think this event will get around to that far, but I think that event is coming.
There will be that time. Yep.
Yeah. It's for people like you that are planning real good and being pretty much off grid. Smart move. You're just gonna need the right. Get you some claymores, man.
we have a sufficient armory. Yeah, I should say. But yeah, that's time. I'll tell you what. I knew this was coming, so. But you know, it's stuff like this that's really going to make people wake up.
Huh?
You know, this
Yeah,
is
it's gonna be interesting to see how this all plays out.
it will be. Yes, it will be.
Because this is the kind of stuff the deep state gets really desperate. It's hard to say what they'll do. They decide, oh, this is gonna, we got to do things now. We got to move things along faster. It'll be interesting to see what they come up with.
Well, there'll be. Imagine if this would have happened without Trump.
Well, even farther down the line, yeah. That's the only, you know, I'm not a big Trump supporter. There's things that I don't like that he's done, but that's still again, if it proved myself before, I'd choose him many times over above Hillary. I don't, you know, to me right now, vote for a Democrat frontrunner like Biden is a vote for the last loss of national sovereignty. That's what it boils down to me.
Right.
You know, you've seen where he's talking about making Beto in charge of gun control and all that. That's, you know,
Right.
tells me all I need to know there.
Exactly.
Just got some crazy, insane, stupid people.
It is, and there's nothing you can do. You know, I mean, well, obviously, if you get addressed or have to deal with them, there's something you can do. But from the outset, just
well, they control that. They control that party. You know, the idiots control that party. They're crazy.
Yeah. So they're anti-human, for God's sakes. You know, that's just boils down to.
Yeah, there are different flavors of evil. You know, the abortion thing is one sort of evil, but then you have people that, you know, one thing that hit me, I had a thought back when people were protesting the abortion clinic. It's easy to be against all the wrong things, right? It's easy to hold up a protest sign. It's harder if you have the means to take a young girl in or whatever, just so she can have her child and not have to deal with that if she's in a bad situation. But it boiled down to me is, you know, what we're really willing to give of ourselves is really the determining factor of what we're for or against. So it boils down to.
Yep. Yep. Yes, it does. Yeah, it's one of those things, man.
Yeah, we give a lot of lip service to this or that, but what we're really willing to put on our line tells us what's real about ourselves. And they're against life in both directions. I mean, yeah, the warmongers want to kill adults. Right?
Yeah, right.
Children are, you know, just like you say, they're anti-human. Just as long as it's them that's not being killed.
Right. Well, that's what it seems. I was hearing some situations that the recent shipments of the elitist fluids that they were infected with the coronavirus, and a lot of them are. That's why a lot of them are getting now the coronavirus.
Well, what is it about? What liquid?
Well, like the adrenochrome stuff
Oh,
like
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why those that are prominent people are getting the
Well,
virus.
that's why they think that's why Tom Hanks. I guess Tom Hanks was incriminated.
Potentially.
Yeah, incriminated about the pedophile deal.
Right. So.
Yeah, I don't know what I do if I run into something like that. I'd end up killing somebody myself.
Yeah, I know. That's what I keep. Just I can't imagine. And yeah, that kind of thing just really bothers me.
Yeah, all I can do is be the best person you are where you're at and try to influence people for the best.
Well, that's what we try to do.
Yeah.
And
You think of the bigger picture and get tuned into it, you'd be too overwhelmed.
yeah, that's the hard not to go over that tipping point. You know what I'm saying? Into the fear. Because that's all there is over there is fear.
Yeah.
It's all fear that way.
Yeah, there's a fear part of it. I've lived a lot of life and I've faced death a few times, so I'm not much afraid of anything. I don't like pain. But I'm not afraid of much. Much at all. I've seen
Right.
crazy
Right.
things all the way around, from both a physical standpoint and a negative, demonic, spiritual standpoint. But you just get tuned into it and you get overwhelmed by the fact that we're so, people that understand are so powerless, like you're saying, to really change anything at that level. You, the sun sets free is freedom indeed. Mr. Buffalo Bill's ghost. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You need to go. I'm going to drop off. You going to eat your dinner?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna find I've got a couple videos of Trump and his meeting. I was gonna run those.
Oh, nice. I'll leave this up. You grab me a snack there.
Yeah, that press release that he did today. I was gonna do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and play that so we, have that information out there.
Well, I'll drop off and watch the stream on YouTube and grab me a snack. And
Thank you for coming up, brother.
Take care, man.
All right, talk to you soon.
All blessings, all is good.
You know it, man. Go in faith. Yo, gotta figure out. Oh, I closed the window. Damn. But let's see here. I'm gonna bring these up. I closed the dang window. And let's see. There. Hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to find it. Here we go.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Progress being made. And I appreciate you all joining us. Last night, the FDA announced groundbreaking new policies to further increase testing, very substantially so. All states can now authorize tests developed and used within their borders in addition to the FDA. So the states are very much involved. They have been involved from the beginning, but we're stepping it up as much as we can, and the testing procedures are going well. And within a short period of time, all of the private labs will kick in. This has never been done before, and it's going to be something I think it's going to be incredible if it's done properly. And these are great companies. These are among the greatest companies in the world, actually. So the state's going to be dealing through themselves and with local government, local physicians, local everybody. They're also dealing with us, who we have a tremendous testing capacity. Today, we're also announcing a dramatic expansion of our Medicare telehealth services. Medicare patients can now visit any doctor by phone or video conference at no additional cost, including with commonly used services like FaceTime and Skype. A historic breakthrough. This has not been done before either. In addition, states have the authority to cover telehealth services for their medical patients. And by doing this, the patient is not seeing the doctor per se, but they're seeing the doctor, so there's no getting close. During this time, we will not enforce applicable HIPAA penalties so that doctors can greatly expand care for their patients using telehealth, so the penalties won't be enforced. We encourage everyone to maximize use of telehealth to limit exposure to the virus. It's been a very successful method of communication, never used on a scale like we use at telehealth. And you'll be able to also better maintain hospital capacity by this. Earlier this morning, I spoke with executives from America's fast food industry, Wendy's, McDonald's, all of the big Burger King, and they were great. We're talking about the pickups in light of yesterday's guidance you heard. To avoid eating or drinking at bars, restaurants, or public food courts, we discussed the important role that the drive-through pickup and delivery service can play in the weeks ahead. So that's happening, and they have been fantastic. They have been absolutely fantastic, and they've been doing it already, but they're keeping it open, and smaller staffs, they're very capable people and very capable companies, and they're doing it, pickups. Our guidance yesterday urges Americans to take action for 15 days to help stem the outbreak. So it's a 15-day period. I guess now we'd say it's a 14-day period. It's 15 days from yesterday, and we're asking everyone to work at home if possible, postpone unnecessary travel, and limit social gatherings to no more than 10 people. By making shared sacrifices and temporary changes, we can protect the health of our people, and we can protect our economy, because I think our economy will come back very rapidly. So it's 15 days from yesterday. We'll see what happens after that. If we do this right, our country and the world, frankly, but our country can be rolling again pretty quickly. We have to fight that invisible enemy that I guess unknown, but we're getting to know it a lot better. Today, the Senate has taken up coronavirus legislation that includes free testing for those who need it, as well as paid sick leave and family medical leave for workers affected by the virus. We're also committed to getting small businesses the support that they need. In fact, one of the things we talked about with the fast food operations, we spoke to the chairman and CEOs of all of the companies, but one of the things we discussed is exactly that, getting small businesses support and flexibility that they need for themselves and for their workers, and that's being worked on right now. At my direction, Secretary Mnuchin is meeting today with senators on additional stimulus packages. I can tell you he was meeting with them late until the night last night, and for a big part of the day yesterday, and tremendous things are happening. There's great spirit, tremendous spirit, and I can say that for Republicans and Democrats. I can say that with respect to Governor Cuomo, we had a great talk this morning. We're both doing a really good job, and we're coordinating it. And we agree, different states need different things, and we agree on that 100%. But we had a very good talk, and I think we're right down the same track, and it's going to be very successful. New York has a pretty big problem, I guess, would be the number one hotspot. That's no fault of anybody's. It's just the way it is. But we're working very closely together. We're also getting FEMA very much involved. They've been involved, but now we're getting them to a different level. And we'll have everything ready. We're dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers should that be necessary. We have them working in some cases, on standby in other cases. But my conversation with Andrew Cuomo was a very, very productive one and a very good one. I appreciate that. We're giving relief to affected industries and small businesses, and we're ensuring that we emerge from this challenge with a prosperous and growing economy, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to pop. One day we'll be standing possibly up here. We'll say, well, we won. And we're going to say that. Sure as you're sitting there, we're going to say that. And we're going to win. And I think we're going to win faster than people think, I hope. Later today, I'll meet with leaders from the tourism industry, as well as industrial supply retailers and wholesalers, to discuss their critical roles. As you know, I met with the department store people, all of the retailers, the big ones, including Walmart and others. And it was a great meeting. They're stocking up their stores like they've never stocked them before. We're trying to get people to actually buy less, if that's possible. Buy less. Don't take everything, just buy what you need for a while. It's going to stay open all hours of the day, and they've been fantastic. We're taking aggressive action now as one nation and one family so that America can rebound stronger, frankly, stronger than ever before. And we recognize that while many American workers can work from home, many others cannot. Many of our healthcare providers, first responders, and men and women in the food service and manufacturing are showing that they're showing up and standing up to provide us with the goods and services we need. So we want people to stay home where they can, but in many cases, when you talk about food service and manufacturing, certain items in particular, they're going in. And they're practicing all of the safety rules and regulations that we talk about. So with that, I'd like to just introduce our great Vice President, Mike Pence. He'll say a few words, and then I'll make some other introductions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. It should be very clear to the American people that President Trump has initiated not only a whole of government approach, but a whole of America approach. And the president's interaction even today and through the course of this day with leaders in industry around the country reflects that we're not only bringing the full weight of the federal government to bear, but the full weight of the American economy. And I know I speak on behalf of the president when I say how inspired we are at the way the American people have stepped up and the way that American businesses, large and small, have stepped up. This has truly been inspiring. Our task force met this morning. We continue to focus on President Trump's priorities of testing, prevention, and supplies. And in that category, I'm pleased to report that while testing is available in all 50 states, as the president just indicated, through the swift action of the FDA at the encouragement of governors around the country, now state health authorities can authorize labs in their state and expand existing testing capabilities. But also in connection with the FDA's action, which you'll hear more about in a moment, we now have continued to expand the public and private partnership that the president forged with vast commercial laboratories around the country, increasing access to the high volume, high throughput coronavirus testing that is greatly expanding access even as we speak. Also, our task force received a report this morning on the progress that the U.S. Public Health Service and FEMA are making, working closely with state governments and also partners in the private sector like CVS, Target, Walgreens, and Walmart to expand remote testing sites around the country. And we'll have a full report later this week as those come online. It's important the American people understand that testing is happening all over the country. But all of our health experts wanted me to tell the American people, you don't need the results of testing to know what you should do. And President Trump's 15-day coronavirus guidelines are advice for every American in every community. They're the result of the best guidance of CDC and our health experts. And as the president said, we continue to urge every American over the next 15 days to put into practice the principles in the president's coronavirus guidelines. By every American practicing these principles, we believe that we can slow the spread of the coronavirus. In fact, our experts have told our task force that if every American acts on the president's coronavirus guidelines, we could see a substantial reduction in the spread of the coronavirus. But as the president said, it will take all of us to do it. So if you feel sick, stay home. If someone in your house tests positive, keep the entire household home. Especially if you're a person with an underlying health condition, we urge you to stay home and practice social distancing from people. No social gatherings of more than 10 people. Use drive-through, as the president discussed with leaders in the industry today, and every American, especially practicing common sense and good hygiene. For the American people as a whole, the risk of serious illness remains low, but we're asking every American to partner with us in this effort to slow the spread of the virus, and especially to be mindful of seniors or others with serious underlying health conditions for whom the threat of the coronavirus can be very significant and very real. As I said, the president has continued to push our task force to bring a whole of government, a whole of America approach, and we continue to be inspired the way our nation's governors and nation's businesses are responding. We spoke just yesterday with the leaders of every broadcast network in America that will soon be unveiling a public service campaign using CDC guidelines. And specifically, as we work on the issue of supplies, meetings yesterday with Department of Defense officials about excess supplies. The president and I will be meeting today to speak about the supply chain for hospitals. We would make one specific request, and that is we would urge construction companies to donate their inventory of N95 masks to your local hospital and forego additional orders of those industrial masks. Because of what the president asked to be included in legislation moving through the Congress today, those industrial masks that they use on construction sites are perfectly acceptable for healthcare workers to be protected from a respiratory disease. But we're asking construction companies that our president knows very well from his background, we're asking them to donate their N95 masks to their local hospitals and also forego making additional orders. As the president's direction, we will continue to do whatever it takes. We'll continue to marshal the best of the American people, the best of all the people behind me, the people behind them, our state and local officials, and we will get through this, and we will get through this together. Thank you, Mr. President.
I want to thank Chad Wolf and Homeland Security. The job they did at the airports was really incredible. They screened thousands and thousands of people. O'Hare got backed up, but a little bit, but they got him out. But everybody was screened and screened very carefully. They didn't want to rush it. I think it was 13 airports, and it was an incredible thing. Then they had a big surge also from the UK and Ireland, and that went very smoothly. But they did a fantastic job. They worked long hours, and they did a fantastic job. I'd like to introduce Steve Mnuchin, and then I'm going to ask Steve to leave because he's going to the Hill. He's been working very hard with the Senate and with the House on a very, very big, bold package. It's going to be big and it's going to be bold, and the level, again, of enthusiasm to get something done, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. So, Steve Mnuchin, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce some very significant actions that the President has approved today. The first I would say is earlier today, I sent a letter to Fed Chairman Powell approving his request to use 13.3. And what that will do is the Fed will be setting up a special purpose vehicle, which the Treasury will invest $10 billion in from one of our funds. That will enable the Fed to guarantee the purchase of A1, P1 commercial paper going forward. That is a $1 trillion market and is critical to American workers, it's critical to American business, and it's critical to American savers who have a lot of that money in money market funds. So we heard loud and clear there were liquidity issues. This is very significant and will create, I don't think we'll need to use it all, but we have the ability to have the Fed purchase up to $1 trillion of commercial paper as needed. That has already created significant stability in the market today. The second thing I would say is, we've previously talked about deferring IRS payments. The president earlier this morning authorized me to announce this program. I have previously announced we would defer $200 billion. The president suggested we increase that to $300 billion, which we will be doing. Now, let me just be clear on the specifics. We encourage those Americans who can file their taxes to continue to file their taxes on April 15th, because for many Americans, you will get tax refunds, and we don't want you to lose out on those tax refunds. We want you to make sure you get them. Many people do this electronically, which is easy for them and easy for the IRS. If you owe a payment to the IRS, you can defer up to $1 million as an individual. And the reason why we're doing $1 million is that covers lots of pass-throughs in small businesses, and $10 million to corporations, interest-free and penalty-free for 90 days. All you have to do is file your taxes. You'll automatically not get charged interest and penalties. Now, of course, any American has the right to extend their taxes. We're not taking that right, but the president has asked us to go up to $300 billion. That's also an enormous amount of liquidity in the system. The third thing is the president and I worked on a very significant economic stimulus plan. Thank you for being available last night and throughout this morning, and I will be presenting that to the Republicans in the Senate this morning, and also discussing that with the House. We look forward to having bipartisan support. We're now working with the Senate to pass this legislation very quickly, and these will be payments to small businesses. We've talked about loan guarantees to critical industries such as airlines and hotels, and we've also talked about a stimulus package to the American worker. You can think of this as something like business interruption payments for the American workers. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for the Secretary of the Treasury?
When you say a stimulus package for American workers, do you mean direct payments to Americans, or are you talking about a payroll tax holiday?
Although the president likes the idea of the payroll tax holiday, I will tell you what we've heard from many people, and the president has said we can consider this. The payroll tax holiday would get people money over the next 6 to 8 months. We're looking at sending checks to Americans immediately. And what we've heard from hardworking Americans, many companies have now shut down, whether it's bars or restaurants. Americans need cash now, and the president wants to get cash now. And I mean now, in the next 2 weeks.
How much?
I will be previewing that with the Republicans. There's some numbers out there. They may be a little bit bigger than what's in the press.
Go ahead, please wait. Please.
What help are you going to give to airlines specifically?
I've had discussions with all the airline CEOs this week. The airline CEOs have had conversations with the Senate and the House. As the president said, I was up with a subset of the Republican senators last night. I've discussed that with them. I think, as you know, this is worse than 9/11. For the airline industry, this is, they are almost ground to a halt. The president wants to make sure that although we don't want people to travel unless it's critical, we want to maintain for critical travel the right to have domestic travel.
$60 billion, is that
I'm not going to comment on the specifics. I will tell you we're very focused. There's a lot of workers. This is strategically important to us, and we'll be working with Congress on this.
The airline industry will be in good shape. Yeah, go ahead, please.
There's been talk about $1,000 checks to every American, increasing support among Republicans and some Democrats for that. Would you support that going to everyone, or would you support some sort of income restriction on who gets the check?
Well, I think it's clear we don't need to send people who make $1 million a year checks, okay? But that's one of the ideas we like. We're going to preview that today, and then we'll be talking about details afterwards.
Well, I think we're going to do something that gets money to them as quickly as possible. That may not be an accurate way of doing it because obviously people shouldn't be getting checks for $1,000. And we'll have a pretty good idea by the end of the day what we're going to be doing.
Mr. Secretary,
John,
can you tell how would the mechanics of this work? I mean, we've been talking about a payroll tax holiday, some $500 billion worth was floated to me today. But so how would this idea of sending people to check work? Would that be sort of an advance on what they would pay in payroll tax?
Again, we want to make sure Americans get money in their pockets quickly. We want to make sure small business owners have access to funds. We want to make sure that hotels, airlines, we have an entire package. We'll be laying out those details later today.
Yeah, I have to say this. There are 4 different ways you can do it. Yeah, you can hear me well enough, I imagine.
Sorry.
Okay. People at home, you're right. Those are very important people. Come to think of it, especially you people. Look, we have 4 or 5 ways we can do it. 4 ways in particular. I think there's a 5th possibility, but there are some very good ways of getting the money out and getting it out quickly. Payroll tax is one way, but it does come over a period of months, many months, and we want to do something much faster than that. So I think we have ways of getting money out pretty quickly and very accurately. Okay?
Can you talk about the timeline, please? How quickly do you think you can get this done?
The president has instructed me we have to do this now. So this is now.
By the end of the week?
We are going to work with the Senate, who's in session right now, actively. We will continue to have conversations with the House. I've already spoken to Speaker Pelosi once today. This is stuff that needs to be done now. The president has instructed me that this is no fault to American workers. For medical reasons, we are shutting down parts of this economy, and we're going to use all the tools we have, as I've said, and what tools we don't have, we're going back to Congress.
We've seen
I got to go back to
$150 billion to those who might be concerned that's too expensive.
We don't want to talk about it, but it's a substantial number. We're going big. Expression, we could do it 2 ways. We could keep going back every day or every week. We're going big, and that's where Mitch McConnell, that's the way he wants to go. That's the way I want to go. I think we want to get it done and have a big infusion as opposed to going through little meetings every couple of days. We don't want to do it that way. We want to go big, go solid. The country is very strong. We've never been so strong, and that's what we're going to be doing. We don't want, with this invisible enemy, we don't want airlines going out of business. We don't want people losing their jobs or not having money to live when they were doing very well just 4 weeks ago. So we're going big, and that's the way it'll be, and that's the way everybody seems to like it on the Hill. Any other question for Steve?
In addition to airlines and hotels, you had a call with restaurants today. Was any type of emergency assistance discussed on that call? A lot of restaurants have closed. Even if they are doing delivery, they're not making as much money as they would with a full house.
Let me make 2 comments on the restaurants, and the president understands this. This was emphasized this morning. First of all, we want to make sure that the states allow the drive-through portion of these fast foods to stay open, particularly in a time period where we're telling people don't go to restaurants. These companies feed a big part of America, and I expect they're going to feed a bigger part of America. The second thing they asked me to emphasize, I wasn't going to do it now, but as long as you asked, many of these companies have apps. You can order ahead of time. That way, when you get there, it's as simple as they'll have it packed. They can give it to you with social distancing, and it'll be very fast. So we expect that they will be able to feed a large part of the population. And in regards to support, I will say a lot of these businesses are small businesses, are companies, franchisees, 500 or less, and we have a specific program we'll be unveiling that helps all businesses, small and medium-sized businesses of 500 and less.
Secretary, also a question regarding Marriott Corporation. It announced that it is furloughing thousands of individuals because of the impacts of the coronavirus. Will your legislation help those individuals?
I hope so. That's one of the reasons why we got to act very quickly, because we understand whether it's the airlines, hotels, for good reasons to protect the United States on medical issues. These businesses are shut down, and the president wants to make sure, as I've said, we will use all the powers we have. You saw this today, $1 trillion of potential liquidity into the market, and the powers we don't have, we're going to Congress. And I will say there's a lot of bipartisan support for these issues. So I'm going to apologize because I have to go deal with some other things, if that's okay. Oh, yeah, I do want to comment on this, okay? We absolutely believe in keeping the markets open, okay? Americans need to know they have access to their money. After September 11th, the only reason why the markets were closed was because the technology was disrupted. I've been on the phone with the major banks, with the New York Stock Exchange. Everybody wants to keep it open. We may get to a point where we shorten the hours if that's something they need to do, but Americans should know that we are going to do everything to make sure that they have access to their money at their banks, to the money in their 401ks, and to the money in stocks. So I want to just be very clear, we intend to keep the markets open.
And the banks are record-setting strong, so we have that, which is a much different event than what we had not so long ago.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Army Corps of Engineers. We've had a conversation with Governor Cuomo. He believes that New York is going to run out of hospital beds. Are you prepared to mobilize the Army Corps to increase capacity?
Yes, we're starting to. We're starting the process, and it's a process. We hope it's not going to be necessary, but it could be necessary. The state is working on it very hard themselves, but we'll probably supplement what they're doing.
And given that many of the precursors for our pharmaceuticals come from China, and there have been supply disruption, that supply chain has been broken to some degree. Do you expect that we could run into a shortage of prescription drugs?
No, I don't see that at all. And I think China has every incentive to make sure that things work well. China wants to make sure that things work very well. They have every incentive to do so. John?
Mr. President, the governor of Ohio has called off the election that was supposed to happen today, the primary election. Do you agree with that decision? And what steps are you taking to ensure that elections going forward, if this pandemic continues, that elections will be able to happen, including, of course, the big one in the fall?
Well, the governor of Ohio is doing a great job. He called that off, and we'll see what happens. There's a court case, and it hasn't been fully determined yet. But if he called it off, I could understand that because, he's definitely somebody that knows what he's doing. We'll be seeing what very soon. They're going by the rule of 10 as opposed to 50, and that's pretty tough. I would say probably you could violate that if you wanted to for an election. I just think an election is a very special thing. He chose a different date, I think a date sometime in June. But that would be a decision that would be made by him. He felt it was necessary. The courts somebody's challenging it, so the courts will ultimately decide.
But what are you doing to ensure that further elections, if we're still in this situation a month from now, 2 months from now,
what I'm doing, John, is very simple. We're getting rid of this virus. That's what we're doing. That's the best thing we can do. By the way, for the markets, for everything, it's very simple solution. We want to get rid of it. We want to have as few deaths as possible. This is a horrible thing. You look at what's going on with Italy. We don't want to be in a position like that, but a much larger, because we're a much larger country. We don't want to be there. And I think we've done really well. I think we've done well. I think the states have done well. We're all working together. The best thing we can do is get rid of the virus. Once that's gone, it's going to pop back like nobody's ever seen before. That's my opinion. But I think it'll pop back like nobody's ever seen before. Please.
Just to follow up on John's question, specifically how many new hospitals, what specific measures are you taking to try to increase the number of ventilators in the summer?
Right. We've ordered massive numbers of ventilators. We have, by any normal standards, we have a lot of respirators, ventilators. We have tremendous amounts of equipment, but compared to what we're talking about here, this has never been done before. And yesterday I gave the governors the right to go order directly if they want, if they feel they can do it faster than going through the federal government. Now, we've knocked out all of the bureaucracy. It's very direct, but it's still always faster to order directly. And I gave them, that was totally misinterpreted by the New York Times on purpose, unfortunately. But it's very important. Yes, Mike.
I could amplify.
Yeah, please.
The President directed us to work with the Department of Defense. There's two ways that DOD can be helpful in terms of expanding medical capacity. I know the governor of New York has asked us to look at the Army Corps of Engineers, which could perhaps renovate existing buildings. But the president also has us inventorying what you all would understand as field hospitals or mesh hospitals that can be deployed very quickly. We spoke with Governor Inslee yesterday in Washington State. We have resources in that part of the country that we could move. And as governors make these requests, we will process them, bring them to the president. But there are two different lanes that DoD can provide, in addition to many medical supplies to augment our national reserves. And the president has tasked us to evaluate, make available, and to consider every request from governors for either field hospitals, expanding facilities, or the Army Corps of Engineers that could retrofit existing buildings.
The Army Corps is very prepared to do, as we say, and we're looking at where it's going. But and they do call them MASH hospitals, but the field hospitals go very quickly. We have them. We have all of this equipment in stock. And looking at different sites in a few different locations. We're not going to need them in West Virginia, where so far I guess they have none. Still none, right? West Virginia. No. Big Jim, the governor's, he must be doing a good job.
Or is that just reported?
That's what's reported.
No, but is that a reporting issue, or is that they have no cases?
Well, that's all that I just see. West Virginia is the only one that has no cases. So obviously that's being treated differently than in New York or California. Different parts of California. I do say that the Army Corps of Engineers is ready, willing, and able. We have to give them the go-ahead if we find that it's going to be necessary. We think we can have quite a few units up very rapidly. I'm going to work with Governor Cuomo. I'm going to work with a number of the governors. Governor Newsom has been very generous in his words, and I'm being generous to him too, because we're all working together very well. And I think a lot of very positive things have taken place. We're talking to California about different sites, but we can have a lot of units up fairly quickly if we think we need them. I think what I'll do is I might ask Seema to say a few words on the telehealth, and then we can get back to this, please. Seema?
Thank you, Mr. President. And as the President announced earlier, we are doing a dramatic expansion of what's known as telehealth for our 62 million Medicare beneficiaries who are amongst the most vulnerable to the coronavirus. And we're acting in accord with the appropriations bill that was signed on March 6th, as well as the President's emergency decree, that government requirements, rules, and regulations don't get in the way of patient care during an emergency. And today's announcement builds on the significant progress the President has already made over the past 3 years around telehealth services. And while we have allowed for virtual check-ins, full telehealth benefits have been restricted to those living in rural areas, established patients, and just for those brief visits. But no longer, Medicare beneficiaries across the nation, no matter where they live, will now be able to receive a wide range of services via telehealth without ever having to leave home. And these services can also be provided in a variety of settings, including nursing homes, hospital outpatient departments, and more. And thanks to the leadership of HHS, we'll also be temporarily relaxing certain HIPAA requirements so that doctors can provide telehealth with their own phones, and we'll be using enforcement discretion when it comes to collecting copays so that cost won't be a barrier. This is a part of our larger efforts around mitigation. And as we are encouraging Americans to stay home whenever possible, we don't want our Medicare policies getting in the way. And so consider the implications of this. Perhaps an elderly patient with diabetes needs a routine checkup, and this has nothing to do with the coronavirus. And so with our new telehealth benefits, this person who's not really, who's at risk for the coronavirus doesn't have to venture outside their home. They can talk to their doctor via Skype, and they don't have to risk exposure to the virus, and they can receive that care from the safety of their own home. It could be another Medicare recipient who's experiencing mild flu-like symptoms, and instead of leaving the house and sitting in a waiting room full of other vulnerable people, they can also receive advice from their doctor from their home. And this shift is very important for clinicians and providers who over the coming weeks will face considerable strain on their time and resources. And now Medicare patients who don't absolutely need to come in to an office won't have to. And this allows the healthcare system to prioritize for care for those that are that have more need are in dire and preserves protective equipment as well. State Medicaid agencies can also provide telehealth services without federal approval, and so we're asking all states to make this available as well. And we've also asked private insurance companies to expand their telehealth benefits and make it clear to their providers and their members what they cover. As our nation seeks to balance the twin imperatives of getting Americans the care that they need during this outbreak and limiting the spread of the virus, the impact of this historic action simply cannot be overstated. In an emergency, those on the front line shouldn't have to worry about federal rules and red tape, hamstringing them when they need flexibility above all else. And we're doing everything in our power to make sure that that doesn't happen. I also just want to briefly mention that because of the President's emergency declaration, we do have the ability to provide a lot of Medicaid waivers, and Florida was the first state to be approved. We were able to do that in a matter of days. Thank you.
Any questions?
Where do senior citizens go for instructions on how to do the telehealth?
They should call their doctor's office, and their doctor's office can tell them how to do that. Also, there may be some of our Medicare members that may not have access to equipment, so we're asking family members to help with this, but also respecting the requirements around social distancing. And if any of those family members or neighbors have symptoms, they should obviously stay away.
You'll be posting numbers also?
That's correct.
That might
exactly.
be the easiest way to do it.
Yes.
If you post in ads, if you post some numbers.
And they can also call our 1-800 Medicare number, and they can also get information. Those phone lines are open.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Admiral, if you say a few words about where we're going, and then I'd like to ask Dr. Burks to say a couple of words, but how the system's working.
Well, thank you very much. As we talked about earlier this week, the commercial system is rapidly advancing in the testing capabilities. As of today, our public health laboratories, meaning the CDC and the public health labs, have reported out 31,878 tests, so almost 32,000 tests. The clinical laboratories, the Association of Clinical Laboratories, have reported out about 27,000 tests, and most importantly, those 27,000 during the cumulative period of time, 8,200 of them were yesterday. This is showing the dramatic ramp as the high throughput comes in. We don't have the numbers this morning from the American Hospital Association, which means all the individual hospital laboratories. We will have that upcoming in the next day or so, and then Ambassador Burks will have this whole process fixed with the legislation that everything will roll up into a common reporting probably by the end of next week. In terms of our drive-through laboratories, again, these are blossoming all over the country by individual states. The ones that we are heavily involved in and really pushing equipment to, we expect over the next few days to begin setting up 47 of these in approximately 12 states. The material is already palletized and being shipped to the locations. Most cities have the specific locations. Some do not, but it's still going to a central receiving. And we know that we'll be deploying at least 140 Commissioned Corps officers. About half of the sites have reported their requirements. About 140 officers will be going. We expect that to go up. So this is going on the way we expected. We did a trial site yesterday with a full mobile unit for drive-through with full PPE. We had a lot of kinks in the system, as you can expect. That's why we do a test before we go out into the field. Don't expect these to be 100% perfect the moment they come. They're going to be adapted to the state and the local situation, but we're very confident that these will add testing to the already very robust healthcare system and commercial system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And that's a great roadmap for future. Should we have something like this in the future? I hope we don't. But it's never been done before, and they've done an incredible job. And again, we're working with the states and relying on the states. We have to, because they have it's point of sale, it's point of sight, and we're in, I think, just about every instance getting along really well with the. If I could, Dr. Burks, if you could say a couple of words, please.
Great, thank you, Mr. President. So I think what you've been hearing from us is to find solutions that are high quality and sustainable based on the frontline workers and governor's requests. And those come in on the governor's call. We've been immediately responsive to those. And that's the level of red tape and bureaucracy that we have removed. I think that point about sustainability and quality is very important because, as the president says, we're creating a roadmap for a different level of functionality for future pandemics. Our flu pandemic preparedness plan was a plan. Now we're seeing where we have to revise, where we have to create new avenues of research, new avenues of work to really ensure that the need of the American people can be reached. We were adamant about having a high quality test based on our commercial vendors. Over the next few months, you will begin to see that other tests that were utilized around the world were not of the same quality, resulting in false positives and potentially false negatives. These tests were studied by the FDA to really ensure that they are that level of quality. And we've given the states the permission to ensure that same level of quality. Now, I wanted to say 1 minute on the testing. Testing should not be used as an assessment of your risk. We're asking every single American, no matter what your generation, from Z and up to X and millennials in between, to really ensure that you're following these guidelines. We hear every night of people who are not in work, moving that time into bars and other areas of large gatherings. If we continue with that process, we will fail in containing this virus. So every single generation has a role to play. We're asking our older generation to stay in their homes. And we're asking the younger generations to support them in social contacting through videos and other Skype type functions, or just the simple telephone. We're asking the younger generations to stop going out in public places, to bars and restaurants, and spreading asymptomatic virus onto countertops and knobs and grocery stores and grocery carts. I heard an innovation last night and this morning again on the news. I really want to applaud the private sector who are now creating senior-only shopping times. I think that's extraordinary. I think that shows what America brings, and I think other countries will learn from us about how to really protect seniors in this type of way. I'm hoping that carries through to next year when we have our flu epidemic. We can really have a very different profile of the amount of mortality that we have during flu that we never talk about. Anywhere from 15,000 to 45,000 individuals are lost every year. If we learn how to do this well and sustain some of those core changes, we can change the way respiratory viruses, not only for this, but the future, affect Americans.
It's a big thing. Yeah, so a question on the clinical data. So we've had now roughly 5,000 people test positive. We've had 90 deaths or so. When are we going to know the data of who those people are? Who has been infected, what the ages are, what the pre-existing conditions are, how serious it was, both for those who have been tested positive, but also those who have died.
Well, you are seeing my sheet of music. I'm very data oriented, so thank you for bringing up this issue of data. I really want to applaud HHS. We had a discussion about this several days ago. They've made calls into Seattle and California to really understand that. And also importantly, to understand how many of our patients needed ventilators, how many of them needed oxygen support, how many of them needed and what they needed. Could we predict early someone who was going to have a more difficult course? These are all the questions we're asking and answering right now. We did get an early report back from Santa Clara and Seattle. We're digesting it. We just got it this morning. We're looking at that carefully because we think that roadmap is very important to other communities. We have not discussed this with New York yet. We do know from other countries, and that all is available online, that profile. You can see that mortality under 30 is extraordinarily low. The mortality across the board outside of Wuhan is now settling somewhere around 0.7, but that should not be reassuring because it's much higher in people with pre-existing medical conditions, even if young, and people that are older with pre-existing medical conditions. And so we still want every American focused on doing what they can do today today to change the course of this pandemic.
We're committed to making that data public so we will all know.
We're committed not only to making it public, but to have a website that everyone can see in real time.
Dr. Burks, if I could just follow up, you all are signaling a much more aggressive posture toward containment mitigation now. And many states have been very aggressive, but there is a small number of states that have not issued public guidance to their residents. Is it important for the success of the effort that 100% of the states be forward-leaning on this? And if so, Mr. President, what would be your message to those states that have not?
Okay. So that's why the Vice President and the President yesterday issued those critical guidelines. As I said this morning on Fox and Friends, you can look at them as guidelines, you can look at them as requirements, and you can look at them as the President asking every American in every state to follow those. That's why we put them out at the federal level. We wanted to make sure every American knew what they could do today to change the course of this epidemic. I think it's empowering. I think it says all of us have a social responsibility to each other, and that's why we believe that every mayor and every governor should be instituting these guidelines that came from the White House and the President of the United States.
And we've been very tough in those states. I know exactly what you're talking about. We've been very tough in that. Thank you. Please, go ahead.
A follow-up question on the testing. You've been telling us for days now that millions of tests have been sent out. So why have fewer than 60,000 people actually been tested?
I think you will see different numbers this week. You heard just of 8,000. Remember, all of these tests, the high-speed tests, were approved last Friday night, and last Thursday night. I think if I could talk to Thermo Fisher and the other groups that have these platforms out there, do not rely on a pull technology push out those tests because we can only make them available. Groups have to order them. So we've been talking to Thermo Fisher, one of the key platforms, to push out tests based on need and not wait for orders.
And is that what the issue is, getting the tests out, or is it getting the tests conducted?
That's a great question. I know part of it is getting the test out right now. I think the Admiral and others are working on getting the issues related to getting the test conducted. Obviously, that does take time. He is working on innovative solutions that are creative and sustainable that will be a game changer in testing, but we don't have the data yet. This is a critical comparator. Can you do it yourself? Can you actually sample yourself? These are the kinds of things we're working on right now, and he's getting the data for us.
And the states are actually doing a lot of it. The governors and the states are doing a lot of it with even our tests.
Thank you. Can you give us a sense of how long these tough new restrictions will need to be in place until we start to see the rate of this virus going down? And also, can you speak to this study that as many as 2.2 million people in the United States could die if there weren't this type of action by the government taken? To what extent was that what we saw yesterday?
I think, models are models, and they're based on input, and they're based on infectiousness without any controls. I can tell you we've never seen that level of infections that modeled up to that 2.2 million and mortality. So we are looking at that. We are having a particularly model meeting tomorrow. I think that's really going to be important. I've dealt with a lot of modelers in my time. They're wonderful people. But they all have their favorite inputs and they all have their favorite integration functions. So we're evaluating all of those so we can integrate and create the best model for the United States based on the best data. And that first set of recommendations you saw were based on what we could do today to prevent anything that looks like that. If I could just say one other thing to the hospitals and dentists out there. Things that don't need to be done over the next 2 weeks, don't get it done. If you're a person with an elective surgery, you don't want to go into a hospital right now. There's a lot of distraction. There's a lot of people doing a lot of other things to save people's lives. So let's all be responsible and cancel things that we can cancel to really free up hospital beds and space. And then let's do everything that we can to ensure that we don't need ventilators because we protected the people who would have needed to use them.
And are you looking at the possibility of more actions like, for example, limiting travel within the United States? Are you looking?
It's possible. It's possible. We'll see how it goes. There's been great cooperation with the local governments, states. We'll see how it goes. It's going right now pretty well. Yeah, please go ahead.
Can I follow on that, Mr. President, very quickly? Just very quickly. Do you need to invoke the Defense Production Act to get more of those medical supplies to different hospitals?
Well, we're able to do that if we have to. Right now, we haven't had to, but it's certainly ready. If I want it, we can do it very quickly. We've studied it very closely over 2 weeks ago, actually. We'll make that decision pretty quickly if we need it. We hope we don't need it. It's a big step.
More help from the federal government when it comes to those supplies.
You know, when you say the states, in particular, 3 states need some help, and some states, have 2 people, 3 people, no people. In the case of, again, West Virginia. So we're looking at it very closely. We've taken it apart 15 different ways. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's a very big step. And if we need that step, we'll take it. Okay?
First question. A lot of people have got to travel to places that aren't considered hotspots, Caribbean, Mexico, that sort of thing over the next few weeks. Would you recommend that they follow through with those plans?
I would just say enjoy your home. Stay. I would just say right now, we have to get this problem fixed, and then we'll get back into business really quick. We'll open up our country. We'll open up our society. The world will hopefully open up. We see areas of the world that haven't done well, and we see areas that are doing very well. And I would put us in the category of doing very well for a country so big. I think that I would recommend that they just enjoy their living room.
What do you say to people who are not heeding these guidelines from the White House? And then also I have a question on asymptomatic people. Dr. Burns.
I'm not happy with those people. But those people are being shouted down by other people. They know they're being, it's almost like self-policing. People went in. There are a couple of instances, I guess, probably more than a couple, where people are not happy when they see others doing what they're not supposed to be doing. We have to get rid of this. We have to win this war, and ideally quickly. Because the longer it takes, it's not a good situation. And I'm not even talking about the economy. I'm talking about the lives of a lot of people. Yeah, please, did you have one?
Will the White House put any restrictions on corporate bonuses for companies that do get bailed out, like airlines?
I'm going to ask, I think I'm going to ask Mike to answer that question.
I think it's all work in progress. What President Trump has made clear to industries around the country is that we're going to do whatever it takes. We understand this is an extraordinary moment in the life of our nation. It's the reason why the president brought in leaders of the financial sector, airline industry. He'll meet with all additional industry leaders today in tourism and hospitality. But he has tasked the Secretary of the Treasury to work with members of Congress in both parties to make sure that we construct the kind of economic support that will allow those industries to weather the period of the coronavirus and then to come back stronger than ever before.
We've had such incredible I don't know, almost the word spirit is the best word. It's like a spirit. The banks have come in, and the banks are doing things that they would have never done. They're working on extensions and lots of things that they wouldn't have done. Co-pays with regard to the insurance companies. I mean, for them to be doing what they're doing, all about the co-pays, they would have never done that, and they did it. They were in my office. They, I would say, the 11 biggest in this country, I guess probably the 11 biggest of the world, the big ones, all the big ones, and they did things on copay that nobody would be doing, that they wouldn't have done in a million years, but they're doing it. There's a great spirit going on right now in the country. So you want to, yes, please.
Dr. Fauci, you've said you like being accused of overreacting because that is an indication we may be doing things necessary to beat this in the curve. How long do you think it would take for you to be confident that, yes, we're bending the curve, or no, we're not?
I can't give you a firm number on that because the dynamics of outbreaks in some respects are predictable historically. They do this and that. We don't know because this is really unprecedented. I mean, of all the outbreaks that I've been involved with over the last at least 36 years and then going historically back, we've never had a situation where the mobilization of all the different components travel restrictions, internal containment, mitigation, financial assistance, public health assistance, testing. So we don't really know. But the one thing I do know that if you look at models with all of their vicissitudes of models, is that when you have input into the kinds of mitigations and things that we're doing, we're going to see a hump instead of a peak. I would be really surprised if all the things that we're doing, and this is really a comprehensive approach. I was struck as I was listening to everyone make their presentations that, you know, I'm a scientist, I'm a health person, and I'm a physician who sees patients. So I look at it from one particular standpoint. But what I'm being impressed by is that this is really a comprehensive thing that has multiple components to it. All of them got to succeed if we're going to get to that end point that I've described multiple times from this podium. So I hope that if everyone does their job, we're going to be able to give you a number and say, you know, we've seen that inflection and we're coming down. I would hesitate to do it now, to be honest with you, because it might be misleading, and I don't want to be misleading. I just want to say one other thing, because I heard Dr. Burke say it, and I think we need to say it over and over again. When I was young, a long time ago, I felt that I was invulnerable, the way I think many of us feel we're invulnerable. And when we're asking young people to help us with this mitigation strategy by staying out of the bars, staying out of the restaurants, really trying to distance yourself, don't get the attitude, well, I'm young, I'm invulnerable. You are, well, in some respects, you're certainly less vulnerable than I am. However, what you might inadvertently do, and I know you don't want to do that, you don't want to put your loved ones at risk, particularly the ones who are elderly and the ones who have compromised conditions. We can't do this without the young people cooperating. Please cooperate with us. Thank you.
Dr. Fauci, and I'm going to read my notes so I get this right, but the vast majority of cases, 86%, were untested patients with mild to no symptoms. So what does that say about the impact of testing, and does it mean that testing actually go beyond the sickest patients?
You know, the question keeps coming up, and I'm not going to evade the question, but I want to make a point. We tend to think that we're not going to be able to mitigate or contain without testing. They complement each other in some respects, but they're separate channels. Even if we had no testing, we should be doing what we're doing now. The question you're asking, so I won't evade it specifically, would it be important outside of a doctor patient coming in together, of knowing what's out there, what might be under the radar screen? The answer to your question is yes. So let me tell you what the CDC is doing right now. They're going out there, and part of their program is to get a feel for what is there that wasn't initially thought to be coronavirus, that was thought to be something else. When you do that, you're also going to get a feel of what the penetrance is in society. So we are heading with the high throughput things that you've been hearing about to get an answer to your question.
Governor Cuomo said this morning he believes that we'll see a peak in terms of infection in 45 days. Would you concur with that?
You know, it's possible. I mean, I know that the governor has been really, I believe, doing a really good job of trying to stay ahead of this. 45 days is not unreasonable. You have to be careful. When you get a number, you own the number, and then if the number doesn't come out, you're in trouble. And that's the reason why, from our standpoint, from the federal government, we're talking about a range. So within that range, I mean, it isn't like you want to be correct for the sake of being correct, but you don't want to be wed to something and then have to back off.
When is the soonest that we'll know that these new guidelines are actually bending the curve or actually working? And is there a point in time where you know, in the next couple of weeks, where you'll be able to tell the president more draconian measures are needed?
Well, okay, so what's happening, I mean, if you look as a metaphor, it's kind of like a race against the virus. If left to its own devices, we'll do this. And us trying to somehow blunt that. Now, you could see the virus going up and up, and your effect, your work, what you're trying to do, may actually be having an effect. But you may not see it because it'll still be going up. And as you're trying to implement your interference with the virus, you may not realize that you are actually interfering. You'll say, wait a minute, it's still going up. What's going on? You've done nothing. But you don't know whether it would do this versus that. So the answer to your question, it probably would be several weeks and maybe longer before we know whether we're having an effect. Maybe at the end of the day, we'll see a curve that would have been way, way up. But I wouldn't put us to task every few days. Well, wait a minute, it's going up. Is it working or not? That would be really misleading if we do that.
The 15-day guidelines, which were announced yesterday. One of those guidelines was a recommendation against gatherings of 10 or more people. And today, the governor of Alabama issued her own guidelines, and it was a recommendation against gatherings of 25 or more people. What is your recommendation for people of Alabama, people across all of the country, as far as the guidelines that were announced yesterday by the federal government?
Okay, so the one thing we don't want to do is to get hung up on the difference between 10 and 25. I think you might agree with that. When we give guidelines, they're only guidelines. We sit down, we look at the data, as Dr. Burke said, we're data driven, and we say on different models, 10 looks good. If someone wants to do 25, we're not going to fault them, but if someone wants to come to us and ask us what we think the best is, we stand by the numbers. It isn't perfect, it isn't precise math, it's assumptions and it's data that make you get your decision.
But would it be more effective if every state and every city in the country was playing by the same rules?
Yes, of course. But this is the United States of America. There's a lot of free enterprise there. People do their own thing. And quite frankly, I don't think there's a big deal difference between 10 and 25. We got many, many more important things to worry about than that difference.
Mr. President, thank you. Going back to supply chains and then talking about preparedness for the future, yesterday Larry Kudlow said that there was an idea floating around the administration to cut taxes for companies who would be bringing their supply chains back to the United States. He said he specifically liked immediate 100% write-offs for structures, equipment, but he said you hadn't endorsed that yet. Would you endorse an idea like that?
We're looking at many ideas. That's one of them, frankly, and we're looking at creating incentives for companies, not only that type of company, but other companies. We're also looking to help companies such as the airline industry within the airline industry, and we'll be doing that. We will be doing that. This is not their fault. And they've been very understanding, actually, and we're going to be helping them. We will have a very powerful airline industry, and it'll start up as soon as this is over. We'll have those planes ready to go. So we have to help them during the short term. We're very important. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to know, have you taken a look at some of these models, such as the Imperial College London model, that kind of poses a very difficult choice, whether it's shutting down society or overwhelming the healthcare system? Is that something that
we've looked at every model? We've relied on the very talented people, and there's no better team than the people behind me. And I will say that all of the people that have done those models are all in constant touch with Dr. Burks and Tony and everybody that you've been hearing so much from over the last couple of weeks. We've looked at many different models, and the model we have is we want to save a lot of lives. We want to save a lot of lives. If we get too steep on that curve, you're going to lose a lot of lives, perhaps unnecessarily. Now, we're going to find out. Everything has a risk. We're going to see. But if people do what we're telling them to do, what we're asking them to do, you're going to see the saving of a lot of lives. Now, Boris in UK yesterday, you saw what happened. It looked like they were going a different way, but then he went away of similar, I don't know exactly, but I would say we had a conversation yesterday similar to what we're doing. So a lot of people seem to think this is going to be, we are looking to save the maximum number of lives. Everything else is going to come back. Life is never going to come back, but everything else, our economy is going to come roaring back. You're going to know, we're going to know, we're going to all know that day. Somebody was asking about the day. When will you know? When will you know? We're going to know. All of a sudden, we're going to say, wow, that's looking good. That's looking good. That's looking good. And we're going to be on the other side of the curve. And that's a day that we look forward to.
Is there something, sir, that you saw this week, though, that made you decide that, yes, now is the time to implement these much more
stringent social distancing measures.
No, I don't think so. This is where we were going. I really think from the beginning, this is where we were going. This is what we had in mind. We're just going step by step. That was the next step, the next logical step. As Dr. Fauci said, and I think very importantly, one of the most important things when you write the history of this was the fact that we closed it down to China and Europe, but in particular China. We closed it down to China, the source, very, very early, very, very early, far earlier than even the great professionals wanted to do. And I think in the end, that's going to be, that will have saved a tremendous number of lives.
Follow up, one on the economy and the other on the broader picture here, but just to follow up on my colleague, some people did note that your tone seemed more somber yesterday. You talked about that August timeline. Did you see a projection? Some people thought perhaps that 2 million potentially that could die maybe prompted part of that. Was there a shift in tone?
I didn't think, I mean, I have seen that where people actually liked it, but I didn't feel different. I've always known this is a pandemic. I felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. All you had to do is look at other countries, almost 120 countries all over the world. No, I've always viewed it as very serious. There's no difference yesterday from days before. I feel the tone is similar, but some people said it wasn't.
Last one on the economy. Your former economic advisor said almost 100% chance of a recession. Do you see it that way?
It could be. I mean, I don't think in terms of recession. I think in terms of getting it out, because when we're finished with the virus, we will win. We will win. And when that victory takes place, our economy is going to go through the roof. It is so pent up. It is so built up. It is so ready to go in an upward direction. But we have to knock out this enemy. This is a really tough enemy, but we have to knock out all of us. That's all of us. So I don't think in terms of recession, not recession, it's words. We have to knock out this, and we will have an economy. I actually think we'll have an economy like we've never had before. It's all pent up. Did you have something to say, Matt? Yes.
Well, I think the question about the actions that the president's authorized beginning in January, when he took the unprecedented step of suspending all travel from China, the efforts to issue travel advisories for portions of Italy and South Korea, and then begin screening all the passengers, the efforts regarding suspending travel for Europe, and what went into effect at midnight last night, adding the UK and Ireland to that, have all been informed by the experts that are surrounding us. What the president's asked us to do from the very beginning, as Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci often say, is let's follow the data, bring the president the best options in response to what is actually happening on the ground. But with regard to yesterday's 15-day slow the spread plan, our team unanimously brought to the president these very strong recommendations for every American, because we truly believe we are at a point in this epidemic in our country when we can reduce the number of people that actually are exposed to or contract the coronavirus. But we'll continue to bring the best data, the best evidence, and the best recommendations, frankly, of the best health experts in the world, and the president will continue to make decisions that put the health of America first.
In other words, reduce the number of people that die. That's what we're trying to do. And when you do the steep curve, a lot of people are going to die. A lot of people. You know, the worst ever, unbelievable numbers. Had they known and had they done what we had, now it would have been a very much different story. It would still be tragic, but it would have been a very much different. But that was the one that people write about. That was an incredible pandemic, like we haven't seen. But we have done something that I hope. Hopefully, we will all have made the right moves. We're all in this together, including you, and we want to see fair press. And I tell you what, it's been generally speaking, I think it's been a great thing to see. It's been very, very getting along with Democrats, getting along with Republicans, for the Democrats themselves. There's been a lot of spirit. There's been a lot of things happening that I haven't seen happen in the first almost now 3.5 years. It's been very nice to see. That's one of the good things. But what really the good thing is, we have to knock it out. We have to win. And we want to keep that slope as low as possible, because that's a lot of lives in there. Let's go back there for somebody that didn't get one, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, this has had a huge impact on China's economy as well. Have you received any indication from officials there that they're going to have trouble meeting the purchase agreements, part of the phase one deal, particularly the agricultural buy?
Well, they need our product very badly, and no, I haven't received any. We have a good relationship with China. I have not received anything to that. No, we have a signed agreement. They're going to be buying, and they have been buying a lot of product. Yeah, please.
Earlier today, Dr. Birx was talking about the possibility of our hospital system being overburdened, overtaxed, and she talked about certain options that are available to the United States if that happens, including VA hospitals, Department of Defense medical treatment facilities, and even hospital ships. At what point do you tap into those options?
Well, I'll know the point, and by speaking with Governor Cuomo and other governors, we'll know the point. It's going to be different for New York than it's going to be from, Iowa, or from Idaho, or from West Virginia, frankly, or for, it's different. New York has got a big problem. The state of Washington has a big problem. California has some big problems. Everyone's doing a good job, but we're going to know when it will be, and I believe it'll be more spot than it will be. It's not going to be the whole thing. It's going to be spots. There are some hot spots that are in trouble, big trouble. And there are other areas, no trouble at all. They watch it on television. They don't know, it's just not affecting them. And they're lucky. They're lucky. But there are areas of the country that don't have much of a problem and some that don't have any problem. They're not going to have a problem with hospitals. But some areas like New York, California, state of Washington, they're going to have some difficulty. And when we see that coming, we're going to be in there. We're already making preparation for it.
Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, your trade advisor Peter Navarro have been recommending an executive order that would ensure that the raw materials for pharmaceuticals and medical devices are manufactured here in the United States. We were getting some indications last week you were close to signing this executive order. Can you tell us?
Well, we're looking at different things, John. I don't want to say exactly. Right now, China's been sending us everything we need. But we're looking at some alternatives. Yes, we are looking for alternatives, and we have other places. Ireland does a lot of work for us. You know that in that world, in the pharma world, a very tremendous producer, and we are looking to bring a lot more back home. And I've been, excuse me, you know me for a long time. I've been talking about this for many years, long before I decided to run for president. I've been talking about this, and we have to be able to take care of our country, and that was one of the many things on the list. So we'll be talking about it, but we are discussing it, and Marco is very much involved, and Peter is very much involved. A lot of people are involved, and a lot of people feel that way, but we'll be discussing.
Thank you, sir. You said Canada has closed its borders to non-citizens. Are you considering...
Not to the United States.
Not to the United States, of course. Are you considering closing the land borders in the United States? And also you've discussed...
Canada has not closed it to the United States, so we're working very closely with Canada, but they have not closed it. They have closed it to the world, but they have not closed it to the United States.
Are you considering closing the U.S. land border?
I don't want to say that, but we are discussing things with Canada, and we're discussing things with Mexico, quite honestly. And again, the relationship is outstanding with both. Outstanding. We just signed our deal, USMCA. The relationship is very strong.
China and others have criticized you for using the phrase Chinese virus. How do you feel about that? Are you going to continue using that phrase?
Well, China was putting out information which was false, that our military gave this to them. That was false. And rather than having an argument, I said, I have to call it where it came from. It did come from China. So I think it's a very accurate term. But no, I didn't appreciate the fact that China was saying that our military gave it to them. Our military did not give it to anybody.
Critics are using that phrase, it's a stigma.
No, I don't think so. No, I think saying that our military gave it to them creates a stigma.
Mr. President,
please.
When you speak to travel and tourism executives today, what specific help are you going to offer to them, if at all, or is it still there?
Well, we're going to help. They need help. Look, let's face it. You know, they go from having record-breaking years. This is the third year of record-breaking years, travel and tourism, airlines, everything. They were doing record numbers, ordering new planes, building new hotels. Everything was really hunky-dory. And then one day we hear about
this rumor in China, and then we find out it's much more than a rumor. And then all of a sudden, we make a great decision to close it up early. It would be a whole different world. It would be a whole different world, but we make a decision to close it up to China, and all of a sudden tourism, and then we close it up to Europe, which, people never heard of this before. I'm not sure that that's ever been done. I know that when I made the decision to close it to China, people told me that's never been done before, but it was a great decision. We make good decisions. So I'll tell you my best decision. The people behind me are total pros. All over the world, they're respected. Dr. Birx, Anthony, who's become where's Anthony? He's become a major television star for all the right reasons. No, he's just so professional, so good. The people that we have working here have been incredible, and they're totally respected. The Admiral has been incredible, having to do with the testing, incredible, and he's viewing this as testing also for the future. We're building a platform. When we took over this platform, first thing the Admiral said was, this was not designed for what we're talking about, millions of people. It wasn't. And it's nobody's fault. It's not like who could have ever predicted a thing like this. But we broke it down, and it's really going to be an incredible system. And it is now a great system. I just want to say these are incredible people standing behind me. They're the most respected in the world. Every country that you've mentioned today so far has called them, and they call them all the time for advice. There's nobody better than what we have.
Mr. President, why haven't we seen Dr. Redfield the last couple of days?
I don't know. I can't
he's in
imagine.
Atlanta running the CDC.
I can tell you he's doing a good job. We're very happy with him.
Mr.
Please, you have it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday we were being told that the payroll tax was going to comprise the lion's share of fiscal stimulus.
Right.
We also had the markets fall quite dramatically yesterday, and did that what made you make that change, and when did you make that change?
Well, I didn't make a change. We're looking at payroll tax, and we're looking at various other forms of getting money to people. And the payroll tax is something that I've always liked. The problem is it does take a period of time, months before they really see something. And we don't really have months in terms of people living. A lot of these, you have people that work on tips. You have people it's a large number of people. It's a tremendous, who would think this, right? And they do nicely. They work very hard, but they work on tips. We have to take care of our people. We don't want to have people suffering during this period. It wasn't their fault that this thing all of a sudden was upon us. So we're looking at we're also looking at payroll tax. It's possible. What's also possible, we'll do a percentage of payroll tax and then other things. But we'd like to be able to get money to people. We're very lucky. Our country's doing so well. We can do this, and we can do it easily, but we have to do it. And I have to say, Mitch McConnell, if you look at Mitch and Kevin and the whole group, and it's been incredible how they're reacting, how Congress is reacting, how whether it's the House or Senate, how they're moving. And I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans, but we've had tremendous leadership meetings, and they want to see it done right, and they do want to go big. I think going big is important. I don't think we want to go up there every day with a different idea, different concept. Oh, gee, let's worry about the airlines. Let's do this one. You have a big problem with the cruise ship industry. It's an industry that was setting all sorts of records 2 months ago. Then all of a sudden, there's nobody on the ships. Okay, so we have to help these. These are great industries. These are going to be taking care of people and passengers and for years to come, and paying tremendous taxes for years to come. So we have to make sure that this is done. Yes, John?
Mr. President, I want to bring up what you referred to just a short while ago about politics. In your address to the nation, you said we have to put politics aside, stop the partisanship, and unify together. But this morning you criticized the Democratic governor of Michigan. Yesterday was the Democratic governor of New York. You've attacked Obama. You attacked Biden. In fact, every day except one since that address, you've lashed out at a Democratic leader. Are you going to set the example?
I only do that when I have to respond. I watched her on television. She said something that was false, and therefore I did do that. And I will continue to do that. If they're not going to play fair, because, they have the media on their side, I don't. I just have me. And if they're not going to play fair, I'm going to do that. If they are going to play fair, there's going to be nobody better than Donald Trump in terms of bipartisanship. But if they're going to say things that are false, like the story that was written yesterday, a lot of people, I don't know, somebody, I think I know who, but they taped the conference call that I had with the governors. It was a good call. It was fine. I assume somebody's going to tape it. They handed it to various people, and one of them was the New York Times, and the New York Times chose to write totally inaccurately about it. It was a disgraceful thing. It was bad journalism, but, you know, they do a lot of bad journalism. But we respond to that. And actually, people get it. People get it. No, I want it to be bipartisan, and nobody's going to be better than me. But when they attack me or the people, these incredible people behind me, I'm not going to let them get away with it. I can't do that. Okay, how about one or two more questions, please?
Follow up on the
Please.
guidelines was the next natural step. So was the next natural step after that a national lockdown similar to what San Francisco is doing?
Well, you can do a national lockdown. Hopefully, we're not going to need that. We think of everything. I mean, we have every idea that you mentioned. We've thought of, and you know, it's a very big step. That's a step that. I mean, in one sense, would work. It's a very big step. It's something we talk about, but we haven't decided to do that. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, what would be the determining factors for you to take that action?
Would have to get to a level. I just don't think it's going to be an action that we're going to take. I don't think I'll talk, but Anthony, all of the people standing behind me would get together in a room, plus some additionals, and we would make a decision. But I don't think that's a step that we're going to be taking. One more question. You didn't have one, did you? Come on.
Will the U.S. government provide financial assistance to Boeing and airplane suppliers like GE?
We're looking at that. We're certainly looking at Boeing. Boeing got hit hard in many different ways. Boeing never had a problem for years. They were it was unthinkable what happened with respect to Boeing. Unthinkable. Probably, I would consider it the greatest company in the world prior to a year ago. Now they get hit in 15 different ways, and they have different management. I've met the new people. Boeing, I think it's going to be outstanding. But yeah, we have to protect Boeing. We have to absolutely help Boeing. They were doing a job. They were it was coming along well. And then all of a sudden this hits. So obviously when the airlines aren't doing well, Boeing's not going to be doing well. So we'll be helping Boeing, yeah.
Can you just respond to that, Mr. President, before you leave on what John was saying? You called for people to leave politics out of this. Joe Biden said the World Health Organization offered testing kits that they had available to the United States, and to give it to us now, we refused it. We didn't want to buy them. PolitiFact says the WHO never made that offer. Can you tell us? Well, that's what I'm going to let Tony answer that question, or whoever's best at answering that. But I do have to say, when you talk about politics, I watched the debate. Not too exciting, but what they said about me, and we've done a great job. When you talk about not being bipartisan, what they said about me, and if you look at swine flu, the whole thing, and I guess it was 2009. And what they did and the mistakes they've made, they were terrible. They were horrific mistakes. 17,000 people died. And I'll be honest, they shouldn't be criticizing because we've done a fantastic job. The only thing we haven't done well is to get good press. We've done a fantastic job, but it hasn't been appreciated. Even the closing down of the borders, which had never been done, and not only did we close them, but we closed them early. The press doesn't like writing about it. So we've done a poor job on press relationships, and I guess I don't know who to blame for that. I don't know. Maybe I can blame ourselves for that. I will blame ourselves, but I think we've done a great job. I think we've done a poor job in terms of press relationship. But let me have somebody answer your question. Okay.
I tried to cover this in the answer when I talked about quality of kits, and our quality analysis runs through the FDA. So all of these platforms, we have asked people to submit, and we've asked states to quality control. So, I mean, Anybody could submit their test to us. We don't buy tests that haven't been quality controlled, and they show us the data. Either show us the data up front or show us the data after they've been running them. Because quality testing for our American people is paramount to us. It doesn't help to put out a test where 50% or 47% are false positives. Imagine what that would mean to the American people. Imagine their level of concern now and telling people that they're false positive. We take this same approach to HIV. Imagine telling someone they were positive to HIV and they weren't. So that is our bottom line, the customer, the American people first. And so any of these groups can submit their testing kits through our regulatory processes. But without that and without a plan, we are not going to accept tests that have not been studied by us.
Good answer. Good answer. Would you have something on it?
I'm just going to emphasize a little bit more on that. When I became involved in the testing world, I called as senior officials at the WHO as I could find to understand what the situation was. And as far as I can tell from sources that should know, no one ever offered a test that we refused.
That's what I heard too.
This is a research grade test, right? Research grade test that was never was not approved, not submitted to the FDA. That was supplied in tens of thousands of quantities to 100 countries in the world. Okay, so I think there's a lot that people are saying about this that's just based on rumor and myth. Nothing was offered that we refused. It was a research test that was not approved. And again, there was a small number that we have greatly surpassed in a very short period of time.
So number one, nothing was offered. Number two, it was a bad test. Otherwise, it was wonderful. So listen, thank you very much. No, he made a mistake. I assume that he'll apologize. Thank you all very much. Thank you. We'll be back.
Dr. Bird?
All right. Holy moly. Good Lord. Hey, Canoes, come on up. Join the show, brother. What a terrible racist Trump is. Canoes, Florida, grab a link, guys. Come on up. Battery, grab a link. Oh, let me get a link up there. Oh, Huckleberry's here. She's got it. Yeah. Battery doesn't show up. Hey, guys. So, what do you think? What are you thinking? What's on your mind? Yes, Battery, the Surgeon General is black. So what's happening, man?
Oh, my last break. I was supposed to take it before 9. Here it is, 9:15.
Oh, wow. 9:21 now.
Yeah, I was covering for somebody else and missed my break. But since we have the break room closed, we're not supposed to be in a break room after 9. Nobody's in there.
Yeah, good grief. But yeah, no doubt. Hey, well, Bill.
Hello.
Yeah. So, what do you think of Trump's
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
announcement? Whoa, hold on a second.
Progress being
Is that
made.
a new announcement?
And
It started over again.
Was that
Sorry
a
about
new
that.
announcement?
Was that what?
Was that a new announcement?
I don't think so. I think that was the same one.
I mean, was it today?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just another excerpt of it. Yeah, because the other one was the other announcement he did today was in front of it was at the was in the old office.
Does Scottish have data?
It's
Oh, their datas were too small.
Well, let him out. Data. He's an android from the from the series, the Next Generation. Yeah, let him out. Put him back together. Damn it.
Valerie is jealous that our data kept secret.
I was trying to turn off the chat, go back to the
Green.
Wrong stinking button.
Hit the wrong button.
Florida. Hey.
So what's happening? So what do you think about all that, Florida?
All what?
Okay, I got it. I get it.
Trump has to get this virus thing fixed quickly because he's got to have rallies.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes.
Behind what? You said it's a behind the scenes. What?
Well, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes with the coronavirus right now. There's a lot of people, elites, that are dying from. Well, I don't know if they're dying. A lot of elites have got the coronavirus.
Yeah, I've heard something about that. Yeah.
Hey, I actually had a nice sunny day today. I was able to charge my batteries with solar.
Oh, badass. I got my solar system fixed today. It just didn't charge up that much. By the time I got it fixed.
I just got a reminder on eBay for a Renogy 100-watt solar panel.
And?
$118.
Look again.
What?
You need to look again. You get them for $75.
Really? I'd like to see that.
Well, I just bought 4 HQST 100 watters, polycrystalline 12-watt panels or 12-volt panels, 100-watt panel.
I want to hook 2 of them together and give me 24.
Well, I bought 4 of them for $300 after shipping.
You can do 2S and 2P.
That's right. Well, I'm doing 4.
Get the amperage and the volt.
I'm doing 2P 4S. 4 in series, 2 panels per.
I'm looking to make a wind power generator also.
Yeah.
A lot of cloudy days here in the wintertime.
Well, here soon, we're going to be going up to Plumbing Warehouse and get a 20-foot, 1.5-inch full black pipe. And then we'll
I can get one of those windmills at Harbor Freight.
Oh, I get those.
Put a motor on it.
Well, the thing is that not from Harbor Freight. Missouri Wind and Solar.
Huh?
Missouri Wind and Solar has the good stuff. And they've got the good controllers. They actually make their own controller boards. Missouri Wind and Solar. That guy is completely legit.
That's kind of far from me.
Yeah, I mean, you can order it online, Shipping's still the same distance kind of thing.
I found a bunch of free square tubing that I can get behind Tractor Supply. They told me that I could have this big pile of pallets and all the free tubing I want. And I thought, what could I do with that square tubing? I don't have a welder.
You have a drill and a grinder.
Yeah.
Well, you can cut it and drill it and bolt it together.
Now,
Yeah, I guess.
you can make a horizontal wind generator with PVC pipe and caps on both ends, cut it in half, put it in a bracket. That'd be more efficient than a vertical one.
Yeah, we want to use at least 4-inch PVC though with those.
Yeah.
At least.
Look at 2 bicycle wheels, or
Yeah.
just one.
2. You need 2. Yeah.
Put a pulley under it, run it to a generator, maybe an alternator.
Yeah, with a battery. Yep.
Oh, I guess something I needed to say that I thought was kind of pertinent to what's going on with all the hoarding and everything. Ammo, they're hoarding ammo right now. My son works over at a sports goods place. He said that they're buying up all the 223 ammo, and they've been jacking up the price on it. So I don't know if anybody's in need of ammo. You better buy it now if you're in need of it. I would, if you've got it on hand, I would just wait until this all dies down.
Got a gun shop down the street from my house, and that place has been packed all week. You can't get a parking space.
You got what?
The gun shop just down the street from me. It's been packed all week.
Oh.
The gun shop just down the street from him has been packed all week. Wow, Bill.
Yeah, I'm
It's one of the biggest gun shops in the area.
That's what Adam Schiff said about his butt. Been packed all week.
Sorry, I missed it.
He said that's what Adam Schiff said about his butt. It's been packed all week.
TMI.
I know, right? He's like, oh, good Lord.
Hopefully you got plenty of TP.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, we're all out of around here.
Well, you can borrow my cat.
Oh, I saw a sick meme today. Person's in the shower, takes
Just
a dump
rinse it
into
off
his
when you're
hand,
done.
and then puts it in the toilet. Then he rinses off. Like,
You just
you're
rinse
going to
them
do
off.
something like that? Just drop it in the toilet.
Yeah.
Then get it.
Well, I'm
Oh,
thinking the panic buying is going to die down a little bit later.
Is mine echoing?
Your camera looks fine, yeah.
You get an echo in though?
I'm not, no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Nope, battery fell off.
No,
Battery
he said
fell
he
off.
was leaving.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he had something to do.
I think he's at work.
You had to go back to work or something, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, did you ever see that video
Which one?
of that dude putting the puzzle together? And it
No.
looks like he's having a bad trip. Like,
But yeah, we're having like I don't know what the deal is, but one of the stores I was able to get potatoes finally. I can't live without my potatoes.
Oh, okay.
Got to have them potatoes.
Taters.
Gotta
I
have
like them
potatoes.
any kind of way, man. Any kind of way.
Yes, sir.
Yep. We got plenty of taters. I got canned taters if I need them. Oh, shit. There went Florida fell off bounced off the wagon.
No, but I've got dried mashed potatoes. I've got plenty of that.
Canoes. Oh, we need a goat master. Come on up to the screen. Canoes.
Yeah, canoes, because Wild Bill is boring.
Right. Here's Florida. Hold on. Right. You know, but no shit, man. I told you the pallets is the deal, man. Yeah, the pallets are everywhere. People just don't realize that it's a huge resource. And
Yeah, it is.
You can't get them here.
Huh?
Yeah, you can't get them here.
They'll be in an
You
industrial
can't.
park near you.
There's got to be warehouses over there in Florida that have them all over down there.
Yeah, but
Yeah, especially look for the steel fabrication places.
They're already called for, though. You know what I mean?
No, you're talking about the grocery pallets. I'm not talking about the grocery pallets. Go to the steel manufacturing places, the steel fabrications, stuff like that. They got those monster pallets. They can't get.
They got it behind their stores down there too. I saw them when I was down there in Florida. They're all over and back behind the stores and the warehouses.
Well,
You
now
just
the
go in
stuff
and
in the
ask.
stores, yeah, I
They'll
don't
let
mess
you
with
take
that.
them.
Yeah, I don't mess with that.
Well, no, you go in and you ask the manager, "Can I get those pallets out back?"
But they do have stuff.
Yeah.
They leave it out back.
Florida, don't just go snatch them. Don't just go snatch them. Go ask them.
I don't do that.
No, you got to talk to the people and actually ask them and say, "Is this okay?" And then yeah, they'll let you know whether it is or not.
They're hard to find around here, though. They really are. Trust me.
No, I had a lot of people over here tell me that that the pallets, they have like a pallet exchange, and so they pick up the pallets and they haul them out, and then I found probably about 5 places around here that I can get free pallets from, and it's just a matter of breaking out a crowbar and a hammer and freaking taking it apart
You
and use them for other stuff.
and sell every one of them. I think they're like $2.50 a piece.
Yeah, you got a lot of people down there that like getting free shit. That's the problem.
They'll sell them. I think you can get $2.50 a piece for them. They're good.
Well, that's the grocery pallets.
Yeah, I went back behind Tractor Supply and asked the guy, and he said, "Oh man, I got a big pile of them. You can take those over there, and the ones that are stacked up, they're the ones that they do as an exchange. So they stack the good ones up,
Yeah,
you know, because they're going to reuse them, and the ones they're throwing away, they just kind of throw them in a big old pile."
Man, behind the Tractor Supply here, they got this metal ramp with wheels on it, and it's a straight ramp, and you can push it around. I guess, man, it's about 12, 16 foot long, about this high. You know, goes straight up. Well, I'd like to tow that thing to the house.
Well, don't get me wrong. I love being in Florida. I loved living there. But the only problem was too many people moved into the state.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, I like it where I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
I lived down in South Florida back before Hurricane Andrew hit.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And I went back there when I was driving a truck. Went to go check out my old neighborhood and everything. And Hurricane Andrew had wiped everything off the freaking planet, man. The only thing that was left was some pads where they had trailers and all that. The only way I knew where I was, because there was no landmarks or anything anymore, because there was nothing there. And the only way I knew where I was is I remember this lot across the street from me, and it had a rubber tree. And that rubber tree didn't get wiped out by the hurricane. It was the only thing left. There was no palm trees or anything. There was a rubber tree right across the street. And I'm like, I remember that rubber tree. I know I know I'm where I used to live, you know? That was the only way I knew. I used to see that rubber tree out my bedroom window. I remember seeing that rubber tree outside my bedroom window. Other than that, every tree, every bush, everything was gone. I mean,
Wow.
South Florida got wiped out by Hurricane Andrew.
Yeah, it did. I remember that.
Oh shit! There
Uh oh.
Wagon again. Well, I heard in that bowl.
Where's Canoes?
He's wonking around in the background, I guess. There he is.
And I missed Jack. I wish Jack was here too.
Yeah, well, Jack, he's still upset about situation with last night. The drop.
Because when I got questions, Jack's got answers.
Well, yeah. What's your question?
I wanted to know if cat meat was edible.
What's up, Canoes? How you doing?
Canoes, I can't even see him, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. I might have to give up, man. If my signals keep going out, I might just give up.
Oh man.
And try to talk shit on the chat.
All right.
I've got an echo. I hear feedback too.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit back and forth. It's from Florida. But yeah.
How about now?
Is that better? Yeah, there you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2. I hear my own echo.
You still hear your echo?
Check.
I hear. Talk to Bill. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me check this out. I'll refresh. I'll be right back.
Check. Because I got a delay too.
Yeah, I think it was on Wiz's end.
It'll be all right.
Yeah.
It happens after every time that we do a share screen.
Yeah. Is that better now?
Check.
Yeah.
All right.
99.9% better.
Yeah, well, every time like he said, every time we share a screen.
StreamYard has a limit on ugly.
Right.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
So I'm aware of the fact that the mountain men used to say that mountain lion was one of the best meats they ever ate.
Yeah.
But I don't know about house cat.
That's got to be different. So I bet though, if you're hungry, it all tastes good.
Best meat's corned beef.
Yeah. If you're hungry, man, I bet a fucking pine tree tastes good.
Yeah.
Because we got some stray cats out in my neighborhood.
Me and my brother had corned beef and taters. Yeah, that's good stuff.
I knew a dude that said he was hunting and he saw a deer and a wild cat walking side by side down a fire trail. They're walking side by side.
Oh
yeah.
I suppose anything's possible.
We got mountain lions that come down here and snatch people's dogs and cats and stuff.
Yeah. We get that with the coyotes around here.
They have them here too, but not like those big ones. We ain't got no big ones. We got like smaller ones, but I forget what exactly they're called. Because they're not like mountain lions. They're just like wild cats, I guess.
Bobcats.
but they're not Panthers. I don't even think we got any Panthers.
It's probably Bobcat.
Cats. Most house cats can turn wild easy.
Yeah, but it doesn't make them bigger.
The only problem is people go and get them declawed and everything because they claw up all your damn furniture.
Yeah.
They claw up your furniture and your curtains and everything else, and but they're cool in the sense, they keep the rodents under control.
Right. If they're big enough, they keep the criminals out too.
When I first moved into my house, we had a bad mouse problem. And I didn't have a cat, and I was resetting traps all freaking night long for about 2 weeks. Finally wiped out the whole mouse population. And Wizard went on, no, he muted his mic. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, you don't want to hear me blow my nose. I was under the trailer again today, checking wires and testing circuits. Yeah.
That was a cool rifle Dennis was showing a little earlier.
Yeah, it was badass. It looked like an upper kit with a tailstock kit on a AR-15 223. Yeah, it's pretty sweet deal. Had the nice lower on it. Had the brown secondary with it didn't have the 3-shot trigger, but it had it was nice. But he had that looked like he had that assault kit on it with all
the furniture.
All the furniture all over that barrel, yeah, all the way up and down it. Had the side scope, the side sights on it and stuff like that. He was holding it backwards and like he's gonna go, but he was holding it left-handed instead of right-handed, like you're supposed to with that side set, But
I don't know why they've got a sudden ammo blitz that people are buying up all the ammo right now. Maybe they're getting.
It's the same with every major crisis. It always happens.
It's the same thing.
Just when the election was going on in 2016, we had the same thing.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more pronounced now, though.
Well, yeah. Well, now everybody's got nothing to do. Now there's
because you think about the fear that everybody has when the food supply is threatened, and basic necessities. They're going to fear for the worst, and that's just going to create an even bigger run on the ammo and the guns.
Out here where I live, a lot of the people around here already have food storage. I have never seen all the shelves cleaned off in my entire life.
Because I've heard in Utah, a lot of the Mormons, that's part of their, daily or their normal routine of living is to have a year of backup food.
They're supposed to have 2 years of food
if they can afford it. Yeah.
It's partly because of that reason, but it's also a cultural thing here for a lot of people that aren't Mormon too, because we live in a desert and we've had a lot of people that are from here have never, they just remember stories about famines and the big Mormon cricket, in plague that they had and other things like that. So people innately, it's just kind of embedded in our culture here to stock up on food. Even though we haven't seen it, I haven't seen a food shortage in my entire life, but it's just kind of, people know that, we live isolated from the rest of the country here. And so, people have had water shortages. A lot of people store water. A lot of people store food. And it's just kind of the culture here because of where we live. I mean, Wizard can go out and just, find food because he lives in a real. Yeah, he's got food and water and everything available. But when you live in a desert here, where everybody's going to go to the same watering hole, and you're going to have armed bandits out there controlling the water hole. That's kind of how it will be.
That's when you need to move into the mountains and out of the desert.
Yeah.
Well, we've had wars over water here. We've had wars, literal wars over water rights.
No, blood feuds and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all our crops here all have to be irrigated.
Yo.
You can put crops where Wizard lives and they just grow, but here everything has to be irrigated. The only source of water is irrigation. So that's why we've had literal water wars.
Damn it. You did it just as I did.
Sorry.
And then back in the old days, they had Indian raid. The Indians would come down
Timing
and raid
can't
all
be
the
perfect
pioneers.
every time.
Huh?
Sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
No, they used to get attacked by Indians and stuff out here too.
But for the water?
Over food, everything. We go back in history of the Black Hawk Wars and everything. We were talking about something, Wizard. I thought it was kind of interesting a while back. We were talking about DNA memory. Remember that?
Okay.
Genetic memory.
Yeah, genetic memory. Yeah.
DNA, your DNA has an imprint of your ancestors. And I think the people that come from certain cultures actually have an imprint in their DNA that came from their ancestors. That it's part of their memory. It's like when you get that deja vu moment, you go someplace and you've never been there and you recognize it.
You feel like you've been there? Yeah.
You feel like you've been there. Could it be from your memory, from your DNA?
Sure. I guess it could.
That's something to think about. I don't know if I buy into it, but I'm kind of wondering if there isn't something in that, because there's people that you just kind of know.
They've done studies in biology trying to trace down where genetic behavior, comes into play, like in animals, as far as like general instinctual behaviors. And you think that, if Mother Nature can do genetic behavior and pass it on, why not memory? Makes sense.
Yeah, because
it is a form of memory, actually.
I know that I can naturally just do certain things that other people can't do. And same thing with you and everybody in here. You could just naturally, you're better at certain things than other people. And it's genetic. I think it damn sure is got to be genetic.
I'll give you a personal example. Both me and my sister, I don't like to toot my own horn, but we're pretty intelligent people. And we get shit done. We found out, doing some family background history, that some people on my mom's side of the family, professional taskmasters, like in the factory businesses, where they were basically their entire job was proficiency. So maybe that got passed down through the genes.
It's kind of like they did that testing on twins. This is where I'm going with this, because it is scientific. When they tested twins that were separated when they were real young and they never knew each other, and later on they came together, they tested them and they found all these similarities that the twins had, and they just excelled in certain things, in certain areas. And I think there is something in our DNA that actually comes from your ancestors that makes you really good at certain things that maybe you might be better at or learn it a lot quicker than other people. And I really do think there's something to that. It's like there's also genetic curses too. You can have a genetic curse that came down, like, let's talk about, like, say, breast cancer or prostate cancer or something like that. Uh, you know, there's people that are genetically predisposed to that, but there's also people that just simply just know shit. You know?
Well, they say that the human brain only uses a very small percentage of its actual,
11 to
power.
13%.
What's to say that you're going to get, a mutation, you know, here and there throughout history of people that have a higher percentage of, operating capacity, and they can, unconsciously unlock some of that stuff in the DNA.
Well, they say there's a theory out there that ADHD is an effect of that evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Then it just people don't know how to utilize it or train it or keep it in to be able to use it.
Yeah, idiot savants and stuff like that.
Yep.
Right.
And a person with autism back in the old days, in the 1800s, they would have been just fine in a lot of environments where they don't fit in this modern culture.
Well,
There's
they
a
called
lot
them
of people.
They called them simple people, simpletons, back
Yeah.
in the day. They called him. They was just a simple guy. He was just he wasn't real bright, but he could do certain things and do them really well. And but they just called them simple people. Right.
Because I've got a half brother that is autistic. He's what you call high functioning autistic. Actually, he's above the scale of Asperger's syndrome. But you know, like you take him and my dad was telling me, he says you could probably take him, put him up in Idaho, and put him on a conveyor belt with as a potato sorter. And he'd probably be really good at that. He could sit there and sort the culls from the other potatoes. So, I mean, people fit into a world like that. Everybody fit into our more primitive world than we fit in today. We have people here that just don't have that. They don't have a niche in this world we live in today. And in yesteryear, they would have fit in say, oh, maybe being a horse stable cleaner, you know, just cleaning horse stables and
Caretaker
shoveling
for the
shit or
animals.
something.
Yeah, caretaker for the animals. It's a natural response.
He wouldn't have he wouldn't have, a person like that probably wouldn't have been a Wild Bill Hickok, you know? He probably would have been the guy that tended the stables.
Right, instead of a Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah. I mean, the Native Americans had a place for everybody.
Yeah,
So
they took especially good care of what we would consider, mentally retarded people.
Yes,
they
they
held
did.
them in very high regard.
Well, so did early Europeans. They did also. I
Well,
mean,
they
not
were considered the forever children, kind of thing.
yeah,
Yep.
and you take a person that's got schizophrenia or something, and they considered them more in touch with the spirit world. They're talking to people that aren't there and stuff like that. And Native Americans thought that same thing with the mountain man. The mountain man, if he acted crazy, the Indians would leave him alone because they were considered sacred by the Native Americans. Didn't matter that you weren't Native American, but you're all talking gibberish and everything and screaming out at the moon and stuff. The Indians would leave him alone because he figured that he had some special, knowledge of the other world. Powerful stuff, man.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I
one
don't
way.
think we appreciate. I don't think we appreciate people very well in our culture today. There's no room for it because we're all required to be highly educated, very well read, and things like that. And we've got these other skills that were passed down from our ancestors. Even though I didn't know my father, for example, I didn't even know my father. How is it that I wound up taking the same path, many of the same things in the path, without knowing my father, without being taught by my father? I wound up doing a lot of the same things that my own father did
Mm-hmm.
and didn't even know. I discovered it when I met him later on in life. I discovered, wow, my gosh, he was really good at this or that, you know. He was a really good carpenter. He worked with real, he was good with primitive hand tools that we don't use in modern time. I mean, he used like coping saws and things to connect joints together, which we don't use those today. You know, you very rarely ever see any carpenter using a coping saw.
Well, I'm getting back to the wood shop stuff. I mean, I've been high-end tech for 30 years. Okay, everything from laser communications, satellite communications, down to office networks and home computers. So I mean, and everything in between, and I mean pretty much everything over the last 30 years. I'm getting back to the simple stuff. I want to turn trees into lumber and wood into materials, and into furniture, you know, what have you, stuff we need. Build, you know, lumber, timber into buildings, and do that kind of stuff. Basic.
If I could plug something real quick right along these lines. There's a book that we've had in my family for, ever since I was a little kid. Reader's Digest published this book back in the late 70s. It's called Back to Basics. And it's a big book that basically teaches traditional skills in all aspects of homesteading.
Right.
And everything from building a house from lumber, building furniture, raising livestock, cooking, gardening, you name it, it's in there. They've had updated versions over the years, but the original is still available if you look online. It's one of the best books you'll ever get as far as a resource for any kind of traditional skill.
Hey, right, Uncle Bubba, I want to say good night to Uncle Bubba there.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Good night, bud.
Night, Froggy.
Yep. Dream well, Patriot. Yeah. So, but yeah, I've got a lot of that stuff too. And I've got a lot of books specifically on the specific breeds of each of the animals, so I can get to know their ailments, their cures, and their caretaking situations I might run into. I'm pretty good with chickens and rabbits now.
That might be in your DNA, man. That might be your DNA, wizard.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's
Go ahead.
It's not about that being in my DNA as it's so much as it is I love to learn. It's been one of the things it's one of the hallmarks I've had. It doesn't matter what it is. I've been an owner operator of a automotive restoration shop. And we had a full body shop, full restoration. We built engines, the whole 9 yards. I did that right after I got out of the service. And then I got into real estate, and then I got into contracting. Then all that fell apart, and I went over the road as a truck driver, trying to find myself after the service. You know what I'm saying? And what I did learn, though, was I had my heart attack from my PTSD just finally got to me, and just, I couldn't sleep. For 7 years, I didn't sleep more than about an hour and a half, 2 hours at a time. You know what I'm saying? And just nightmares and all kinds of crazy shit. But always worrying about everything, always looking over my shoulder, kind of creepy shit. But anyway, after that, I woke up and I started, the last words of my doctor was, find something you love to do and then find a way to make money doing it. So I went back to school. And what was prevalent at the time was computers. That was what was coming up. Everybody, nobody, at the time they were like, oh man, that's going to be forever before, the average person could get one, kind of thing. And I went to school and started learning it. But I was going to school for business administration. And I got my bachelor's degree in that. And then I did Amway. because I couldn't get a job. Well, no, I had to do it.
No,
I was
you're
doing
one
it
of them. Oh no.
right. But what happened was I was doing a computer business during the day. I was trying to get a job with my degree, but I'd had a heart attack, and it was in my history still. I couldn't get a job to save my life, dude. They wouldn't hire me. I was an immediate insurance risk. Nobody would cover me. I'd lie about it, and then they'd find out when they did the med checks, the medical history. You know, you do your for the insurance. You go and you do your health inspection, whatever. You know, your checkup or whatever. Yeah, and
Actually, I'm just kidding you.
records, and I get
I'm
fired
just
like
kidding
that.
you about the Amway thing. I think the Amway thing is a really good, a really good way to get into the concept of sales and marketing yourself. And it was a good learning curve, you know.
What
Amway
what I
probably.
found. I mean, I was good at it. I mean, I what I was learning about was dealing with people. I had hated people. I hated the world. I joined the service so I could die in honor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Me too. Me too.
I hated the world. I hated life. I figured my life was going to be shit. I was kind of disappointed when I got out of the service and I was still alive. You know what I'm saying?
No wonder we got so much in common.
I was like, damn it,
Was
you
that-
bastard, you're supposed to kill me. I'm like, what the fuck do I do now? You know? Because I went to go do I was looking forward to being a paramedic. I had several buddies that were getting out of the service at the same time. And we were going to go hit the ambulance circuits and do our thing. You know what I'm saying? Because we were badass. We were a badass set, team kind of set. And turn around and two of them were dead within a matter of 3 months of getting out of the service.
Yep.
And one was shot in the head through a domestic dispute. The other one caught bloodborne AIDS and died within 30 days. And I was like, well, maybe I should try something else. You know? I want to do something that's a little more fun, you know? Right. So I got into automotive restoration and went into a partner ownership with restoring old cars and Corvairs. A couple car collectors that we had associations with needed people to come in and rebuild their cars. OEM spec rebuilds for that, and they did a bunch of stuff with the car auctions at the times. And back in the 80s, it was the Domino's car circuit was out there, and it was big with selling cars and doing aftermarket collectors, stuff like that. And we did pretty good with that. I got into real estate and everything else, and I just floated from one thing to the next.
Sounds like you were always found yourself having to reinvent yourself.
Yeah. But I was good at what I was doing. It wasn't like I had a problem continuing it, but I was just like, you know, I enjoy it. I mean, building cars, that just came natural to me.
But if you're playing the other man's game, right? You're playing the other. Hey, that goes with the website, the channel, and everything here. The American Game, right?
The experience.
When the Great American Experience. You know, when you're playing the other man's game, it's not your game.
No,
it's not your game. And if you were fresh off the boat, you know, from some foreign country or something like that, back in the old days, the only people that worked for somebody else were young people that served in an apprenticeship, or or you just came off the boat and you wanted to prove yourself before you started your own business. But the American dream was always about starting your own business back in the old days.
Owning your own life.
People have lost that vision. They don't have the vision anymore. They need to get that back. And Trump has inspired me. You guys have inspired me. You have personally, Wizard, you've inspired me also to want to get back to the basics of what we are as Americans. I'm at an older stage in my life right now, and you know, why am I trying to work for the man? I should be
Right.
working for myself. I should be signing your fucking paychecks. The young people that are just getting here, just starting out in life and everything. You, me, even canoes should be signing other people's paychecks and not working for the man. I know it's a family business, canoes, by the way, but we're all about the real American dream was about having your own business and not working for the man and making something of yourself.
Well, a farm, a family farm, even a family farm business, that's still working for yourself.
Exactly.
You're right.
It is. It is. It absolutely is. But you don't just do the family farm thing. You've got other enterprises that you're working on. You know, the family farm. That's how a lot of farmers were. Is they had other enterprises besides just the farm. You
Yeah.
know, they have to survive. You've got months where you're waiting on your harvest and so on and so forth.
Yep.
Well, back in the
So
day, farms used to be a lot bigger as far as acreage goes, and they weren't just all concentrated on crops. The farmer would have his field, but he'd also have a wood lot so that he could sell lumber, and he also had a garden so he could sell produce and everything.
Yep.
Now the sizes of the properties are smaller, and they can only really concentrate on one operation instead of multiple to help them through the year.
Right. But even if you just did vegetables, you know what I'm saying? If you've got 4 or 5 acres, that's all you need. You'll have more food than you can sell if you appropriately apportion the land. You'll have more vegetables than you can shake a stick at. You'll have to stage plant it. You know what I'm saying? Even
Yeah,
4
crop
or 5
rotation.
acres. Yeah, you'll have to stay. Well, you plant this one this week, and you 2 weeks down the road, you plant another one, and 2 weeks down the road, you plant another one until the growing period's over. At the end of the grow period, when the harvest is expected, you just figure it all out and lay it all out, and bam, 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 bam. So you got 4 plantings that you're going to have to do this spring and early summer.
now I found that ranch work, because I used to work some ranches as an employee of ranches, and I worked with a lot of Mexicans. I did, and these were 2 of them were dude ranches. Another one was a cattle ranch, and I did this kind of work. I had 2 years of vocational home building, and I think I had 1 year of vocational agriculture. So agriculture, people literally go to college to get PhDs in agriculture. Michael Bloomberg,
Yeah. Right.
they get PhDs in agriculture. That's why the Texas Aggies and a lot of these agricultural colleges, because they get PhDs in agriculture, because there's a lot of stuff to learn. One of them is animal husbandry, and I can tell you about livestock. First of all, when it comes to livestock, uh, if you're a rancher, you can't afford to pay a veterinarian. I mean, you can, but if you let your animals get sick, you have to call a veterinarian, and they charge big bucks.
Yeah.
So you're not going to make a profit if you're throwing all your money into veterinarians and everything. So ranchers really do care about their animals. I'm going to tell you that straight off the bat.
Oh yeah.
They care about their animals. That's their livelihood, and they learn a lot about veterinarian medicine. And so I know from working on a ranch and other ranches, not just one but several, and I also worked in dairies. I did a lot of that kind of work, and I did the same work that the Mexicans were doing. Why? Because when I got out of the Army, I still didn't have a high school diploma. You
Hey,
get your
good night, Colonel Shaw.
Colonel Shaw, God bless you.
Woo, I got in.
What's up, better?
Yeah, sorry about that.
I still had the window open.
Yeah, did you? You just like went on the screen.
Anyway, that's my rant about Michael Bloomberg. He's acting like all you do is put the seed in the ground and you just watch it grow. What a nincompoop!
Right. What an idiot. I know.
Well, he's a typical Democrat that, that's all you need to do, and you just let the government scientists take care of everything else that has to do with agriculture.
Right.
I mean, you've got
He
just
couldn't
to
grow
get off
chives in his kitchen.
to get off the ranching thing. I've even talked to people that were rice growers in California when I was on the road driving a truck, and they were in the California deltas, and he was explaining to me all the stuff that that California rice growing was all about. That was huge. That's a huge industry. We export rice out of California to China and Japan. Our rice that comes out of California, is better than the rice that you get from Asia. And look for it next time you go out and search for rice. Look for Calrose rice.
Connect me.
Connects you.
It's not connecting. It says it's connected, but the sound is still coming through my phone.
Gotta love technology.
Power off.
Oh shit. Is that your battery operated girlfriend?
Don't tell my wife.
I'm wondering if there's something called rice pie.
Yeah, it's called tapioca.
My family has a dessert that we call glorified rice, which is actually
make rice
good.
pudding.
Tapioca is a pie filling.
Not rice. It's kind of like rice, but better.
Yeah.
Do they put rice in pie?
Like tapioca pudding and stuff like that? Yeah.
Make Rice Krispie treats.
Try it and see if it's any good.
Right, and there's all kinds of dinner pies that have rice in them.
You make pie out of squash.
Oh, you could use rice flour to make the pie crust.
Yeah.
True. Almond.
But anyway, yeah. But yeah, I'm just
so back to what we were talking about. I mean, the agriculture, we're talking about California, San Joaquin Valley, all the fruit and stuff. California is the second largest cattle state in the United States.
well, they're going to be again one of the largest growing states again. Now it's Trump opened up the aquifer.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Imperial Valley is going to blow up.
It's going to be huge like it used to be.
Yep.
They had such a
been
demand
down there?
for transport out there. You couldn't get a load into California, but you could you needed the deadhead in there to get another load for ag.
Yep.
And if you look at it long term, the demand will be so big and the profits will be so high, they'll be able to pay workers a better wage, and you'll get American workers wanting to work the fields instead of Mexican illegals.
Amen. Hallelujah. Exactly. We've got people that really don't. We were just talking about the
think
kids
about
with
the low wage
Asperger's.
workers that are out of high school or still in school.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of, you know, guys and girls that, you know, their first job, they don't want to be fucking working at McDonald's. You know, they'd much
Right.
rather be in the outdoors. And if that means picking beans or whatever, so be it.
But they're going to be running the
Probably
equipment. They're going to be running
Yeah.
equipment. They're going to be
I picked grapes,
managing mills.
raspberry.
Yeah.
And what's going on with California is the right climate to grow everything and anything.
The San Joaquin Valley was the bread basket of the world. It overtook everything on the northern plains.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. That valley, once irrigated, grew more food in that region. It is protected from the heat on one side, and it's protected from the drastic winds on the other side. It's a Paradise Valley kind of thing. When they shut down half the wine production in the United States. They shut down California's orange production, period. Almond, we had a huge almond industry out of there. That was gone when they shut the way down. Yep.
Pomegranates, all that stuff that you would normally import, you can grow in California.
Yep.
California is
avocados, everything.
Nuts.
Yeah.
All kinds of nuts.
Fruits and nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I got their name, fruits and nuts and flakes and creeks.
Now, Oregon.
2-minute warning.
Beavers and cherries. Luckily, I was from Washington, so.
Well, I just wanted to. I just have the ability to learn everything, and when I learn it, I retain it real well. My retention is almost. I've managed my ADHD, and I can actually. I know it sounds weird, but I can actually think on. I don't have to think. I've got 7 different levels of thought. I can have 7 projects in my head going at the same time.
It's called multitasking.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, you could say very well say that. Yeah, I just have to manage.
It's kind of like bilateral thinking, structuring the way that you can handle, multiple inputs and outputs.
Well, the way I see it, the way I've been able to deal with it is I don't flip back and forth anymore. I can control which one I pay attention to. My consciousness pays attention to. It's almost as if I'm using subconscious thought processing, and I can access different areas. Like I can tell you right now the specifics that I'm thinking about when I'm designing my rocket stove, or what I'm thinking about how to develop my greenhouse, or where I'm going to be doing with the rabbits here next week, or more energy options or more efficient energy usage situations that I'm thinking about.
That you developed.
Say what?
I think it's a skill that you developed.
Yeah, well, with ADHD,
train your mind.
That's the problem. They haven't learned. They don't learn, or they haven't learned yet how to manage paying attention. They don't have the ability to pay attention to a specific line of thought. They've got all these lines of thought going in their head, and they can't figure out which one to pay attention to because they don't train themselves to do it. They don't have the mental discipline to grasp it, to take control of it. I've managed to do that. And
well, grasp this.
The fire in the bowl.
These drivers here are crazy. I had a guy just had to be in front of me before he hit the exit. So he passes me and it goes over 3 lanes. And
Yeah, you'll get people like that.
But I'm always thinking about all kinds of different things. I just have to limit the number of thought processes that I manage because it can get too busy. And then it's like, okay, hold on a second. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll be doing one thing and thinking about something completely different. And I'll be like, oh, shit. Okay, back. But yeah, it's something that you have to really work at when you have that situation. And having the stress disorder thing, thank God for cannabis. I'm serious. I've been alive. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I've been alive. They gave me 2 years to live in '89, and 6 months away from DOD, Day of Death. They ran out of different prescriptions. None of their medicines worked on me, but the weed did. The weed did, and he was able to release me from treatment and diagnosis. 3 months, as long as I kept doing the weed. Unfortunately, that doctor died shortly after that in a car accident.
Maybe he diagnosed himself.
Well, I don't know, but yeah, that. But the last piece of advice he gave to me, because I asked him, I was like, "Well, what the hell do I do now, Doc? What the hell do I do now? I mean, I got to smoke weed to stay alive. Well, how the hell am I supposed to get a decent job? You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't a pothead before that, and I wasn't an alcoholic. I didn't drink since I got back from Europe. I was like, what the hell am I? What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I'm never going to get a decent job. Couldn't go back to the trucking. There's no way I could get a decent corporate job. He said, well, Bill, you find something you love to do, and then find a way to make money doing it. And that's been some of the best advice I've ever gotten in my life.
I'm planning on making batteries after I retire. I got that battery addiction.
Is that what you do, battery?
Yeah.
Well, the first thing I did, I was like, okay, I like fireworks.
Firebugs.
Yeah, and then I got into computers.
My younger brother likes to blow things up.
Oh yeah, but at the time I got into computers, there wasn't computer schools. There was no computer schools. There was a computer store, but it was a total geek fest kind of situation because nobody knew anything about computers.
I wish that it was an actual occupation that I could get into, because I really love blowing shit up. I love blowing shit up. If I could do it as an occupation,
demolitions.
Yeah,
My
but
younger
you
brother
got to have
was
an
in
engineering background for that.
combat engineer, and he got to blow things up.
Yep. And see, Bill, the problem with that is those people generally don't live long lives. Just one slip up. That's all you got. Just one slip, and you're done.
I wanted to be a munitions handler.
Do what?
I wanted to be a munitions handler. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to blow shit up. I just wanted to freaking blow shit up. That's all. I don't know. It's just it's like a passion of mine.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you saying, Battery?
My brother went into the Marines because he liked to blow stuff up. He became a combat engineer. They would build, for training, they would build a village and then blow it up.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, it's so illegal, living in the civilian world and everything. And then I come out and it's like, ever since I got out of the Army, I wanted to blow shit up. And there's nothing. I did the demolitions thing. I've actually done it. And I was trying to get a job with the mine out here, blowing up mountains. I wanted to blow shit up. I just like blowing shit up. I don't know why.
You should have been
It's
on. You should have been on some of my fireworks squads.
it's weird. I like
Teams.
pyrotechnics. I do love pyrotechnics. I just couldn't find the door to get into it.
Dude, we did it ourselves, man. I did it as part of my gaming industry that I started building with the Cyberfest Gaming. I showed you some of those websites and stuff. Yeah, we did it as a fundraiser thing. I would buy the fireworks wholesale and then come back and sell them for twice the money and still beat the tents by 50%. So I'm doubling my money. Then I go back up, buy more, do it again, and we're raising money. And we put on this fireworks show. It took a total of 13 people to shoot off this fireworks show, 4 hours long.
Growing up, we weren't allowed to have fireworks.
Well, we put on the show. We built the racks. We did it.
Got some and he
Yeah.
taped it together, put it in the ground, set off the fuse, and blew a crater in the ground. Neighbor lady called the cops. Cop showed up at the door and says, Chris playing with fireworks? Yeah. Don't be doing that. The crazy lady next door is going to call the cops.
But, I've actually tried to apply for jobs, testing ammunition, stuff like that. And it's kind of a dead end. I don't know. We had a company out here that called, you probably remember them, Vector Arms. They were a firearm manufacturing company, and they had people that would test fire. Well, the guy got in some kind of trouble or something, I guess, for selling his stuff, inappropriately overseas to the wrong people, and the ATF got involved and shut him down. So the building is still there, and it's empty, where Vector Arms was. And they rebuilt. They would get kits, and they were selling like AK underfolders and HK MP5s and all kinds of stuff over here. And then we've got another company that I've applied with. It was Desert Tactical, based out of Utah, and then we have Silencer Co. But getting on with these companies is really difficult, and I guess the closest thing I could get is probably ammunition manufacturing, and that's not going to satisfy the urge to blow shit up. It just doesn't work.
It just doesn't. Right. So, but yeah, here, it's different. And I could do it here again. My supplier is still in business, and in fact, I probably could get a pretty good deal if I go hit him right now.
That's why I still do a little testing. I don't want to go into it too much in case the wrong ears are listening, but I do like to do a little laboratory work.
Well, that would be fun. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I've been, considering actually trying to do some black powder and smokeless and stuff like that. But my big thing is I want to get away from that kind of deal because I want to go to a full gaseous ignition systems. Whether it be a blow charge or like a cartridge kind of charge kind of deal, or just an open chamber launching system. What I'm thinking is that's probably, yeah. Go ahead.
I have this mental image of Huckleberry being a farm maid.
Yeah,
You
it's
got
kind
a
of
farm-made
It's
obsession.
kind of hard to avoid. Yeah, it's kind of hard to avoid them and those pies. Yeah.
Yeah, thinking about that pie apron.
Now you're married. You better behave.
No.
Lord. But what were you saying, battery?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Kick that goat. Just kick that goat. It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kick the goat.
Hell yeah.
No. Canoes doesn't make pies right. It doesn't with right apron.
No, I do not own an apron.
I don't even think about canoes in a pie made apron.
No, don't even. Yeah.
We're not going there, Bill.
Yeah, I don't know why are you thinking like that anyway? You freaking me out now, damn it.
None of that weird shit.
Oh, man. But I have been looking at battery. I did mention I was going through my papers, my files recently, and went through the patents for Tesla, and he's got some serious ground batteries designs. I mean, shit, you dig a hole, you build a concrete vault, and you fill it with the metal filing set with like a radiator kind of thing, and then you pack it in sulfur, close it up, run the leads up, and that's your base battery. Then you put a coil between the endpoints, and it'll actually charge the battery.
Okay, I don't understand the mathematical equations on this, but if you're going to store enough power from solar panels,
The Russians use this to power their ground-based laser systems.
you want storage. You want power storage, right?
That's where you need power creation.
From what I understand, the Russians, their big laser test site ran off a hydroelectric. They had a dam specifically tasked for that.
Well, there were several of their stations they designed that had those ground battery banks. Okay, they had these monster battery banks. Yeah.
Well, the Russians also used a lot of nuclear batteries for powering ground installations, like big ass lighthouses out on the Arctic coast and shit.
Yep. But they did a lot of work with the Tesla stuff. They did a lot of work with the Tesla stuff because they ended up with some of his research.
Yeah.
So my question for my simple mind here.
Wasn't he Hungarian?
I have a simple.
Yeah. Tesla was Hungarian, wasn't he, Bill?
Czechoslovakian.
So my big question is, what are the proportions of solar panels versus power storage? How do you figure that out?
Well, what I'm finding out is if you have a 400 amp battery bank, you need 800 watts of panels to pump it.
Okay.
In an appropriate amount of time. So what I'm finding is if you're pumping in 2,400 watts of panels, you should be able to power a 1,200 watt.
For a second there, I thought the store was closed.
A 1,200 amp battery bank sufficiently charge it in a single day or in a shorter period of time. You can go bigger than that, okay, with the battery banks, but it's going to take longer to charge it. But if you want a full charge on that, you stay 2-to-1 on your battery amperage versus solar panel wattage input. Especially in the wintertime. Especially in the wintertime, because that's when you're going to be your weakest amount of energy collection is winter.
Yeah.
Okay. So now summer's easy. You got lots of sun. You got long days, sunny days. You know what I'm saying? So summer's easy. You can run AC units and all that stuff. Not a problem. But when it gets into winter, you're talking about energy conservatism, stuff like that. Running smaller fridges, you want to be able to convert over. But that's why I'm building these systems independently to run the freezer. I can hook that system up, and as long as I don't mess with it, nothing goes wrong with it. Boom, done. And eventually I'm going to get those 12 volt refrigerators. They cost about $1,100, but they're but it runs on 12 volts, so you don't need an inverter. So you have one less thing to go. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Okay. So I set up a system to power that thing for 3 days or 4 days. And then
are they car battery or deep cycle?
Right now I'm using deep cycle flooded cell.
Okay.
Because they're inexpensive, I get the most amperage out of the least amount of money. And they're very well available. And it just takes a little bit of maintenance. So you check them every couple months. You know what I'm saying?
So you're aware of motorcycle technology where they're doing the electric motorcycles?
Yeah, my brother's building one right now.
Can you produce enough power with a solar panel in your backpack to power a motorcycle with the right amperage?
Yeah, but see the thing, the battery packs on them are like 10. They're only like the 10 or 20 amp hour batteries.
Oh.
Okay. So when if you can hook up my brother's trying to design a canopy over a trike, trying to make it look cool, but it's going to incorporate a solar panel into it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay. And that way it goes down into a charge controller, which charges the battery pack, which feeds the motor.
Driver on that.
Drives the damn bike. But he's still going to be able to run the bike for a number of hours.
Hop on it battery.
He should be able to run the bike for a number of hours on a 10 amp battery. Okay, so if that's the case, he puts a solar panel on it while he's in the store. That some bitch is charging up. You know what I'm saying? Or while he's riding down the road, it's still providing energy into the system. So he's going to hopefully be able to extend that into a 5 or 6 hour capability.
So could you put a golf cart motor into a motorcycle frame?
There's no reason to.
No?
They got the hub. They got these new. He bought this badass. It's the front wheel of this thing is the drive wheel, and the hub is the motor. And the son of a bitch will do 30 miles an hour. He put it together and just used duct tape, just strapped all the shit to it, just to hold it together, to hold it on there, right? And drove it up to the mailbox. He's like, it works. Yeah. Now he's trying to figure out how to put it all together so he can build a frame around it and mount the back.
There's a run on sour cream.
I guess he's looking to do like a little tea bucket kind of thing. So he's got a boot on the back, like an old style trunk, and then he's got the raised up lift and then a kickback in the front, kind of make it look kind of cool. You know how they used to make those tea buckets? You remember how they used to exaggerate tea buckets back in the 60s?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's thinking about doing with this trike.
Yeah, I remember warehouse forklifts. They had two kinds. They had the propane powered ones and the electric forklifts. And you'd plug in the electric, and not just them, but like scissor lifts and everything.
Yeah.
Remember electric scissor lifts?
Yeah.
I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I could take the guts out of something like that and put it in a motorcycle.
I don't know. I don't think you get the speed. You'd have to gear up those motors. I know I've used several of them. I've had to install wiring systems in the attics of like places like coat factory and shit like that. Intelligent coat factory.
Yeah.
I had to run wire in the ceilings of their fucking stores, and they're like 16 and 18 feet tall ceilings. Yeah, and it says a lift up there. It's scary. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You can pick up electric golf cart motors.
You got plenty of torque, but I
wheelchair
don't think you get the
motors,
speed out of it, dude. You're gonna have to change out the motors. You might be able to
wheelchair
utilize
motors.
control systems.
I don't know what they're putting in the wheelchairs and the razors and in the forklifts and all that other stuff. But yeah, your gear ratio would have to be different. You know, if you want to hit speeds of like 100 miles an hour. But,
Right.
You know.
Yeah, obviously, but not with an electric motor. You can have gear, but it's not going to be.
If you see
You can
those
do it
electric cycles, they fly, man. They're quick off the line. They're like 0 to 60 in no time flat. You know.
If you did a fly clutch, I think it's called a fly clutch. If you did a fly clutch where there's no gear necessarily, the faster it goes, the faster it goes. You know what I'm saying? As the centrifugal clutch expands, it increases the. You ever seen any of that stuff?
Not really. No.
Oh, okay.
The only because it's relatively new. The electric motorcycles is relatively a new idea.
Check this out.
But
what the hell?
That's kind of freaky.
Are you at the store?
He's in Portland. The land of the apocalypse. I mean, the land of the zombies.
Yep. Pet supplies.
Yeah.
What store are you in, Patterson?
Fred Meyer.
Oh, okay.
Here's the toilet paper aisle.
Wow. That is here.
This
Worse.
is some crazy stuff. You know what? I can still get toilet paper. Just order it from Costco. Have it delivered. They're restocking the shelves right now. But they'll be closed before they get the toilet paper stocked. There you go. Doritos.
Store is good.
They're like, no, we can't let him do that. He's coming back.
I used to.
But yeah.
If you ever went to Portland driving a truck, you probably remember going into Jubit's truck stop.
What?
You ever
Who?
go to Jubit's? Jubit's truck stop in Portland?
No, actually, I never went to Portland. I stayed away from Portland, thank God. I did go through Hawk Pass, and I've been to King's Stop up in Montana and Wyoming, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But most of my runs were south, coming in through the desert.
I always loved going to Portland, but not now.
Well, dude, it was
There
so
used to be
awesome coming across the desert at night. Oh, man. It was so awesome. You could see for miles. Barstow, miles away, and you still see the lights. You know,
I used to pull into Portland and park in Jubit's truck stop in Portland, and they had a bar in there, place to wash your clothes, everything. And I'd park my truck there, and then I'd go walk about a mile to it might have been a mile, I think, to a place called I think it was called Uncle Sam's or something like that, or GI Joe's. It was called GI Joe's. GI Joe's was one of the coolest uh, uh, surplus store that you could go in Portland. I don't know if they're even still in business, but I used to love to go to GI Joe's. I always bought like those lawn chairs and stuff there, and they had military uniforms and all kinds of army gear. Battery probably knows. Is GI Joe's still there?
For some reason my camera keeps going down.
Hey, Battery.
You still have GI Joe's, Battery?
Excuse me?
He wanted to know if you knew if GI Joe's was still in business out there.
No. It got a long time ago. It's now a Walmart.
Dang. Everybody froze up.
Yeah, that's the right one, Huckleberry. But yeah, no. But yeah, this is so the last few years though, I've been learning about the animals, about creating soil and science of feeding the plants, feeding the animals, rabbits and chickens mostly, and got pretty good at it. I was making decent money just selling the rabbits and the eggs, So
there's a lot to raising chickens. I know that.
Yeah, for the most part, it's just a matter of managing their food and water because they don't, and they'll make themselves sick if you don't. So,
my father-in-law, in the morning, they would turn the chickens loose and let them run around the yard, and they'd clean up all the bugs and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They'll put themselves away at night. You just got to make sure you go close up the yard and the coop. But
he had a dog
before it gets dark.
He had his chicken herding dog, and this dog would herd the chickens into the chicken coop, big old hen house, and he'd herd them into the chicken coop down in Texas. And he was a three-legged dog. He got plowed under by the discs from a tractor.
Oh shit!
And he had this little habit of chasing cars, and he got run over by cars and all kinds of stuff. This dog just kept going, and he was a chicken herding dog.
That's interesting.
Never seen any. He'd be real careful, and he'd go pick them up one by one by the scruff of the neck and put them back in the hen house. This dog would. This dog knew what he was doing.
I had junkies. They like to do the chickens.
Well, I'm picking up my puppy this week.
Awesome.
This was Thursday night, I think.
Well, you could probably train him to herd chickens.
Well, he's just a baby. He's only 9 weeks old now. So. But I'll teach him. Yeah, right. You guys will get to meet him. I'll have him here. It'll be cool.
Yeah. Our Walmart closes at 11 also now because of the coronavirus.
I'm not sure what ours is doing because the one we have here is a super center that's open 24 hours.
Darn it. I was going to get some. Yeah.
And we had two of the two biggest cities in my county. They announced today that they're shutting down their city halls over corona because apparently we had another confirmed case of corona, and it was a police officer working at one of the city halls.
Man, it could have got a case of corona.
My corona.
That's what I did.
What city was that?
Elyria and Lorain, Ohio. The two biggest cities in the county.
No.
Yeah, they got 15 cases of here in Missouri, 4 in St. Louis County.
Yep.
15 cases is all you got? Corona? That's okay. I don't drink Corona.
We jumped up to 67 cases here in Ohio. And it was 14 just about 4 days ago.
And it seems to be the in thing in Hollywood.
Yeah. No, why too, don't we?
That was kind of good news when I heard about Adam Schiff and his staff. At least he won't be in Congress now. Ruin things up.
I'm kind of wondering if 5G doesn't affect coronavirus too.
The university are going to offline. All the universities are going to online classes.
Yep.
Huh.
And even
kids too.
Yeah, the high schools are trying to do it too.
So far, it's just the colleges, and the big colleges, the universities.
Well, they're talking about putting it in elementary schools too.
They're not catching it.
They're closing the parks, shutting down concerts.
Oh boy!
Our libraries are closed.
So where are the kids gonna go?
Rolling Stones announced they're postponing their No Filter tour.
Yep.
The kids aren't getting it.
Yeah, Colonel Shaw was saying earlier that he had tickets for Paul McCartney and they canceled it.
Right. Six Flags is not opening up, says they're closed here. They were supposed to open up March 18th, but has decided to suspend their operations at the end of March or until further notice.
Yeah.
All the indoor water parks and like kids activities parks, like the bouncy ball places in Ohio, they're all shut down. And
Yep,
I am imagining that the amusement parks will be shutting down too.
St. Louis Symphony shut
Also,
down.
The kids aren't getting it.
it's trickled down.
Yeah, they could be carriers, though.
You know, the movie making industry. They were shutting down the Screen Actors Guild over here because they're not filming any movies either. And so the jobs for us regular people, you know, like extras, to be extras in movies and stuff like that, they're suffering too. So these people don't have anywhere to go. I've actually worked in the Screen Actors Guild, and I was in a couple of movies myself. And I I got I can't get a job right now doing that.
They're also closing the some of the libraries too.
Yeah, they closed them. Yes, they did. In my town, they did. They shut down the library. In fact, my acupuncturist, which is contracted through the VA, she actually said I can't make any appointments to go see her until April, and they're still not sure if she's going to be able to stay in business. She's worried, and she's a real sweetheart. My gosh, this lady's so awesome, and she's from Beijing, China. She actually worked in a major hospital in Beijing, China, and she's shut down now. I don't know what I'm going to do. Freaking pain I'm going through.
Missouri State Park visitor centers, the campgrounds and lodging will remain open according to press release from the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. So they're going to keep the state parks open.
Huckleberry asked me if I was a body double for Brad Pitt. No, I was not, but I was actually a body double.
Is stepping up to help parents while their kids are stuck at home and away from school. Varsity.
Sorry.
I was actually a body double in a movie called Mysteries of the Ancients. It was a series that came out, and it was a thing about Nostradamus, and I was a body double for the king. For I think it was like King Henry VI.
The Ameren Electric Company, the major electric company here, we have a lot of little co-ops and stuff like that, but the major electric service company called Ameren, Missouri, they're suspending service disconnections and forgiving late payment fees at this time.
Huckleberry, I'll dance with you. I'll dance with Huckleberry if she needs a dancing partner.
Me, I only do slow dance.
Well, the last dance I danced, because I'm just a ghost. So the last time I danced was the Charleston.
The Charleston.
I can get my groove on the Charleston.
I want to see video on that one. What are you doing? You making a sandwich?
Oh yeah. Battery's always doing stuff.
I know, right? Everything but working on batteries. Oh man.
There's nice looking cabinet there. I like the cabinet battery.
But anyway, what were we talking about?
Dancing to Charleston.
I had a loose connection on my solar panel, and I got it fixed.
Right now, I feel like I have a loose connection.
You are a loose connection. Oh man.
Well, you got to take into account, he was traumatized by Maxine.
Yeah. That'll traumatize anybody.
Those were some hard times. Those were hard times back then. Okay.
So, tomorrow I got a call and I'm gonna check on getting those rabbits because I'm just want to make sure I get rabbits. Guess I'll call and get the chickens.
I think rabbits. Yeah. I think rabbits are a good idea. They're a good.
Well, I've got enough cages to run 4 dames. I got 4 breeding, and I've got 1 double buck cage.
Nice.
So I got enough to maintain quite enough food until I can build more of those. I'll probably build another 4 and 2 like that. And then just build a whole menagerie. I want to fence it in and so I can open it up and let them run a little bit too. You know what I'm saying? So they can get out and hit the grass.
Like a corral?
Yeah, well, a pen. It's going to be right next to the chicken coop. And it's going to be like their own little yard, a menagerie. The center of it where the cages are will actually have a roof built into the trees. Kind of an apex roof just built right onto the trees that are already there. So I'm not going to cut down any trees. And build the roof into the trees, with the trees being the supports. But then the rabbit cages go in there. They're going to be on a water tank system I got to build. But I want to put it in a yard so we can, grow clover and grass and stuff in there. So they can go out and forage and have fun, because that's part of raising the bunnies. You got to let them out and let them run a little bit here and there so they build proper muscle development.
And then let your dog run around and kind of keep the weasels and crap away.
No, you don't. Well, the dogs are going to be on the outside of the whole complex.
That's what I mean.
I got 100-foot runs. I'm going to put them on. I'll have 1 for the back, 1 for the front of the animal area, because we got the chicken coop and yard, and then we've got the breeding yard with the hatchery house, and then we'll have another coop and yard for the turkeys, and then beyond that there'll be another yard beyond that, probably further to the backside, but for the goats, we're gonna have some goat yards back there, and I already got an idea how we're gonna do that. So,
well, I could tell you right now, you're not going to be leaving the farm.
Do what?
You're not going to be leaving the farm. You're going to be stuck there because you're damn married to them animals.
Well, yeah, I already know how to set it up for feed, so it'll self-feed for 2 to 3 days. That's the way to do it. You bin your food so it siphons off into a feeder.
That's one thing I kind of worry about raising a lot of critters like that is finding somebody to watch it for me. When I'm gone, make sure they're fed and watered and all that.
Well, I'm just
They're a
saying,
lot.
I fill up the tank for the rabbits. They're fed the water. I don't have to worry about their water for a week or two. Their feeders keep them fed for 2 to 3 days. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
Stuff like that.
fish, on the other hand, fish are low maintenance. I mean, they can get by without feeding them every day, and depending on how big a body of water that you're raising them in. But fish would be a super good high protein source and a lot lower maintenance.
I'm building my paradise. Why would I want to go anywhere else?
I hear you.
I'm building my paradise. I'm telling you,
You got all those
trees. We're gonna have ponds set up. We're gonna have a lake down in the bottom of the valley. There's gonna be a lake down there. It's gonna be badass. This place is amazing. And
have you ever heard of
I'm gonna die. Okay.
Have you ever heard of something? I think it's called bentonite. And what it is it comes in roll, and you lay it out in your pond, and it'll keep your pond from seeping, and it'll keep it full. And you can also put sand or whatever in the bottom there for your catfish or whatever you're growing.
Yeah. Well, what you don't understand is we have red clay naturally here.
Oh,
by the hillside full.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we lay down the rock. We'll lay down a concrete. We'll lay down a rock. We'll lay down and then we'll stack layer the iron encrusted clay, and then I'll run a burner over it, make it a ceramic dam.
See, you got to understand. I'm thinking from a desert perspective where I live. If I were to do that out here, I would put bentonite, so that I don't leave water, because a lot of that water would seep in and everything. But if you got red clay and that's not an issue, I understand what you're saying.
Right. You run a I'm gonna build a hydrogen burner system that it's kind of like an oven array, like you would have in like a kiln, only it's on wheels facing the ground. And I'll make the steel wheels so it doesn't have to worry about flattening or melting the tires. You know what I'm saying? And this son of a bitch will just walk across the dam in a stripe and bake the clay into a ceramic. And then you walk it back the other direction and you finish it off. And then you run it up and down all the way across too. And then you've got a solid set of clay. Fired clay ceramic dam. It's not going to fail. With a concrete backup, yeah, you're done.
I like the idea of making, when you make your pond, of just to throwing this out there, make a little island out there, and then have like a little walking bridge where you could walk out onto the island and then walk to the other side. So it's kind of like a big donut, kind of a donut, kind of a little pond.
Sure, we could
walk out and be right out in the middle of it.
Right. I could see that. But you're going to have to remember, there's going to be ducks all over that damn thing. It's going to be shit covered in no time.
Hey,
because I'm populating ducks. Ducks, frogs, the bullfrogs. I want Louisiana bullfrogs. And we're going to be doing ducks and geese, stuff like that. Well, I also know if we save a couple of the really tall trees on the high points of our land, I can put in snow owl nests staging. And the conservation department has bonuses for people to do this kind of shit.
Yeah.
Bat houses and owl houses and, setting up for that kind of stuff, because we want, I want to set up a couple of hawks nests too. You know what I'm saying? I want to utilize my nature around here for what I want to use. I want to draw the natural stuff I want here. You know what I'm saying? I can manage where it is if I set it up properly.
So you've got an idea for creating your own ecosystem.
Correct. I'm gonna build bat houses and owl houses, bluebird houses, stuff like that. I want to build purple martin houses too. I've got a couple places we're going to be putting them up. Damn right. And turning a couple of these trees in my front yard into flagpoles. I got one that's about 50 feet tall. I was telling my cousin the other day, I was like, you see that tree right there? That's going to be a flagpole. That son of a bitch has got a good stance all the way up, 50 feet up there. I said, we're gonna have to make the flag for that bitch, because I ain't gonna be able to buy one. Yep.
And then you're gonna have
a flag up there.
You're gonna probably have an ATV track, I'm guessing.
Property line road, yes. I got a 5-ton backhoe. I just got one hose I got left to put on it, and it'll be operational. So, I can kick shit, make $1,000 a week out of my shop, just working in the shop. I only need a few days with a second set of hands. I can get 10 of those coolers out in a couple days, and that's right there. That's $2,000 right there.
News has got a little piece of land over there to mess with, don't you?
Yeah. About 30 acres.
Yeah.
30?
Yeah.
Roundabout.
You could do all kinds of stuff on 30 acres.
Well, he's zoned for farming, and he's well regulated.
Yeah, I live in a city.
Yeah, he's in a developing sprawl.
I got housing developments on all 3 sides of my property.
So you probably want seclusion, is what my guess is, right?
Yeah, I'm looking to make enough money on the farm here in the next couple of years so that when we sell the place, I can get the fuck out of here and relocate and start something new.
Go to Missouri.
That's a good possibility.
Go down and be Wizard's neighbor. I'm thinking about becoming a neighbor for Wizard too.
Well, Lady Liberty's already headed out this way. She's picked out a spot now. They got a down payment going on it, and she's going to be hit that. It's about 80 miles away, but that's an hour and a half. It's all highway.
If a bunch of us move out in that area over there in the Ozarks, and we start up some little places up there, we could have a network going on.
Oh, absolutely. We ham radio it easy.
Shit, yeah.
Hell yeah.
CB radio would be good enough.
We could use a public channel and just stay in communication anytime we wanted to. Hey, man, what's up, man? Yeah. Net's going over here, man. How's it doing over there?
Hey, Wizard, can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Hey, guys, I'm going to hop off for a couple minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, please, hurry back.
Yeah, I'll be like, yeah, can I borrow a cup of sugar? Whatever, if we were networking, whatever you're not growing and everything, I'll try to pick up the slack on growing something that you don't have. You know what I mean?
Right. But my idea is that, with the lakes and the ponds and stuff that we're putting in, all of them are going to be managed. All of them are going to have, the ponds are going to be set up, like one with rainbow trout, one with And if they're going to be breeding ponds for the big, so we can harvest the bigger fish and set them into the lakes to breed out the lake. You know what I'm saying? And before we fill the lake, I'm setting up the environments for the fish. Like I want to put in mud banks so the catfish got the breeding grounds. You know what I'm saying? I want to set up tree barges so that the trout and the bass have their breeding grounds. And then turn around and set up sand barges in some of the alcoves and populate it with crawdads.
Out where you live, I think what I would probably do if I had a little body of water like that is probably do crappie or bluegill myself. I prefer them over bass and
That could be in one of the
catfish.
ponds. That could be in one of the ponds. Yeah. But I want it to be, yeah. And you know what the beautiful thing is? If I open it up to the public one day a year, okay, seriously, the conservation department will stock the fish for me for free.
Nice.
So I can have bluegill in a pond. I can have tilapia in another pond. I can have, something else in another pond as a primary fish. You know what I'm saying?
I hate tilapia.
Do what?
I hate tilapia.
Well, I mean, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but I'm going to be breeding tilapia for a number of reasons. But yeah, it's basically just a whitefish, and it's kind of like a cleaner fish.
Yeah,
they eat all the decaying stuff in a pond. So they're
I don't know anything about
cleaner.
tilapia. I just don't like tilapia as a meat fish.
No, I mean they are edible. It's actually fairly decent fish, but yeah. But no, when you can have a bass or a trout or a catfish, a blue channel cat.
Trout you can do if you keep the water well oxygenated. It needs to be oxygenated for trout.
Well, that goes for all of them.
Not carp. Carp and catfish, they don't need oxygen.
Catfish do. Yep. Catfish do. Yes, sir. My family ran catfish lakes out in Northwest Tennessee. They ran the co-op. And yeah, my uncle had a badass setup. He could drain one lake into another.
Because I've seen catfish grow in a freaking mud puddle.
But yeah,
I'm not a fan of catfish. I like channel cat.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can get channel cat. That's what I'm saying. I don't plan on putting mud bellies or nothing in there. I might put some bullheads, but majority I want is the blue channel cat. It's the best catfish you can get, man.
It would take a little adaptation for me to get used to that, actually, but I probably
we'll have
could.
The bass for the middles. We'll have the cats for the bottom. Keep the bottoms good. And then we have the trout for the tops. You know what I'm saying? They're trout feeders.
I'll probably just raise silver carp.
Well, I plan on setting up all the ponds in the lake up with bullfrogs. I want, that kind of thing going on there.
We ain't talking about a koi pond.
Oh, hell no. No, I don't. No, I'm not into decorations, dude. I'm into functional.
Yeah.
I mean, I make it beautiful, yeah, but I'm not. I don't need a decorative fish.
Me neither.
Okay. If I'm growing fish, they're eventually going to be food, one way or another. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay. So, but I'm talking about ducks. I'm talking about ferrets. I'm talking about all that kind of stuff.
You could always, oxygenate your water with building a waterfall or something like that. Build a waterfall and run your pump, so many hours a day or whatever. Have it run off of solar.
Everywhere. We'll have water tanks everywhere, so we can even catch off the rain. My main greenhouse is going to have a 275-gallon tank on it that comes off the house, the guttering system off the house, and we're going to pipe them over to the water tank, and that's going to head up the that'll be the water system for the greenhouse. I'll also run a line off the house water system so we can fill it up with well if necessary.
That's pretty complex.
Not really. I've already replumbed the whole house. Adding on one more outlet is not going to be a problem. It's all PEX. Yeah.
I was looking at a little piece of ground that already had a cabin on it over not far from you.
Right.
That's I'm kind of partial to log and stone cabin type of thing.
Right.
But I don't know what you got for log there.
I got 2 trees down in the front yard, at least 30 feet long right now, waiting to go on the dry pile so I can dry them out so they can be milled. No shit. But I have a feeling. Do what?
Do you have pine out there? A lot of pine?
No, we don't have much for pine. It's all cedar, hickory, oak, walnut. Yeah, there might be a sycamore here and there, but that's about it.
You know what pine actually is in my perspective?
It's a soft wood.
Well, yeah, and it's a usable wood, but what pine is to me is like the sign of a dying forest.
Okay. Right.
It really is. I mean, out here, a really good living forest would be with a lot of quaking aspen, and they've killed off 2/3 of the quaking aspen out west here. So, to me, a pine forest is the sign of a dying forest. It's not really a forest. It's actually, it comes in and encroaches when the other trees die. But I'm in a different part of the country, so that's just my perspective.
Like I said, this is everything grows here. I just dug up 24 friggin' wild peach trees.
I saw that.
I know I got plum out here all over the damn place. I just can't identify it until it blooms. Once it blooms, I'll be able to identify it and make sure they're fruiting peaches. And, do what?
Are those peaches and plums? Are they native?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I just wish I had more apple. I wish I could find some apples, but I won't know if there's apple trees till. But most of the time, it's if they're apples, they're like crab apple trees or dogwood apples or something like that.
I wasn't sure if peaches and plums and a lot of those types of fruit trees were actually native to North America.
Well, whatever. If they're not, then whatever. I'm just saying that they're already growing there and they're just growing on their own. So, but I wanted to get them out of there because I'm tearing up that whole place. The main tree that's there, the big tree that's there is, I'm going to prune it up and it's going to be inside the greenhouse.
Do you have any wild huckleberries growing there?
Wild what?
Wild huckleberry trees?
Not yet. No, not that I know of. Got a lot of blackberry and raspberry, that kind of stuff. We get mint. We got wild mint everywhere. It's weird. But yeah, we get mint everywhere. You walk through the grass, you can smell it. I keep trying to identify it. It's like,
yeah, I have mint here where I live too.
Huckleberry says they got a lot of pine out in Pennsylvania. Well, it's up in the mountains, so you know what I'm saying? You get to the higher elevations, and it's just the pine trees just thrive in the higher elevations. You know, Huckleberry, you should grab a bunch of them and get me some seeds. I'll find a bunch of them down here. You bet. If you can. Grab a bunch of them. Doesn't matter what state they're in. Grab whole sprigs. And send me the sprigs with all the berries on it. Shit. That would be awesome. Yeah. I'll start growing them down here. Because I'm going to be growing a bunch of blueberry bushes too. Yes, sir. Because I love blueberries. I'm going to be doing lots of blueberries. Cherry trees, peach trees, apricot, plum.
Huckleberry sounds like she's back east or something.
She's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yep. She's a hillbilly.
Yeah, I'm always mowing mint.
You'll
I have mint
deliver them. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be kick ass.
I have mint growing into my yard, into my lawn. I mow it. I leave a little patch for you.
Well, even the fences that we want to put up, I want to put up a wood rail fence in certain places, and then I want to line them with the raspberries and the blackberry bushes. Get it? I want a barrier. Canoes back.
Yeah, I'm a blackberry fanatic.
Well, blackberries, mulberries, you name it. But if I'm dealing with a plant, it's going to be usually producing a food. If I'm going to spend my time with it,
yep.
It's going to produce a food or a medicine. You know, there are some exemptions like cedar trees. You know, but walnuts, pecans, almond trees, those are all going to be going in. I'll be putting in black walnuts all over the place.
Walnuts are good.
Yep.
There's you another protein source too.
Do what?
Walnuts would be another protein source for you.
Well, walnuts, almonds, pecans. They all grow native here.
Yep.
I know where I can just go collect up a whole bunch of seeds just sitting on the ground. Especially this late summer when all the walnuts fall. I know, right? I don't even know the people that live there anymore, but I could go there. I guarantee you. So they can clean up the walnuts out your backyard. Oh, please. You know what I'm saying? Would be, oh, yeah, go ahead. Shit. I'll clean up all the walnuts out of there, take them all out. And I'll plant every one of those sons of bitches.
I've got kind of an idea of what grows there. I used to actually live in eastern Kansas. I used to live in the green belt of Kansas. straight north of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
What?
You go up north. You go up north on I think it was Highway 75, straight north of Tulsa, Oklahoma. On your way to Emporia, Kansas, you come up out of Tulsa and go through Bartlesville and Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and all the way up into Emporia, Kansas. And I was on the way to go to Emporia, probably about 30 miles outside of Emporia.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure where that's at. But yeah, cool. But no, they're like, you're saying I would never be able to leave the farm. I'm like, no, it's not necessarily true.
Well, I'm just saying when you got a lot of critters and everything that rely on you, you kind of turn yourself into a homebody, and a lot of people, the reason why they don't raise a lot of animals, even though they can potentially do it, is because you got to make sure they're watered and fed.
Right.
So that's all I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about putting it. I mean, we've got enough underneath the power lines. It's nothing but wild grass, and we can harvest all that for the feed.
And it's enough right now where, trying to find somebody that'll watch my dogs when I want to go on a trip or something.
Well, you set up feeders. You free feed. The animals will only eat what they need. If you free feed them, if they know the food, they can count on that food being there. They won't gorge themselves.
And then they shit in the house.
Then they what?
Then they have to shit somewhere. They have to go.
For God's sakes, they're outside.
No, my dogs aren't.
90 acres. They're outside dogs.
I guess in your
they got
climate,
dog houses. In
your climate, you can pull that off, yeah, but not in my climate. It gets. I think your climate's a little warmer.
You could potentially get negative. You just plan for it. You can. There's ways to heat dog houses and cages and protect them from the wind. The rabbits, all you got to do, they'll handle some cold. You just have to block the wind from them, and they'll be fine.
I would have my neighbors start crying animal neglect, and I'd have animal services over here if I left them outside in the winter.
Move back to America, damn it.
Well,
you're not living in America. You're in a communist country.
You're right.
And just because it's inside the borders, don't get fooled. Vote with your feet. Leave the fuck out.
I got neighbors that are complaining about my dogs barking even.
That's what I said. Yeah. Not when they're half a mile away.
Amen. You're right. You're right.
In fact, I got neighbors that are asking me always keep an eye on their place. I drive by and I try and take care, make sure everything's right. You know what I'm saying? So.
No, if I lived out like you're living out there, I'd damn sure I'd have them in dog houses or in a dog run or something, with a dog house.
Yeah,
at least
keep them on a run. Yep. I have runs set up. I've run. I'm going to be setting up this pavilion in the middle of the orchard out front. Right. It's going to be beautiful, like a one of those what are they called, gazebo kind of deals. You know what I'm saying? But a pavilion sized one instead of some little fancy garden thing. I mean, my front yard is like 2 acres. But we've got those cedar trees all planted all the way across the roadside. and we're going to continue that frontage down past my brother's place, and we'll continue those cedar trees all the way down there, clean that road frontage up, and then turn around and have that. He's going to have the forest yard for now. Well, eventually, that'll probably get harvested and turned into an orchard too, and just continue the whole orchard front yard theme kind of thing going on. Because he's talking about a castle. He wants to build his place like a castle.
I do need to get out of here. I agree with you. I live in an area where I can't even grow pot plants or anything here.
Well, it's all decriminalized here. We can have up to 6 plants. So
Kansas City, Missouri. I've driven a lot through that area, and it's still pretty wooded and everything out there. It's, even though you do see miles and miles of subdivisions, but
the further you get away from the cities, the better off you are. Get away from the fucking cities.
I got to.
Even if it's a subsidiary, if it's within 100 miles of within about 50 miles of the city, you can forget it.
Right.
And that's county level. So,
and we can't even have a bond.
This is the first county that's free county. I'm as close as I can be to St. Louis and be in a free county. Okay?
Yeah.
So, and the reason I want to be at least somewhat close to St. Louis is because that's where all my kids are. My grandkids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, thank God it's where I'm at, because I live in America out here. This is, we don't need a permit to carry conceal. We don't need a permit to carry, period. Don't need a permit to buy a weapon from a friend down the road or a family member. Doesn't have, you know what I'm saying? We buy a gun from a shop. It's just a background check. And that's it.
Yeah.
So, I don't have, and I got enough land here that I don't even have to have a permit to drill a well. And even if I did, it's only like $100 because they got to do some check in the survey set. But that's it.
Well, you need a permit to kick the goat.
Kick the goat. I'm prepared. I was waiting for it. Hell yeah.
I think there's no progress going on where I live. There's no real progress. People want to live in.
None of this shit going on slows me down one fucking bit. Even if the power grid went down, it wouldn't slow me down one damn bit. If they poisoned the water system in St. Louis, it wouldn't slow me down one damn bit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about that. And once I get the animals in the greenhouse going, they can't shut off my food supply either. Grocery stores can't dry up because I'm growing it myself. I know what's in it because I grew it. You know what I'm saying?
It's not that way here.
It's not that way anywhere unless somebody made it that way. There are places nearby you. If you didn't want to leave that area, you could buy a piece of land that's in a county that's unrestricted. Okay? Doesn't matter where you are. There's a county somewhere in your state that's not ate up with all this bullshit. Doesn't have to be another state, doesn't have to be anything else. You just find where you're at. If you want to be there, that's where you want to be. I get it. But there's a county around you somewhere within 100 miles of you where that shit, you're still in America. The rest of this crap don't mean nothing. Buy a couple acres. Start out with a couple acres.
I've looked for years and I don't see anything that's even remotely suitable.
Well, if that's what it is, then that's what it is. Then you look somewhere else. But there's several places in the United States that are just fine. Really affordable.
No, Missouri is well established as a place where a lot of people are going right now. Because you still have some decent prices on land and stuff, and there's resources there. But I don't want to get anything in lowlands that are going to flood.
Then watch your elevations.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just another thing to pay attention to. You see what I'm saying? I'm on the highest ridge line in the area. This is the furthest north you can be and still be on the Ozark Plateau. Yes, sir. My dad was a genius.
There's nothing good in Ohio, is there? If you were going to do the same thing in Ohio, where would you go?
Well, Ohio, mostly, okay, take a diagonal line from northeast Ohio to southwest Ohio. Everything that's on the right side of that line is mostly like Appalachian foothills, rolling forests, lots of hills. Everything that's on the other side is mostly farmland.
I do. You know, that's a good idea there, Canoes. I might just make one too. I'll make a sign that says, "Don't be a dick."
So, what about Springfield? I kind of like Springfield.
I've never been to Springfield. I've been to Dayton, which is pretty close to Springfield. It's kind of a mix, rolling hills, some forests, and farmland.
Columbus
is pretty flat. It's a major city, but once you get outside the suburbs, it's all farmland.
Yeah. You guys just have some funky gun laws over there.
They've been getting better over the last couple of years.
Have they?
Follow the yellow brick road and bring some weed. Bring some green to the city of green.
I need somewhere where I can get away with shooting 50 BMG without people giving me shit about it.
Well, if you own property that's 2 miles long and build a proper backstops, when you get further south and the properties are that big, yeah, you could do it.
Wizard says he could just go out in his backyard and not have a problem.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Problem with what?
Shooting a 50 cal.
Oh shit, no. Yeah. Shoot, I could do whatever I fucking want.
Cross one side of the valley to the other.
If I want to put off an artillery, if I want to put off a fireworks artillery show tonight, I could go out there and do it. Probably piss my brother off, but but I could if I wanted to, right in my front yard. Where's my pie? I ate my pie. You didn't see me eat my pie. I have me cherry pie. Yes, I did. And a peach pie.
I think Wizard needs a Missouri Mule.
Not a
No,
Moscow Mule.
no, you don't want a Missouri Mule. The stubborn ass beast. Can't get to do shit but eat and shit. Right. Yeah, no, I don't need a Missouri Mule. I need me a good old fashioned whiskey mule. That's what I could use one of those. Those things are badass. You know what I'm talking about, canoes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tennessee, they call them whiskey mules. And those are badass beasts, man. They'll pull as much a horse as a saddle. Yeah.
So could you just hop on a mule and just ride across other people's land, or what?
No, unless you want to get shot. It's the truth. You don't fuck with people out on this side of the planet, dude. Especially if
Private
you're
property is respected.
well, unless you know them and you get permission. Yeah, you talk to people. You just don't go right up on their ass.
Sounds kind of tame to me.
I was yelling at somebody the other day. Was cutting trees off on the other side of the power line set, and I was like, "Hey, motherfuckers, you better get off my land right fucking now." Turned out to be my neighbor. He was just on the line trying to clear some trees off of the backside of his property for his fireplace, and I didn't know. He says, "I am on my fucking property." I was like, "Oh shit! I gotta go talk to him one day and explain I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you."
See,
but I never talked to him yet, so I haven't even met him yet, and I've been here 6 months. So
I could climb on my horse and ride across the entire state.
you grab your horse, I'll grab my 4-wheeler. I'll get there before you do.
Does the horse have a name, or is he the horse with no name?
The horse with
across the heavens.
That's it. That's it. It's a horse with no name.
Bill's been through the
They won't
desert
let him
on a
have
horse
3
with no
dogs.
name.
Hey, Canoes, they won't let him have 3 dogs. He sure as fuck can't have a horse.
I can ride a horse all the way to Missouri.
I've never been on a horse in my life, but I've been on a camel.
Well, first of all, you're going to have to break in your ass because you're going to be saddle sore the first day.
Oh,
you're going to be
I know.
You got that right. Huckleberry choked me up. Yeah, I am a Missouri mule. Yeah, get close enough, I'll kick your ass.
I remember when me and my dad used to go driving around. There's a farm about 10 miles south of us that we used to pass on our drive, and it was an old farm. The guy had an old mule. This thing had to have been 60, 70 years old. And every time we drive past, my dad would roll down his window and just yell at the top of the lungs, "Hey, mule!" And the mule would turn around and look, and ears would perk up, and he'd get kind of like a smile on his face.
Oh, yeah. That's
you can't ride the old Chisholm Trail anymore.
The what trail?
The old Chisholm Trail.
Oh, is it developed?
It's all developed now. You can't ride the Chisholm Trail. There's parts of it that you could still ride it, but
I know there's parts of the original Oregon Trail that you can still ride. In fact, there's parts of it that still have like the original wagon wheel ruts in the ground because they kind of like dried up and became the landscape.
They do it every so often. They'll ride the Mormon Trail and come to Salt Lake City from Nauvoo, Illinois. And they take covered wagons and horses and everything. The worst part of that ride is getting across Wyoming. There's not a single tree in Wyoming. When they arrived in Salt Lake and I saw them, they just had made a ride all the way from Nauvoo, Illinois to Salt Lake City, and they were, I mean, they looked like beef jerky. Every one of them, the women, the men, everybody. They did kind of a reenactment kind of thing. They took covered wagon, and the Mormon Trail was actually the Oregon Trail. Parts of it were actually based on the Oregon Trail is what it was, and then split off. But yeah, people do make that trek. Some of it's alongside the Interstate 80. Interstate 80, they kind of like ride along the side of the highway.
Speaking of the Oregon Trail, I thought this was funny. You guys might get the reference.
Yeah.
Best video game ever.
That's funny.
Oh man. Well, I'm gonna have to get going here in a few minutes, guys.
That'd be a good thing to do during the coronavirus days. Is make it long trek or something on a horse, Just put all your stuff in storage and make a long trek somewhere, or do something like that. Till all this stuff dies down, then you don't have to interact with people.
Hey, if I didn't have responsibilities with this farm, I'd be doing something very similar.
Or go down, since you're into canoeing and all that, you could go do a whitewater rafting trip or something, Just spend a whole month and wait for this shit to all die down and go have some fun.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Well, we do float trips down the Merrimack here. You can do one all day.
Yeah.
It'll take you all day. Then if you don't stop, you'll get to the takeout point right down at the end of my road here. There's one that will take about 4 hours, and another one will take you about 8, and bring you right out at this takeout point right down here, Zappington Bridge Road. You know what I'm saying? And it's right down my road, about a mile and a half away.
We've got a good one over here too. The Green River. It comes out of the Flaming Gorge Dam, and eventually, and you go through all these beautiful canyons. I mean, you see these trout jumping all around and everything, and it'll take you all the way down to the Colorado River, where the Green River merges with the Colorado, and you just follow the Lewis and Clark, and you hit these rapids and stuff, and they've got these. I mean, you can rent these boats and go on excursions and take them up there from near Vernal, Utah, and it'll take you all the way down into the Colorado. And some people even take the entire Colorado. It takes a long time to go from the Green River to the Colorado. But it's some of the most amazing whitewater that you'll ever see in your life. And it's like every day is like being on a roller coaster all day.
Right. Well, you haven't driven in and out of these mountains, have you? You seen some of my driving videos? Wait a minute, I don't know if I posted them.
I saw a couple of them you have on your channel.
I think I did one with fall when the leaves were turning.
Yeah.
And it's a windy, twisty, up and down kind of road system out here, man. They just put the road down where it was. Wherever it met the ground, that's where it stayed,
I told you.
Much of that shit off.
Southern Ohio is a lot like that.
I used to go up there and pick up hardwood from sawmills up there in the Ozarks.
So yeah, that's just
That's where we get hardwood. They use for trailer. It's it's one of these trailer companies that builds trailers for semi trucks. We go and pick up hardwood out of there, and another place that was one of them, and then another one in North Carolina near Durham, North Carolina. I believe it was North Carolina. And then another place we would go that I used to drive to was Red Wing, Minnesota. I used to go up to Red Wing all the time. Yep. I even went in the Red Wing plant up there. And then I would go to Wisconsin, to Eau Claire, Wisconsin. There's a big Menards distribution center there. And sometimes I would pick up stuff. Most of the time I delivered to Menards.
I love that store.
In Ohio, there's an Amish place that I used to go to. It was where they build mobile homes, and I used to haul sheetrock to them out of Gypsum, Colorado. I'd go from Gypsum, Colorado to Ohio, and it was a neat place. I loved going there. It was Amish country, and I'd pull off in this. I spent many weekends there, and I'd sit there on the weekend, and there's like this little Baptist church, and I'd go in the Baptist church on Sunday because I had nothing else to do, and there was nowhere else to park, and I just parked kind of across the street from the Baptist church. Very nice people, very nice.
Cool.
Had some good experiences on the road. Most of the places I delivered to were construction sites and companies that sold construction stuff, like Menards and all that. That's what you do when you haul flatbeds. I pulled a lot of sheetrock, hardwood, all of that. And I did the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I did a lot of that. I've been down that turnpike in the Ohio Turnpike so many times. You can't even imagine.
Well, I live about a mile south of the Ohio Turnpike.
Yeah. And another thing I used to pick up out of Ohio was international cabs for semi trucks, and then I'd haul them to other places, out west.
That's like for me, guys. My power just dropped off.
Alrighty, dude. I'll keep it open for a little while.
All right, man. All right. Guys, dream well, Patriots.
Good night. Peace out.
God bless you and protect you.
Same to you. Yeah, I used to do a lot of Ohio though. The wife, she used to work up in Ohio, and she worked in the sugar beets up there. There's a lot of farms up there. So they were migrant workers, and they would go up and work in the sugar beets in Ohio, and I think they did tomatoes too. I don't remember. She was telling me about that. Her and her dad and her sisters and everybody would go up there and work. And they lived down in Texas, and in the wintertime they'd go back to Texas. So, yeah, and she loves Ohio. I don't know why, but she loves it.
It's all right. I shit talk a lot about it. It could be a lot worse, but especially where I'm at, we just got so many liberals.
Yeah. around Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm 20
Is that the
miles west of
Cleveland?
Cleveland. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been up there. And, I think one of the places I went to was Springfield. We had a terminal in Springfield, and like I said, I would haul those international cabs for the trucks. They're made out of fiberglass, I guess. They're out of a mold or something. And I'd haul. You could see me going down the road with a big old load of those things. But it was all right, you know. I think there's a DuPont place up there too, if I remember right.
I think it's Dow Chemicals down
Oh,
by
really?
Cincinnati. Yeah,
Okay.
them and oh boy, what's the name of the company? Yeah, I think it's Dow. Yeah, they're huge down
Yeah.
around that part of the state.
I don't like driving in Ohio because the speed limit for trucks is lower than the cars.
Yeah.
I think it was like 55 when I was driving there.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it's either 55 or 60 now.
Yeah.
Regular vehicles are 65. That'll never change. They've been trying to change it for years.
You know what the speed limit is in my state?
85.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
places where it's 85. A lot of it's 80. And some places are 85. We've got some real long stretches of land where, I mean, especially going down Interstate 15. That's the main one that comes out of Idaho and
That
comes
picture's
out
for Huckleberry.
goes all the
It's
way
an
up.
area. Go ahead, Bill.
I was just saying, Interstate 80 goes up through Alberta, Canada, and it comes all the way down to the Mexican border. Interstate 15, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I-15 goes all the way from Canada. It's I don't remember what the name of the highway is in Canada, but takes you up through Lethbridge, all the way up into Calgary, Alberta, and way up into Edmonton, and it takes you down, starting from up there in Canada, goes all the way down through Great Falls, Montana, Pocatello, Idaho, shoots you right down all the way down to Las Vegas, and then past Las Vegas down into, where does it go after Vegas? I can't. Oh yeah, Arizona, Quartzsite, Arizona, all the way down to the Mexican border, and then beyond. So the Mexican border, I think it might be Nogales, Mexico, and all the way down into Mexico. It's kind of a cool run to take. People are, they don't get out much anymore. People used to just hop in their car and just go drive, just to drive. And say, "Oh, it's Friday night, let's go somewhere." And they'd leave and come back, after the weekend, get a 3-day weekend or something, and just go for a drive. And we don't care where we're going. We're just going to go drive. It wasn't an issue with people, but now it is, because the gas prices got really high. And a lot of those little fun towns, to go stop in these little towns that were kind of touristy traps, they're not there anymore. People, what was the name of that other Route 66? Route 66 was, a lot of people in California, they would just hop in their car in their convertible in the summertime and drive Route 66. They don't do that anymore. People don't do that anymore. That was a form of recreation. That's kind of sad, really, because a lot of the little towns that were along the way, they died. Those towns died. They don't even exist anymore. and they'd have like a little cafe or something in a little town you'd go in. That's the part of America I would love to see come back.
Yeah, we have a lot of towns here in Ohio that are basically on the verge of becoming ghost towns because, and it's been an ongoing thing for the last 50 years because of the manufacturing leaving. Hence we get titled a Rust Belt state.
Yeah.
You get a lot of these towns that factories or near the kind of business that they used to. Then there's some towns that are that were based on one economy, like they'll have a quarry, and the quarry plays out after 80 years, and then you ain't got nothing left.
Yeah, it's kind of a sad thing because I mean, Americans, the country that we live in was such an interesting country that people used to want to go out and explore it. And you'd say to the wife, you'd say, "Hey, let's go take a drive to Yellowstone," and you just spur the moment,
Yeah.
spontaneous kind of, let's just go to Yellowstone, and they would load up the station wagon with a cooler and all their stuff, and and go to Yellowstone, and people didn't even think about it. They didn't even plan it really. You just say, let's just go. And you had a weekend, you just go to Yellowstone or somewhere. That's the America I know. That's the America I want to see come back. This channel's about the great American experience. And that's something that if the younger generation ever experienced it and they had that in the back of their mind, they'd be like, I want it to come back because it was a fun thing to do. America was a beautiful and fun place. How about Grand Canyons? I could see you packing up your car or whatever and heading out to the Grand Canyons. That was and then they'd go take pictures and come home and they'd buy a couple little, like those little spoons that say, Grand Canyons or whatever on it, or Yellowstone, or shot glasses. You buy some little memorabilia that you made the trip to the Grand Canyon. And that was a
I used to do that with
destination.
keychains. Everywhere we
We
ever
didn't,
visited, I bought a keychain.
well, we didn't go on cruises to the Caribbean. It's right here. People would just take a trip to Yosemite. They go see Yosemite National Park, or they'd go on a drive and take Highway 101 from Southern California all the way to Washington. Just to go see all the beaches and go to the wine country and do wine tasting and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we did, and we did it in my lifetime.
Yeah,
And
when
the
I
younger
was a
generation,
kid growing up, when we took our summer vacations, like say like one time we went down to Smoky Mountains, and on the drive down there, we would stop at a few places, historical, things that we'd find in the AAA books, living history museums from old, settlements. Um, we took and we drive back up the Blue Ridge Parkway, at least halfway, and we'd stop at like little towns along the way to just explore and find some cool shit by accident. Like when we were in Maryland one time, and we stopped for lunch at the McDonald's, and the McDonald's was a Dr. Pepper themed McDonald's. There was just Dr. Pepper memorabilia all over. We're like, what's all this about? So we asked one of the employees. They're like, oh, this is the town that Dr. Pepper was invented in. We're like, oh, wow.
yeah. I mean, on the East Coast, I think that a lot of people on the East Coast would take a trip to Vermont and go see the
Mm-hmm.
Lee. go see the beautiful leaves in the fall, or they and visit little towns up in Vermont and New Hampshire. You know, they don't do that anymore. People don't do that.
A little bit. They have tours now. You can take a bus
Not
and
like
do
they
that.
used to. Not
Yeah.
like they used to. No, the little towns, go see the covered bridges and all that kind of stuff. There was a lot to see. And that stuff just, I mean, in Florida, like Miami Beach and stuff, people would go down to Miami Beach and that was a happening place. It's not now.
Yeah.
Who the hell wants to go to Miami Beach? Nobody thinks about that. You know, Corpus Christi, that was a big destination. Padre Island, people would.
It's all spring break shit now.
Well, yeah, but it was a happening place because a lot of people that lived in Texas and other parts of the country used to go down there. They call them snowbirds.
Yep. Same here
And
with
I know
Ohio has a huge population of elderly people that go down to Florida every year, and we call them snowbirds.
Yeah. And then Minnesota, northern Minnesota and stuff in the summertime, a lot of people would go up there. I mean, there was all kinds of water sports and everything to do up there. You know, northern Wisconsin. I mean, this is a great country. This still is a great country. We just don't get out and explore it anymore. And thank God, you know, that I actually had the opportunity to see a lot of it by driving a truck. You know, I didn't look at it as, oh shit, I've lost my livelihood, my life and everything. I looked at it at the positives. The positives were they actually, it's like they gave me an RV and paid me to drive it, you know? And I'd go down to Tacoma. I'd go down to Washington, a little place called Kent, Washington, and to pick up a load. And a lot of times I had to spend a weekend there because that'd be my get home load. And they would send me there, and then I would I would hop on my bicycle, and I used to strap my bicycle on the back of the catwalk of my semi, and I would hop on a bus, and the buses all had these racks that you could put bicycles on, and I'd go down and ride around the waterfront down in Tacoma, Washington, and I mean, you could go down there and eat salmon dinner and everything fresh right off the boat. It was just amazing.
Crow Minion, welcome.
Texas, you're kind of stuck in Texas, you know, in some small town or something. There's a place I used to go to and buy cowboy boots.
Buy what?
I'd buy me some brand spank me new freaking Texas cowboy boots.
Oh.
Woods. Huh?
I didn't hear what you said first time. I thought you said something completely different from cowboy boots.
No, I was trying to say that there was this little place that I think it was called Colorado City, Texas. And there was a boot store in there, and I'd go in there and buy boots. So anywhere I went in the country, there's always something to explore and see.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's what I'm trying to put across, is that there was always something to explore and see. We have a great country. People didn't used to have to leave the country to go see stuff and have fun. They could do it right here because we would go to Yellowstone, we would go to the beach in California, we would go to the Grand Canyon, we would go to Yosemite. There's stuff to see. Illinois got Starved Rock State Park. I mean, all bikers go there. Sturgis, South Dakota. You know, that's not just for motorcycles. Anybody can go there. It's a great place to go see. You know, and you go see the Mount Rushmore, and we've got a great country, man. I'm just saying this because the younger generation hasn't had a chance to explore this country. They don't know the good things that we have in our country, the small towns that we have, fun places to go eat and go on river runs or whatever. We're just lacking that, and we're not having that anymore for some reason.
Well, I'll tell you what one of the main reasons is. The internet. People with their
Yep.
phones, instant
True.
gratification. They don't want to travel when you can just a couple clicks on your finger and you can look at pictures of it.
Yeah, and you're missing the whole experience because you get up there in Yellowstone and wake up in the morning and you're sleeping in a tent, and you wake up in the morning in Yellowstone and get to smell the pine trees in the morning, and you crack and you load up your coffee pot with some coffee over a pine campfire. And I'm telling you, there's nothing, and it's all you can see your breath in the morning, and you're all cold and everything. And there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. It's like it's what we were made for. Smell of coffee and bacon cooking on a campfire. I mean,
Yep.
on a cold morning in the pines, big lodgepole pines all around you, and freaking the smell of it, the smells, the sensations. You know, early in the morning when the fog rolls in Tacoma, Washington, or up in Seattle, and the fog's all there in the morning, and the sound of the clanking riggings on the sailboats and stuff, and you could hear seagulls in the background. Those sounds, those experiences, you're not getting that on the internet. You have to be there to know what it is. And that's what life is all about. And that's what people are lacking. They don't get the sensations and the smells and all of that. You can't get that on the internet. You know I'm right.
Yeah. Good night, Huckleberry. Sweet
Good night,
dreams.
Huckleberry. Yeah, I see you're leaving. I'm just sharing that, I'm just trying to remind people that there's a lot to life besides sitting in a freaking inside your house or your apartment or whatever it is, and looking at a screen, uh, having chats and things like that. I mean, that's all nice, but there's a lot in life. It's still there. It's not all about working and going out and working every day. There are things to do, and we still can do it. And I think gas prices are coming down, and so that might make it a little more of a concept to consider.
If it stays that way,
I hope it does. I'm thinking it will, and I'm thinking, there's going to be a big shift that's taking place after this coronavirus passes and everything. There's going to be a shift that takes place, and somebody's probably listening to me right now and going, you know what? I have not heard of this described like this. But there's a lot more to life out there. The sound of the coyotes out in the desert, skies that are so clear you can see every star in the sky. You just won't
so
get
you know, Bill, I'm going to be shutting down here in 10 minutes.
right on.
Just to give you a heads up.
Okay.
Hey, Michelle. Unless Michelle wants to hop on and take over, but I'm done in 10 minutes.
Good night, Huckleberry. Good. I hope everybody has a good night. Romanian.
Let me show you something I picked up online the other day.
Sure.
I was shopping when I was at work last night on my phone.
Oh, nice.
Got it before they sold out. Cabela's is they're pretty much getting wiped out.
Oh yeah.
I got a box of this in 45. I got 2 boxes of this in 9mm. It was like about the only 9mm that they had left.
Is your 45 a pistol?
Yeah, it's a 1911.
Oh, okay.
Well, that, and I got a 45 carbine, Marlin Camp 45.
Yeah. 45 ACP
It's all
or
good, Michelle.
45
Yeah,
long?
ACP.
Okay. I really ultimately would love to have a Thompson. I really want the Chicago typewriter, man.
Yeah.
But it's probably not going to happen. And I love the destructive power of a 45 in
Well,
a
it could
car.
happen if you had about 20 grand.
Yeah. No, I don't want the 20 grand one, not the one that's full auto. I mean, yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice, but I was just thinking the semi-auto version. And
Yeah,
then
Crow, the Marlin carbine that I got, I inherited from my pops, along with the 1911. And it's a sweet fucking gun. That's probably what I'm going to use the deer hunt with here in Ohio.
so for personal defense, I think 45 down
Oh
the
yeah,
pipe of a
that too.
carbine,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't have much range to it, but man, it's a hard hitter.
And I like the fact that it takes the 1911 magazines, so it's interchangeable with the with the pistol.
Which one is?
The Marlin Camp 45.
Is it?
Yeah, takes 1911 mags.
Wow.
And they had a 9mm version that they built for a couple of years, and I believe that one took Smith and Wesson mags, but don't quote me on that.
And it's a lever action?
Oh, it looks like a Ruger 1022 on steroids.
Can you still buy them or no?
Yep, they don't produce them anymore, but you can get them on Gunbroker and other sites, and you'll find them around. Let me look real quick.
I'm gonna have to do a little searching. Sounds like cool shit. So it's just called a Marlin Camp carbine, huh? I'm not familiar with them. I've never seen them. But I thought, for a poor man's version of a Tommy gun, I might wind up going with that the high point carbine, chambered in 45.
Okay. Yeah, the high points. I've never handled one, so I can only go by the reviews that I've read over the years, and they sound like garbage to me. But that's just what I've heard.
I'm hearing that they sound like very reliable, except for the fact that they're ugly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. I mean, with all the YouTube reviews I watched about them, the other thing is you got to have tools to take it apart to clean it, and that's a no go as far as being something that I would think a prepper or for military purposes or anything else. I wouldn't want something that I'm going to need a bunch of tools to take apart. Which was the nice thing about the AK and the AR-15 is, you could field strip it without any tools.
Yeah.
So you could clean it and keep it functional. So in a prepper situation, I don't want something that's going to be really complex. I'm going to need tools to take it apart. And that's why I've held back on buying them, because they're cheap as hell. They're still around 200 and some change.
Well, I think if I was going to go for something like that, I'd probably go with that Marlin PC carbine that they have. I think it's a little bit more durable and, made to better standards. And it's only going to be like maybe $100 more.
The PC carbine, I thought that only came in 9mm.
Let me look.
And then the other option would be the Keltec Sub 2000. Because I think that one, it doesn't come in 45, but it comes in 40. And now
got two. Yeah, there's two variants in the PC now, 9 and 40.
Okay.
I remember last year there was talk before SHOT Show that they were considering, Ruger was making a bunch of like secretive hints about what was coming out, and everybody started thinking that they were going to do a 10mm carbine, but turned out not to be the case.
And the PC carbine, yeah.
And I think they just released a new pistol size version of it. It looks kind of whack.
That might, if they got it in a 40, that might be worthy of consideration, even for deer hunting. It seems like it'd probably be a formidable caliber.
Yeah.
I mean, out of a carbine, hell yeah. It's kind of a happy medium in between a 45 and a 9mm. I'm not a fan of 40 caliber, but
yeah.
I am a fan of 10mm. I just don't own one.
I got no complaints about my Glock 10.
Oh, you got one, huh? Cool.
Yeah.
So
I got the little one, the Model 29.
I just wonder what a 10mm would be like coming out of a freaking carbine, man. It's like you're shooting a 7 carbine.
There's a few companies out there that make AR pistol carbines chambered in 10.
Yeah.
CMMG. They came out last year with one they call the Banshee, and it's fucking badass.
Oh yeah.
And Chris, the company that makes that Vector, that space age looking gun, they have that in 10mm as well, and it takes Glock mags.
I know what a Chris Vector is.
Yeah, that comes in the 10.
Does it?
Yep.
Does it run Glock mags?
Yep.
That's the ticket right there. The Glock mags are abundant and cheap.
Yep.
Well, they're cheaper than other companies, and they're reliable.
There's actually some aftermarket companies now that are making Glock style mags that are actually pretty reliable now. It didn't used to be the case. It used to be if you wanted a reliable magazine for your Glock, you had to buy the Glock factory ones, but some of the companies now are actually making pretty decent ones.
So what's 10mm ammo like price wise?
It's always going to be more expensive than 45 or 9mm. And in some areas, it's rather hard to find because if you're going to mom and pop's, gun shop, chances are, if they even have it, it'll be twice as expensive as the 9mm. I had problems for years finding ammo around here. Even at the gun shows, the last time that I went to a gun show, there was only one booth in the entire show that had any 10mm, and they had one box of it.
I think 9mm is probably the best thing to go with. I know all the police departments went back to the 9mm.
Yeah, around here, the police departments mostly use 40. You get a few that are still using that 357 SIG.
Yeah.
Yeah, but most of them are 40 around here.
Most of the issue ones I think are 40, but I know some detectives that are running 9mm, and they're doing they're running like the Glock. They're still doing Glock and SIG in 9mm or in 9mm and 40. But this one detective I know, I said, "What are you packing there?" And he goes, "It's a 9mm." And we had the conversation and stuff. He's and it made sense to me because not for one reason, 9mm you get more range time because the ammo is cheaper. And if you get more range time, that means you're going to hit what you're shooting at when you have the need to use your weapon. So I'm a fan of 9mm just because of the cost. That's number one. And I learned that from an old guy who was a trick shooter. And he's like, I shoot 22. And I'm like, why? And he said, because you get really, really good at whatever it is you're shooting with 22 because you spend more time on the range. So it's not, and he was of the mindset that it's not about the caliber. It's about the shot placement and how effectively you can put that bullet right where it needs to go. So from that point on, I was like a 9mm guy, and I didn't used to be. I hated 9mm. I thought it was lethargic, but the ammo has gotten better. You know, the expansion. I mean, you run some Hydra shocks or something in it, and it'll freaking do all kinds of damage. And you can get armor piercing 9mm. I got online and started looking up 9mm exotic ammo, and I'm finding everything from birdshot to freaking armor piercing incendiaries to tracers, everything in 9mm. So why go to anything else? I mean, 45 is a great caliber. I mean, it's got tremendous stopping power, but so does 9mm if you put the right ammo in it. So the technology
Yeah,
in 9mm has
I
really.
never had any experience with 9 up until I inherited my dad. Left me a 9mm. The last gun he ever bought was that Millennium little compact 9. But the only 9 that I ever wanted to get, let me show it to you here. Are you familiar with the company Wilson Combat?
Yes, sir.
That little beauty
That's
is a
sweet.
9mm. Yeah, it's the sweetest handgun I've ever laid my eyes on, but the damn thing costs about $3,000.
Yeah. Well, let's
It
look
looks
at
like it's
another
worth it
topic.
though.
There's an old guy that was working at Cabela's, and he was of the mindset. He says, "I want something that I know that if I resell it, it's gonna go up in value." And I said, "What would you say it was?" And he says, "A Colt 1911." He said, "A Colt 1911, 20 years down the road, is going to be worth more than what you paid for it."
Yep.
And I said, "Well, what about some others like the Browning 1911 and some others?" And he says, "Colt." He says, "Colt is the one that's going to be going up in value. They always do." And he said they used to be cheap, and now look at the price of them, and they're all over $1,000. Well, no, you can actually get into a Colt 1911 for around, probably at a base price of about $700 for a nice one.
Yeah. My
And
1911, it's a auto ordnance by Thompson.
yeah, yeah. But Wilson Combat, if you went with the Wilson Combat Custom 1911, that would probably go up in value. And I think SIGs will go up in value as time goes on. SIGs will. And there's a few others out there. I actually, I'll tell you who actually was making guns for Browning was who was making them back in World War II was in the Philippines. That what is it, Rock Island?
Yeah.
Rock River, something like that.
Rock Island Arms.
Yeah, Rock Island. They actually were making military grade 1911s and still do to this day.
Well, right now they're the largest producer of 1911s in the world.
And for the price point, they're probably everything you'd ever want in a 1911, and you can customize them. And
I was looking a few years ago at one of their 10 millimeter 1911s. They kind of ripped off the design of that Colta Delta Elite 10 millimeter from the 90s.
Yeah.
A little too pricey for me though.
But you could get into a Rock Island for about 400 and some change.
Well, I've been looking at that new 38 special that they have, the M206. That thing looks pretty nice for about $250.
Yeah. And EAA, the one you were just talking about, I always thought they made really fine firearms.
Yeah.
I never thought there was ever any issues with them.
The classic EAA Witness.
Yep. Even Taurus has got into the 1911 thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're even doing it, and so is Springfield. Now, I'm kind of thinking that a Springfield 1911 might actually have a good selling point too eventually.
Their range master, or they call it the range officer model 1911 is very nice.
Yeah.
A good like for somebody that's looking to get start out with competitive pistol shooting. It's a highly recommended gun from what I hear.
Yeah. And then Colt decided, let's do a new rendition of the old Colt. So now you can get a Colt Cobra for a pretty decent price point, and they're stainless. Be a great little. They're 38 special, but it'd be a great little concealed carry.
Now, what was that model of Colt that predated the 1911? It didn't have an exposed hammer. Do you remember that one?
Predated it.
Yeah, it was a little semi-auto pistol, but it didn't have an exposed hammer on the back of the slide.
Oh,
I always thought that was a nice little gun.
Yeah. Check out the line of Berettas. I think you might be pretty impressed with, if you're into the deep concealed carry, the Beretta Tomcat that's in 32 ACP, and then there's another Beretta that's 380.
My buddy just tried to sell me his Beretta Tomcat 22 the other day. I'm like, I don't need another 22. I've got so many of them. Yes, Crow Minion's got it. The 1903 pocket hammerless. That was a nice little gun. They go for more than $1,000 now.
Really?
Yeah, they're getting kind of rare.
I think the Beretta, I just kind of like it how the barrel tips down when you open it.
I have no experience with Berettas. I've never handled one.
Yeah. Well, my dad had one. My dad carried a Beretta Tomcat 32 ACP, and I was like, it's extremely well made. If my dad carried it, it meant it was something serious. he was just that was his little go-to concealed pistol was his 32, and General Patton carried a 32, and Buffalo Bill carried a 32. The one you're talking to right now. So, 32 is lethal enough, and it's actually pretty on par with it. It was the 1950s and 40s and stuff. The 32 was what a lot of guys carried. They carried 32. They weren't into these big high caliber stuff because they'd put it in their jacket pocket or something. They just needed a pistol just to carry with them, when they go to the theater or whatever.
Yeah, one of the guns that I inherited from my grandfather is an older, God, I don't even know how old it is. It's a Colt Police Positive 32 Special. That thing's nice.
Yeah, and the 32 ACP was hard to get a hold of ammo wise, and now it's all over the place.
Yep.
Because you can get the capacity, but still keep it a small pistol. So, it is 32 caliber, so no, it doesn't pack a super huge punch, but it is definitely lethal as hell. And you'll know how powerful it is when you start hitting gongs and stuff with it. It's like people think it's a nothing caliber, but it's so underrated right now because there's all these other new things out there. But you could get it in those penetrator rounds. If you think it's too weak for penetration, just get the penetrator rounds.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can get hydroshocks or whatever you want, and it'll do the job, man. It seems like a small caliber, but it's lethal enough. It's on par with the Makarov.
Okay.
The Makarov is pretty similar. So I don't have regrets about the 32. I thought I might, because I hadn't shot it when I bought it. And man, I took it out there and it freaking does the job. And the recoil's not unmanageable or anything either. So those are all things to consider. You wear it with some shorts or something, you don't even know you got it on you. Especially the little Keltec 32. Oh my gosh, it's so lightweight. You don't even know you've got it on it. You can. It's probably
They say that
size-wise.
I've heard a lot of cops say that if you need a deep concealed carry backup piece, like to throw in your crotch or something, that Keltec's the way to go.
Mm-hmm. And they do make a 380 that's similar. You can go to 380 if you want to. I kind of like the 32 though. It's just no
Have you
recoil.
seen that new Taurus 380 called the Spectrum that came out a few years ago? That's a nice little pocket gun too.
I don't recall that.
It's kind of futuristic looking. I almost bought one last year. They had them dirt cheap on sale. They were like $129 at Roll King. But they only, when I got to the store, the only model they had left was a ladies model that had pink on it. I'm like, no, I ain't going with that.
Well, let's face it. I mean, if I carry too big of a handgun, it's going to be pulling my britches down, and I'm going to need to wear suspenders.
That's what carrying my Glock is like. That thing is a heavy little gun.
Yeah, and I don't want to carry something big and bulky like that. If it's cumbersome to pack it all day long, it's not really worth carrying, really. So it's just from experience. I mean, I carry bigger stuff. I even have a Derringer, and the Derringer is heavier than the little Keltec 32, and the Derringer is only freaking 22 Magnum.
Well, it's got to be a little heavier than a normal 22 to handle the pressures. But yeah,
Well,
I inherited a little 22 Derringer, and it's nice and lightweight. It's just a 22 long rifle. Don't work though. There's something fucked up with it. I'm gonna have to take it to a gunsmith and have him take a look at it. I tried to fire it on New Year's Eve and it wouldn't fire. It looks like a spring might have broken inside because the firing pin is in the firing position when it's not supposed to be. It's like backwards.
I look at it as a little get off me gun, you know.
Yeah.
Somebody, that's all it's going to do. It's not. It might not even kill them, but it'll get them
Like
off
for
you.
me, I think I would only carry it to use like against stray dogs or something like that. You know.
Right. But you know what? It's something.
Yeah.
And it could be
In the
life or
right,
death.
yeah, in the right hands, you could definitely, defend yourself with it.
My 22 Derringer, I'm not. It's only good for about 10 feet. I can't hit
Yeah.
anything past about 10 or 15 feet. I mean, the bullets just go everywhere.
It's the same thing with a bunch of the smaller caliber snub nose revolvers.
So don't get one. Don't get one for extended ranges, but if they're right there, they got a knife or something, you've got something, you know. You're not going to beat somebody in a firefight, but that's not what it's about. It's about having something there in case a get off me gun, you know. Guys slashing you up and you freaking take them out, right? There's only 2 shots with that Derringer, so.
Yeah, mine's a 6-shot.
So I could carry the Derringer and the 32, and if one fails, I've got the other one. You know, I'm good to go. And I can actually carry both of them and not really notice it, not really be printing or anything like that. So, Wild Bill stays armed.
I got printed the other day. Well, I was printing the other day. Was carrying the Taurus at work, and it was peeking out of the bottom of my vest when I was running the deli. I was slicing some cheese for some lady, and she kind of gave this gasp. She's like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Under your vest." I'm like, "It's a gun." She's like, "What do you need a gun for working at a deli?" Oh, on that note, Bill, I'm shutting things down.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
It is.
So I'm gonna say goodnight to everybody in the chat. Michelle and Crow, thanks for dropping in. Love you both, and we will do it again shortly.
Yeah.
Bill, you take care.
Thanks for hanging in.
It's always a pleasure. Peace out.
Good night.